A bitter wind swept across the courtyard of Winterfell, carrying with it the scents of snow and pine. Eddard Stark, known simply as Ned to his siblings and closest friends, stood before the statue of the first king as the last rays of fading sunlight illuminated the ancient stone. He was a young man caught between boyhood and the serious burden of adulthood, his dark hair framing a face that bore the solemn wisdom of his ancestors. Even then his eyes reflected the quiet strength for which the Starks had always been known. He wore a heavy cloak of gray wool lined with thick fur, the northern chill biting at his exposed skin. Though the howling wind made him shiver, his mind was restless with matters more pressing than mere weather. Many nights had passed since the rumors from King's Landing reached the north, whispering of unrest in the heart of the realm. The Targaryen king, Aerys II, was rumored mad, his hold on power tenuous at best. Robert Baratheon had been agitating for rebellion, backed by some who resented House Targaryen's long reign. Yet for Ned it was not about battles over the Iron Throne, at least not in the beginning. He was more concerned with the safety of his sister, Lyanna, and the alliances that might protect his family in the turbulent days ahead. The castle around him pulsed with life, though subdued. Guards patrolled the battlements, their armor reflecting the last glimmer of daylight. Wives and small folk had gone indoors, seeking warmth by the hearth. Servants prepared the evening meal. Winterfell was always a hive of activity in a measured, unhurried way. Its gray stone walls had stood for centuries, weathering countless storms and attacks. But Ned could sense something shift in the air. It was as though the old castle breathed in anticipation. Some momentous event was on the horizon, veiled in uncertainty. He turned from the statue of the first king and walked slowly across the courtyard toward the great hall where a fire roared in the massive hearth. Shadows danced along the walls, the flickering light revealing banners of House Stark, the gray dire wolf on a white field. The very sight of it reminded him of his duty. His father, Lord Rickard Stark, had taught him that responsibilities came before personal desires. Duty was heavier than a mountain, love lighter than a feather, or so the old saying went. He breathed deeply, preparing to meet the delegation that had arrived from King's Landing. Inside, the visitors were cloaked in Targaryen red and black. Their leader was Ser Willem Darry, a seasoned knight and a loyal servant of House Targaryen. Rumor had it that he had once carried the rightful heir, Prince Viserys, from the very cradle. Ned found Ser Willem standing near the fire, warming hands that had grown stiff from years of sword work and harsh weather. The old knight offered a curt bow when Ned approached. "Lord Eddard," Ser Willem began, voice resonant and calm. "I bring word from the Crown Prince himself. There is something important he wishes you to see." Ned could not hide his curiosity. Rhaegar Targaryen was said to be a different sort of man than his father, the Mad King, thoughtful, honorable, perhaps even gentle in spirit. But what message could he have that would turn Ned's gaze southward in the midst of all this turmoil? He gestured for the man to continue, casting a discreet glance over his shoulder where Maester Luwin stood. The Maester met Ned's eyes, and in them Ned saw the same question that burned in his own mind: what could the Crown Prince want with the Starks? "His Highness has requested your presence in King's Landing," Ser Willem continued. "Not for matters of war, but for a union of sorts. Prince Rhaegar wishes to meet with you and your kin to discuss a shared interest. One that could alter the course of the realm forever." Ned felt a tightening in his chest. He was aware of the rumors of Rhaegar's fascination with prophecy, with old texts, and the mysteries of dragon lore. The word union almost always hinted at marriage or alliance. But then Ser Willem lowered his voice, leaning in, and Ned realized this was about something far older, deeper, and more powerful than mere politics. "Prince Rhaegar has made a discovery about your bloodline," the knight murmured. "About the Targaryens and the Starks, and how our destinies might be intertwined." Ned's brow furrowed. The idea sounded as if it belonged in old tales told to wide-eyed children, but there was a steel sincerity in Ser Willem's eyes. This was no bedtime story. Unsure of how to respond, Ned simply nodded and extended the hospitality of Winterfell. The words from his father came to mind once more: "A good lord shows respect to all guests, especially those who come in peace." That evening, Ned offered the traveling party a feast in the great hall, though the atmosphere was far from cheerful. Servants placed platters of roasted boar, spiced carrots, and fresh bread before the visitors. Wine and ale flowed, yet the conversation remained polite and guarded. Each cup raised was filled with caution as much as with drink. When the last dish had been cleared and the visitors retired, Ned stood by the hearth, feeding another log into the fire. Through the flickering flames, he tried to picture the future Ser Willem's words hinted at. A Targaryen-Stark alliance had been unthinkable just months ago, especially given the tensions that simmered after the disappearance of Lyanna, which so many blamed on Rhaegar. And yet here was an emissary bearing a message of unity, of shared destiny. Could it be that the lines of hostility between North and South were about to shift? It was possible that this gesture was an attempt to avoid more bloodshed, to mend the realm before it was torn apart by rebellion. Ned's father had always taught him to be wary of politics and the ambition that came with it. Ambition destroyed men's souls as quickly as winter froze their flesh. But if there was even a chance that Rhaegar was genuine, that this path could bring Lyanna safely home and preserve the Stark honor, then Ned had to consider it. The night was cold and long, and his mind refused to settle as he climbed the stairs to his chambers. Each footstep echoed a steady drumbeat of indecision. He barely slept. Dawn arrived too swiftly, its first gray light seeping through the narrow windows. When he dressed, he looked at himself in the mirror. He saw more than just a son of the North staring back. He saw someone haunted by duty, by a sense that fate was guiding him toward a choice that would change everything. The flight of ravens was already underway. Maester Luwin had begun sending out messages. His father and brother Brandon had to know of Ser Willem's arrival and of Rhaegar's summons. They were in King's Landing themselves or on the way, the last he heard. But the shifting political tide demanded quick action. Word came the next day that Lord Rickard Stark would meet with Ned in Moat Cailin before any final decisions were made. On that same day, a raven arrived from the Crown Prince himself, sealed with the three-headed dragon crest. Within the letter was a personal plea to Ned, an invitation, almost a challenge, to step outside the bounds of tradition and see what Targaryens and Starks might accomplish together. Ned allowed himself a small flicker of optimism. Perhaps Lyanna would be returned without bloodshed. Perhaps the realm could be spared a devastating war. He made the decision swiftly, and by midday he was packing for the journey south. His men prepared the horses, loading them with provisions. He chose a retinue of a dozen trusted knights and archers. Northmen, tall and steadfast, who could handle themselves on the King's Road or on a battlefield if necessary. On the eve of their departure, Ned walked one last time along the walls of Winterfell. Snow drifted softly, and the forest beyond the castle seemed still and silent. The image calmed him. This was his home, the heart of the North, and he left it now, perhaps for an opportunity that might save it from future ruin. His heart pounded with a mingled sense of regret and hope. Part of him did not want to leave, for Winterfell was all he truly knew. But the other part felt an electric anticipation. The Crown Prince's letter had hinted at wonders, dragons, old magics, the forging of an alliance that would shake the foundations of the Seven Kingdoms. When dawn came, Ned and his company rode out. Their breath plumed in the freezing morning air, and the sound of horses' hooves on the frost-hardened ground echoed across the courtyard. Ned's cloak billowed behind him as he led the group through the gates, sending silent prayers to the old gods for guidance. Ahead lay Moat Cailin, a crumbling fortress on the edge of the swamped lands that separated the north from the rest of Westeros. There he would meet his father and speak of what the future might hold. It took them several days to reach Moat Cailin, though the journey was uneventful. The fortress was a sad reminder of past glories, its towers broken, walls eroded by time and neglect. Yet it was still a strategic point of great importance. Any invader attempting to march north had to pass through these boggy stretches. Its ditches and causeways could turn even the largest army into prey for northern defenders. Lord Rickard Stark was waiting in the main hall, if one could call the half-ruined chamber such. Braziers burned, casting long shadows across the cracked stone floor. Rickard was a tall man, proud, and though carelines marred his stern features, there was warmth in his eyes for his second son. Ned dismounted from his horse and knelt. His father nodded, extending a hand to help Ned rise. The old man's beard was streaked with gray, and his voice was rough as he spoke. "I heard about Ser Willem's arrival," Lord Rickard said. "And I know of Rhaegar's letter. Are you certain this is wise? We have heard too many stories of Targaryens bearing gifts with one hand and a dagger in the other." Ned exhaled. "I cannot be certain of anything, father. But if Rhaegar is sincere, this could be a chance to avoid war, to bring Lyanna back. He claims to know something of our shared destinies, something about Starks and dragons." It sounds strange, but Ser Willem seemed honest. Lord Rickard studied his son's face. "We must also consider Robert Baratheon," he said in a hushed tone. "He is calling for rebellion if Lyanna is not returned, claiming that Rhaegar abducted her. If the Targaryens truly wish for an alliance, then we walk a dangerous line between them and Robert." Ned saw the weight of leadership resting heavily on his father's shoulders. To defy one meant angering the other. Yet if the Targaryens were prepared to share something as powerful as dragons, to combine their house with House Stark, it could drastically tip the balance of power. Ned could not ignore the thought that any man who possessed dragons would command unparalleled might. Such power could force an end to rebellions before they even began if wielded judiciously. We should at least hear what the Crown Prince has to say, Ned offered quietly. Otherwise, we risk plunging the realm into a war we cannot predict. Ricard nodded gravely. Then we will travel to King's Landing together, he said. I have men to spare, though we must keep the north defended. I'll send word to your brother, Brandon, to meet us there. We will do this carefully, and we will keep our wits about us. That night, father and son dined together in the great hall of the ruin, the flickering candlelight illuminating the furrowed brows of both men. They spoke in low voices, discussing how best to present themselves at court and what conditions to impose on the Targaryens if they did indeed offer a pact. Ned brought up the idea of regaining Lyanna safely and demanding that any potential betrothal or alliance be set on fair terms. Ricard agreed, though he worried about the Mad King's unpredictability. Yet Rhaegar was the key. If half of what was said of him was true, he might be a man of honor. As they finished their meal, Ned noticed the rhythmic dripping of water from the leaky ceiling. It seemed a fitting backdrop, a slow, relentless fall echoing in the dilapidated fortress, a testament to time and the erosion of once formidable strongholds. Was that the fate of the Starks if they did not adapt to the changing political climate? They set out at first light. The road to King's Landing was long, and it took them through the neck, the rolling hills of the Riverlands, and onward. Each day, the air grew warmer as they traveled south, and the snow that clung to their boots slowly melted away. They passed small hamlets, fields, and trading posts. At times, they heard talk of Robert Baratheon rallying lords who detested the Targaryens. Whispers of rebellion drifted on the wind, speculation about whether the Starks would join the Baratheon cause or remain loyal to the crown. Ned kept his silence, as did his men. They had no interest in fueling rumors without facts. Travelers crossing their path seemed wary, as if sensing the tension that blanketed the land. Some recognized Lord Ricard and bowed, while others quickly moved away, casting nervous glances at the banners of the direwolf. In the distance, once or twice, Ned thought he spotted ravens overhead, possibly messages being sent to the capital or beyond. The realm was stirring, uncertain, and Ned could practically feel history shifting beneath his feet. By the time King's Landing's walls came into view, the sun was dipping low in the sky, bathing the city in a molten glow. The capital was vibrant, bustling, overflowing with people from all walks of life. Merchants hawked their wares, fishmongers advertised the catch of the day, and costermongers sang out, trying to lure travelers into purchasing fresh fruit. The noise and odors overwhelmed Ned at first. There was no place in the north quite like this. Even outside the gates, small camps and shanties had sprung up, housing those seeking the wealth of the city or running from its troubles. Red Keep perched above it all, a grand fortress with tall towers and massive red walls. Ned remembered the last time he had been here, as a boy, when his father introduced him to courtly life. It looked every bit as imposing as he recalled. Ricard's retinue was waved through the city gates after a minor inspection, the guards recognizing the Stark banners. Their arrival did not go unnoticed. Citizens stared, and rumors raced ahead of them like wildfire. The traveling party headed straight for the Red Keep, its gates opening to admit them into a sprawling courtyard paved with cobblestones. Awaiting them were members of the Royal Guard, resplendent in armor that reflected the dying sunlight. A man with silver-gold hair stood among them, dressed in regal finery, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. Ned's heart quickened at the sight. Rhaegar had a presence that was difficult to ignore. He was tall, graceful, and carried himself with a quiet dignity that demanded respect. His eyes, a deep violet, seemed to regard Ned with curiosity. The prince inclined his head. "Lord Ricard, Lord Eddard," he greeted. "I trust your journey was comfortable." Ricard answered courteously, though his words were laced with the formality befitting their station. "Long, your grace, but uneventful. We appreciate the courtesy extended by your men." Rhaegar's expression was thoughtful. "We have much to discuss, though I suggest we first see you settled in your chambers." Despite the tension that hummed in the air, Ned felt a guarded hope. Rhaegar did not have the look of a man eager for conflict. Instead, he seemed almost relieved that the Starks had come. Servants directed the newcomers to their rooms in the Red Keep's guest wing. The corridors were opulent, with ornate tapestries and golden candelabras. The windows overlooked a courtyard that featured a fountain shaped like a dragon, spouting water into a wide, marble basin. It felt like another world compared to the stark practicality of Winterfell. Ned's room was spacious, with a large bed draped in crimson and black silks. A single chest stood at the foot of the bed. He shed his travel cloak, noting how warm the climate was here compared to the north. His father's chambers were nearby, as were those of the men who accompanied them. Within an hour, a servant came to announce that Prince Rhaegar wished to meet them in a private solar. Ned straightened his tunic, made sure the Stark sigil was visible on his chest, and followed the servant through the winding corridors. The solar was small but tastefully furnished, with a table set for a modest meal of fruits, bread, and wine. Beyond the arched windows, the night sky stretched, the moon just starting to rise over the distant horizon. Rhaegar stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, his posture reflecting both pride and tension. He welcomed Ned and Ricard, inviting them to sit. A handful of others were present, maesters, a few trusted Targaryen knights, and a hooded figure who lingered near the edge of the shadows. When all were seated, Rhaegar spoke, voice gentle yet resonant. "I know the North has reason to distrust my house," he began. "My father's actions have sowed discord throughout the realm, and for that I can only express my deepest regrets. My wish is to prevent the bloodshed that looms if we cannot reconcile. More importantly, I wish to speak of a matter that transcends our immediate concerns." He glanced at the hooded figure, who stepped forward. An older man with a face lined like old parchment and eyes that held ancient knowledge. He withdrew a scroll from within his robes, unrolled it on the table, and pointed to symbols that looked incomprehensible at first. The maester by his side began to explain. "These are records from the Age of Heroes recovered in secret from the crypts beneath Dragonstone. They speak of a prophecy involving ice and fire, of a union that might save the realm from a greater darkness. We believe it refers to a bond between houses Targaryen and Stark, ice in the north, fire in the Targaryen blood." Ned exchanged a look with his father, who wore a skeptical frown. Yet Rhaegar seemed earnest, leaning forward. "We Targaryens have always sought to ensure the safety of Westeros from threats that lie beyond simple mortal ambition. My father has lost sight of that purpose, but I have not. If the legends hold truth, the Starks carry within them a critical piece of this puzzle." Ricard spoke, voice firm. "Prophecies can be interpreted in many ways, Prince Rhaegar. We are not a people easily swayed by tales from dusty scrolls, especially when we have pressing realities to consider. My daughter, Lyanna, where is she? And why do the rumors say that you took her?" A ripple of discomfort passed through those present. Rhaegar's gaze dropped for a moment, then he lifted it to meet Ricard's. "Lyanna is safe. I swear it on my honor. She accompanied me willingly, but I realize how this must look to the rest of the realm. We have been searching, together, for answers regarding this prophecy. I would see her returned under proper circumstances, with your blessing." The tension in the room was palpable. Ned clenched his fists under the table, struggling to keep his composure. He desperately wanted more details. Before he could speak, Rhaegar continued, "We Targaryens have a gift or a curse, depending on how you view it. We have dragons, or we did in the days of old. Now only ancient eggs remain stones to all but a few. But I have reason to believe that, with the right union and the right sacrifices, dragons can be born again." A hush fell. The notion of dragons returning to the skies over Westeros was awe-inspiring and terrifying. Their reign had ended generations ago, but the memory of their power still haunted the realm. Ricard's skeptical gaze flicked to Ned, then back to Rhaegar. "You speak of forging an alliance between the North and House Targaryen using dragons? This is no small request." Rhaegar nodded, a solemn expression etched on his face. "It is no small gift, yet consider what it could mean if we were to share that power. The North would gain an unmatched defense. Westeros could know unity unseen since the days of Aegon the Conqueror, and the realm would be better prepared for threats beyond our petty struggles." Ned's voice was soft, but resolute. "And what of Robert Baratheon's rebellion? He gathers allies even now. If you intend to keep the throne through fear of dragons, you only inflame the cause of those who would dethrone your father." The prince's shoulders lifted as he drew a steadying breath. "I have no desire for a kingdom ruled by terror. I seek alliance, not domination. This realm is large enough to hold many proud houses, provided we work together rather than tear each other apart." Ricard studied the prince for a long moment. "Bring Lyanna here, safely and willingly, and then we can talk of alliances," he said finally. Rhaegar looked to the hooded scholar, who inclined his head as if in agreement. The prince then spoke carefully, as though choosing each word with precision. "She is in Dorne, away from prying eyes and potential harm. I will send word. She can be brought here under guard, to assure you of her safety." Ricard let out a slow breath. "Very well. We will remain in King's Landing until my daughter arrives. After that, we will see if your plan warrants our support. But be warned, Prince Rhaegar, I will not tolerate any harm to my children, prophecy or no. Rhaegar inclined his head respectfully. Understood, my lord. With that tentative agreement, the meeting ended. Ned and his father retreated to their chambers, minds spinning with the revelations. Dragons, prophecy, an alliance that could reshape the Seven Kingdoms. Was this truly the path that would safeguard their family? Or was it a beguiling trap that would lead them into the madness that had claimed King Aerys? Days passed in a tense waiting game. The news of the Starks' presence in the capital spread quickly, and Robert Baratheon's forces grew bolder in their rhetoric. There were rumors that Jon Arryn and others might align with Robert, enraged by the perceived abduction of Lyanna Stark. But these were overshadowed by an even more astonishing piece of gossip, that the Targaryens sought to share their dragon power with House Stark. Most dismissed it as nonsense, yet the rumor persisted. Ned noticed the sudden deference or outright wariness in the eyes of courtiers who once might have ignored him. The possibility of Stark-wielded dragons had clearly unnerved many. One afternoon, as Ned wandered a secluded garden within the Red Keep, he came upon Rhaegar quietly strumming a harp. The prince looked up, gave a small nod. Ned hesitated, then approached. The melody Rhaegar played was soft, mournful, weaving through the air like a gentle lament. "Do you play?" Rhaegar asked, gesturing to the harp, its silver strings glinting in the sun. Ned shook his head. "I'm afraid not. I never had the time or inclination." Rhaegar's lips curved into a wistful smile. "Music is one of the few things that soothes me these days. My father's madness grows by the hour, and the realm teeters on the edge of chaos. This brief respite is precious." Ned shifted, unsure how to respond. "Will your father even permit this alliance? If he learns of it, it might send him further into paranoia." Pain flickered across Rhaegar's face. "I intend to keep it discreet until Lyanna arrives, and I can fully explain. My father's decisions are erratic at best. He sees enemies in every shadow. If we move too quickly, it could end in disaster. But if we succeed, if we can show him a unified front, one that includes the North and the promise of dragons, he may be forced to realize his own position is untenable without compromise." The prince's optimism felt fragile. Yet, Ned found a strange sincerity in the man's determination. He remembered how stories painted Rhaegar as a romantic, a dreamer who sang to the common folk and read dusty tomes. Perhaps it was that idealism which drove him to seek an alliance rather than a war. Ned could not deny he respected the effort to avoid bloodshed. "I'm not entirely convinced of this prophecy," Ned admitted. "But if it means ensuring my sister's safety and sparing the realm from devastation, I'll consider it." Rhaegar nodded, plucking a few final notes from his harp. "Sometimes prophecies are as much about faith as they are about fact. But we can decide what to do with them, whether to build unity or to stoke fear. I'd rather not see the realm burned from within." They parted ways amicably. Ned returned to his chamber, where he found a raven's message waiting. It was from Brandon, saying he was on his way, urging Ned to keep calm, to avoid any rash decisions. Brandon's tone was urgent, but not entirely hostile to the idea of an alliance, provided Lyanna was safe. Several more days passed before the day arrived when Princess Elia Martell entered the courtyard, accompanied by an escort of Dornish guards, and among them Lyanna Stark. Ned's heart leaped to see his sister alive, apparently unharmed. She wore Dornish silks and looked both fierce and tired. The moment the siblings locked eyes, relief washed over them. Lyanna dismounted, and Ned rushed forward, embracing her, feeling the tension of weeks ease ever so slightly. "Thank the old gods you're safe," he murmured, pulling back to examine her face. She managed a small smile, though her eyes were weary. "I'm fine," she assured him. "Rhaegar hasn't harmed me. He's been kind in his way." Their father arrived moments later, flanked by guards. He enveloped Lyanna in a rare display of overt fatherly affection. Even as his eyes brimmed with relief, Ricard could not hide his skepticism. He turned to face Elia Martell, who stood calmly radiating a composed dignity. She explained that she had facilitated Lyanna's stay in Dorne, believing it safer than the capital. If anything, her voice carried the quiet confidence of a woman who trusted Rhaegar's judgment but also understood the complexities of courtly intrigue. With Lyanna's return to King's Landing, a new round of negotiations began. Lord Ricard demanded assurances of her safety and the conditions under which the alliance would be formed. Rhaegar proposed a formal betrothal between House Stark and House Targaryen. Specifically, he suggested that Lyanna be recognized as his second wife, according to certain interpretations of Targaryen customs allowing polygamy, though it was controversial. Ned felt a jolt of alarm at the idea. Polygamy was far from accepted in Westeros, and the realm was already bristling with talk of rebellion. But there was something else in Rhaegar's eyes, an urgency as though time were running short. He brought forth the old scrolls again, referencing lines that spoke of the dragon having 3 heads, a reference to House Targaryen's sigil and the idea that prophecy might require multiple Targaryen unions. It was a complicated notion, met with skepticism and murmurs of dissent even among the Targaryen entourage. Yet, if it meant forging a bond that would unite the North and the Targaryens, it could potentially quell unrest by presenting a new path forward. Ricard, grim-faced, demanded a night to consider. That evening, Ned and Lyanna walked along the battlements of the Red Keep. The night air was mild compared to Winterfell, and the moon illuminated the city below, bathing it in silvery light. After some gentle coaxing, Lyanna confided in Ned about her time in Dorne, explaining that Rhaegar had showed her texts that depicted the horrors of a mythical long night and the prophecy that a promised prince would save the realm. He believes that a child born of ice and fire might have a crucial role in preventing another long night, Lyanna said, her voice trembling slightly. I don't know if it's true, but he seems convinced that the old magics are stirring again. Ned studied his sister's face. He remembered her as a willful girl, spirited and brave. Now she looked weighed down by secrets and the knowledge of what might come. And you, Lya? Do you trust him? Her lips pressed into a thin line. I trust that he believes it. And I've seen enough in Dorne to suspect there are truths buried in these prophecies. I don't relish the idea of being part of some arrangement for the sake of an omen, but if it can save countless lives, maybe it's worth it. Ned set a hand on her shoulder. Whatever happens, we stand together. Father will do what he thinks best for the North and for you. That night, as Ned tried to sleep, his mind churned with visions of dragons soaring over Winterfell, of Robert Baratheon rallying armies, of a child born under strange constellations with an unspoken destiny. The next morning, negotiations resumed in a small, ornate chamber near the throne room. Ricard, Ned, and Lyanna sat opposite Rhaegar, Elia Martell, and a select group of Targaryen advisors. Outside, the corridors bustled with tension, for King Aerys was rumored to be in one of his darker moods that day, suspicious and angry at the presence of so many Northerners in his court. Rhaegar laid out his terms, a formal betrothal that would recognize Lyanna as a consort or second wife, though official recognition would be sought from the High Septon, a challenge in itself. In exchange, House Targaryen would grant House Stark access to the ancient knowledge stored in Dragonstone about dragon lore. Moreover, Rhaegar claimed to possess 3 dragon eggs discovered among the catacombs. He would give one to the Starks, symbolizing their bond and granting them the potential to raise a dragon of their own. The room erupted in murmurs. The notion of polygamy and the sharing of dragon eggs was astonishing. Ricard stared hard at Rhaegar. This is unprecedented, Prince. Even the Targaryen kings of old faced resistance for their multiple wives. Rhaegar inclined his head. I do not suggest this lightly. But the realm stands on the edge of a blade. If Robert Baratheon's rebellion catches fire, we may see bloodshed like none other. A dragon alliance, a sign of unity between us, might quell such unrest. Lyanna's cheeks burned, but she spoke up. I will not be forced into anything. If I agree to this, it will be my choice to protect our house and the realm. Her father's gaze softened at her words. He sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. We must also ensure that House Stark retains its honor. We cannot align with a Targaryen who abducted my daughter, or at least made it appear so, without a formal apology and reparation. And we need assurances that my daughter will be respected as more than a political pawn. Rhaegar nodded, then turned to Elia, who rose with regal poise. I understand your fears, Lord Stark. I too had misgivings, yet we are here for a cause greater than ourselves. I am prepared to recognize Lyanna Stark's position at court. She will have the same respect and security afforded to me. Our children, my children, and the children she might bear will be bound by the same royal lineage. This is not a mere whim. It was a bold statement, one that caused the Targaryen advisors to exchange glances. Technically, Elia was the crowned princess. Yet her voice held a conviction that silenced most objections. Ned could only marvel at her composure. Ricard pressed his lips together, looking from Lyanna to Rhaegar to Elia. He had to weigh the benefit of forging a nearly unassailable alliance against the moral and social outrage that such a union might spark. Yet if Robert's rebellion exploded and the North stood alone, countless lives would be at stake. And then there were the dragons, an unimaginable power. If shared, it could protect the North from any southern invasion. But if turned against them, it could spell doom. "Give me a day," Ricard said, rising slowly. "This is not a decision to make lightly." That evening, the Stark contingent debated the matter extensively. Brandon arrived, his face set in a furious scowl, demanding to know why Lyanna had been kept away so long. When informed of the prince's proposition, he nearly roared in protest. "It's madness. The realm will never accept it, and Robert will call us traitors for siding with Targaryens." But Ricard, calm in his authority, reminded Brandon of their precarious position. "We must do what is best for our house and for the realm. If the Targaryens truly intend to share the power of dragons, it changes everything." Ned felt like a man caught in a tempest, battered by conflicting loyalties. He admired Robert Baratheon as a friend, but he could not ignore the potential catastrophe of open rebellion against the crown. He had seen nothing in Rhaegar that spoke of cruelty or malice, only desperation and a desire to fulfill what he believed was a grave responsibility. Lyanna was resolute, too. If it meant averting war, she would consider the arrangement. The hours dragged on with no easy answers. Finally, Ricard delivered his decision at dawn. "We will accept the alliance," he declared, voice heavy. "But only under conditions that protect Lyanna's honor, and only if we receive tangible proof of the Targaryens' willingness to share knowledge and power. One dragon egg in our possession, along with a written agreement that the child from this union shall inherit titles and respect from both houses. And I will need Rhaegar's sworn word that he will protect Lyanna above all else." No sooner had the Starks moved to present this decision to Rhaegar than a new crisis erupted. King Aerys learned of the negotiations and erupted in a fury. He summoned Rhaegar, Ricard, and Lyanna to the throne room. Rumors claimed the king's rage might lead to violence. The Red Keep's hallways were abuzz with fear. Ned rushed alongside his father and siblings, prepared to defend them if the king's madness escalated. The throne room was oppressive with tension. King Aerys sat upon the Iron Throne, a frail man with wild, white hair, his fingernails black with grime. His eyes seemed to burn with feverish intensity, darting between the assembled Starks, his son, and the courtiers who looked on in terror. He muttered incoherently about traitors and conspiracies, demanding to know why a Stark dared to presume marriage with his beloved heir. Rhaegar took a cautious step forward. "Father, this alliance—" "Silence!" Aerys shrieked. He glared at Ricard, then at Lyanna. "You sniveling wolflings think to usurp the dragon's power? I should have your heads for this insolence." The knights of the Kingsguard tensed. Lord Ricard stood straight, refusing to cower. Lyanna gripped Ned's arm, her face pale but resolute. The tension in the hall was so thick Ned could hardly breathe. Then, against all expectation, Rhaegar knelt before the throne, his voice calm but carrying a resonant authority. "Father, hear me. The realm stands on the brink of rebellion. We must unify. The Starks can be our allies if we show goodwill. What better way than through marriage and the sharing of a dragon's legacy?" King Aerys let out a derisive cackle. "Sharing our legacy? You give away our birthright to these wolves? They will only turn it against us. Burn them. Burn them all, I say." Gasps and murmurs rippled through the throne room. Ned's heart hammered against his ribs, hand drifting toward the hilt of his sword. He saw the glimmer of panic in Rhaegar's eyes as the king's madness spilled over. Was this to be the end, a violent conclusion to fragile negotiations? But Rhaegar rose smoothly, stepping closer to the throne, his voice taking on a steady firmness Ned had not yet heard. "I am the crown prince, chosen by the gods to protect this realm. You have allowed your fear to poison our house. I will not stand by and watch you destroy us all." Aerys screeched, half rising from the throne, his hands clenching the armrests. "Traitor! You would defy your own sire." The knights of the Kingsguard looked uncertain, their loyalty pulled in conflicting directions. Jaime Lannister, the youngest of them, stood near the throne, glancing anxiously between the king and the prince. Others exchanged uncertain looks, none daring to move first. In that heart-pounding moment, the doors to the throne room flew open and a group of Targaryen guards rushed in, led by Ser Willem Darry, who looked grim. Wordlessly, they took position behind Rhaegar, their weapons drawn. A move that signaled open defiance of the king. Ned glanced at his father, who stood with stern resolve, and at Lyanna, who clenched her fists, preparing for chaos. For a tense moment, it seemed violence would erupt. Yet Aerys, frail and unstable, found himself outnumbered. The royal guards, though sworn to protect the king, recognized that Prince Rhaegar possessed both the claim to the throne and the pragmatic leadership the realm needed. With King Aerys' madness spiraling, they hesitated. "This is treason," Aerys spat, spittle flying from his lips. "Treason?" Rhaegar took a measured breath. "I am not overthrowing you, father, but I cannot allow you to endanger our bloodline or the realm any longer. For the sake of the 7 kingdoms, you must relinquish your powers. I will see you cared for, but you can no longer rule." Gasps erupted throughout the throne room. It was an unprecedented moment, a forced abdication of a mad king by his heir. Rickard Stark and his men stood, astonished to witness Targaryen infighting. Jaime Lannister's hand rested on the pommel of his sword, uncertain which oath now bound him more tightly. But it was Ser Barristan and Selmy who stepped forward, face pale but resolute, removing his helm and setting it at his feet as he knelt before Rhaegar. "My prince," Barristan said in a calm, grave voice. "The king is not well. I will serve you as I have served the crown all my life, for the good of the realm." That act of loyalty from the legendary knight shifted the atmosphere in the hall. One by one, the other Kingsguard members, except for Jaime, who remained near the throne, knelt beside Barristan. King Aerys ranted incoherently, hurling accusations and curses. But the tide was unstoppable. The torch of power had passed. In the hush that followed, Rhaegar turned to Rickard and Lyanna. "My lords, my lady," he said, voice tight with emotion. "I vow to honor our agreement. The Targaryen dynasty will be rebuilt on stronger foundations than fear. In recognition of your loyalty and the promise of unity, House Stark will share in our greatest secret, the rearing of dragons." He nodded to Ser Willem Darry, who signaled to a pair of attendants. They left the throne room momentarily, then returned carrying an ornate chest. Setting it before Rickard, they opened the lid to reveal a single dragon egg, mottled silver and deep gray like the swirling clouds of a northern sky. A collective breath swept through those present. Even King Aerys fell silent for an instant, transfixed by the sight of the egg. The promise of a living dragon within was almost mythic. Rhaegar reached out gently, stroking the curved shell with reverence. Then, with both hands, he lifted it and presented it to Rickard Stark. "In the name of unity between our houses," Rhaegar intoned. "May this egg be nurtured under the care of the North, symbolizing the melding of ice and fire." Rickard's expression was unreadable. Slowly he reached out, letting his gloved fingers brush the shell. The heat emanating from it was faint but unmistakable. Gathering himself, he accepted the egg, nodding solemnly. Lyanna stood behind him, eyes wide with a mixture of awe and trepidation. With that gesture, the foundation was laid for a new alliance, one that could remake the power structure of Westeros. Yet the moment was bittersweet. The madness of the deposed king still threatened to undermine everything. Robert Baratheon's rebellion gathered strength. And no one knew if the dragons could truly be reborn or if prophecy would ring true. In the days that followed, Rhaegar moved swiftly to consolidate power. King Aerys was confined to his chambers under guard, a figure of pity more than menace. Rhaegar sent ravens throughout the realm, proclaiming that he had assumed the regency with his father's blessing, though most guessed it was more a coup than a peaceful handover. Still, the promise of stable leadership from Rhaegar calmed many of the lords, uncertain though they were. Robert Baratheon, however, refused to bow. When word reached Storm's End of Aerys' deposition and the rumored alliance with the Starks, Robert fumed. He rallied men from the Stormlands, the Reach, and even some in the Riverlands who resented Targaryen rule. They marched under banners of the Stag, prepared to challenge Rhaegar's claim. Word spread that Robert would not rest until Lyanna was returned to him, until the Targaryen line was overthrown. War seemed inevitable even if Rhaegar tried to broker peace. Within the Red Keep, tensions simmered. But so did newfound hope. Rhaegar convened secret councils with Rickard Stark and a few trusted advisors to discuss the nurturing of the dragon egg. Scrolls were brought from Dragonstone, detailing cryptic rituals and the conditions under which eggs once hatched. Ned attended these sessions, flanked by Lyanna at times. Both were still reeling from the abrupt changes that had turned the realm upside down. Yet they could not deny a thrill at the possibility of forging a living connection to the majestic beasts that once ruled the skies. For weeks, the egg was kept in a specially prepared brazier, bathed in flickering flames according to the old writings. Lyanna visited the chamber often, drawn by a strange fascination. Sometimes Ned found her sitting quietly by the brazier, watching the shell intently as if waiting for a sign. "It seems to pulse," she told Ned one evening, her voice hushed. "Almost like a heartbeat, faint but steady." Ned listened carefully, placing a hand near the shell. He felt no distinct movement, but the warmth was undeniable, like a living ember within a shell of stone. "If it hatches," he whispered, "it changes everything." Rhaegar's 2 remaining eggs were also kept near, though not in the same brazier. He believed each egg might bond to a different individual, forging a triad that matched the Targaryen sigil of the 3-headed dragon. If so, it could mean a partnership bridging north and south, with each house claiming a living dragon. The very notion both exhilarated and frightened Ned. Dragons were not pets. They were forces of nature. Outside the castle walls, the threat of war grew. Scouts reported Robert's forces marching toward the Crownlands. Rhaegar issued a call for loyalist banners, summoning them to defend King's Landing. House Lannister hesitated, uncertain whether to commit. House Tyrell wavered, mindful of the potential devastation a dragon could unleash if they chose the wrong side. Amid the gathering storm, the wedding negotiations advanced. Rhaegar proposed a grand ceremony in the Great September of Baelor, but Rickard insisted on something smaller, more private, for fear of inciting riots. Ultimately, they agreed on a modest ceremony within the Red Keep itself, officiated by the High Septon. It was a compromise that would still draw attention but might not flare tempers as much as a grand spectacle. The day of the ceremony arrived with surprising swiftness. Rhaegar dressed in regal black trimmed with red, while Lyanna wore ivory and silver, colors that blended Targaryen and Stark symbolism. The halls were filled with a hush of anticipation. Soldiers lined the corridors, their faces solemn, aware that an alliance like this was a turning point for the realm. Lords from various houses attended, some out of curiosity, others out of sheer obligation. Ned stood beside Lyanna, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. The High Septon's voice echoed in the vaulted chamber, solemn words binding the two houses together. Brandon glowered at the back, disapproving but silent for the sake of the family. Rickard stood, stoic as always, a million thoughts hidden behind his stern visage. The vows spoken, Rhaegar gently placed a cloak of red and black over Lyanna's shoulders. In return, she offered him a cloak of gray and white fur, symbolizing the north. When the High Septon pronounced them bound in the eyes of the gods, a silent ripple passed through the crowd, shock, awe, and an undercurrent of wariness. The realm had never seen such a thing. But that night, a modest feast was held, and for a brief moment, alliances were celebrated instead of contested. Yet even that night, the specter of impending conflict loomed. Robert Baratheon was in the field, leading his growing army toward the capital. Rumors of a confrontation near the Trident filled the air. And in the quiet of the Red Keep, the dragon egg in the brazier pulsed with increasing intensity, as if echoing the realm's heartbeat. Time became a precious commodity. Rhaegar received reports that Robert's army was harrying loyalist forces. A pitched battle seemed inevitable. If Robert were victorious, he might even march on King's Landing. The newly formed alliance between Targaryen and Stark would be put to its first test. Ned sensed that the realm's stability teetered on a knife's edge. If the egg hatched in time, it could be the key to securing a swift end to the rebellion. But if it did not, they faced a conventional war that could destroy the fragile unity they had forged. In a secret council that included Rickard, Ned, Lyanna, and a few trusted knights, Rhaegar outlined a plan to confront Robert's forces at the Trident. He intended to lead a loyalist host, augmented by allies from Dorne and some from the Crownlands. He urged the Starks to remain in the capital, to safeguard the egg and, by extension, the realm's hope for a living dragon. Rickard agreed, not wishing to leave the egg unprotected. Ned felt torn. On the one hand, his sense of honor called him to the battlefield, to fight by Rhaegar's side and prove House Stark's commitment. On the other hand, he understood the significance of guarding the egg. But something in him bristled at the idea of letting others fight while he stayed behind. Rhaegar, sensing Ned's conflict, took him aside. "I need you here, Ned," the prince said. "If the egg hatches, you'll be among the first to behold it. You must ensure the bond is formed. That bond could seal our alliance beyond question, no matter the outcome of the battle. I trust Ser Barristan and the others in the field. But this is crucial." Ned swallowed hard. The old gods knew he had never thought to become a caretaker of dragons. Yet duty beckoned, in a form he had never anticipated. "Very well," he said. "I'll stay." With that, Rhaegar departed King's Landing at the head of his army. Lyanna watched him leave, her eyes filled with a complex mix of fear and resolve. The city braced itself for news, for some sign of how the clash at the Trident would unfold. Meanwhile, Ned and Rickard focused on the egg, waiting for any sign that would confirm they had made the right choice in forging this unlikely alliance. The days dragged, each morning arriving with rumors from the front. Some said Robert's hammer had smashed through small loyalist forces. Others claimed Rhaegar had triumphed in skirmishes. Tension gripped the capital, and King Aerys, still in confinement, howled about betrayal and demanded that wildfire be readied. Rhaegar's loyal guards kept the old king under close watch, preventing him from unleashing chaos. Finally, on a moonlit evening, as Ned sat near the brazier, exhausted from hours of vigil, something happened. The egg let out a faint crackle, like ice fracturing in a winter lake. Startled, Ned leaped to his feet, nearly knocking over a table. He peered closely at the egg. Yes, there. A hairline fracture ran along its shell, glowing faintly red. His heart thundered. He called for Lyanna and Ricard, and within minutes they arrived, eyes wide, breath quick with anticipation. Again a crackling sound. The fracture widened, a fine web of lines spreading across the surface. Heat poured from it, intensifying. The braziers flared, as though feeding the egg's transformation. Ricard and Ned exchanged looks, each realizing the magnitude of this moment. Lyanna stood transfixed, her hand half covering her mouth in awe. Then the shell broke. A small serpentine head emerged, glistening in the firelight. It let out a weak, chirping cry, and Ned's skin prickled at the sheer impossibility of it. A dragonling, alive, in his lifetime. Its scales were a shimmering gray, shot through with veins of silver and white, like a living embodiment of ice fused with fire. It wriggled, struggling free of the shell, flame dancing in its beady eyes. Lyanna gasped. Ricard's breath caught in his throat. Slowly, carefully, Ned reached out, though every instinct in him trembled. The hatchling jerked, then fixed its gaze on Ned, letting out another soft cry as if deciding what manner of creature stood before it. Ned felt his pulse pounding. He eased his hand closer, and the tiny dragon sniffed his fingertips before pressing its scaled head to his palm. A hush fell, broken only by the crackle of flames. The hatchling exhaled a wisp of smoke from its nostrils. In that moment, Ned sensed a connection unlike anything he had known, an understanding that this fragile creature was more than a beast. It was a promise, a symbol of the alliance that House Stark had forged with House Targaryen. Ice and fire entwined. Tears of wonder brimmed in Lyanna's eyes. Ricard cleared his throat, his voice unsteady with awe. The old tales said it was impossible, that the dragons were gone forever. Ned did not reply, his attention riveted on the hatchling in his hand. Its heartbeat felt like a tiny drum against his palm, a living testament to the magnitude of what they had done. For a split second, hope burned brighter than any threat of war. But that hope was soon tested. Less than a day later, a messenger arrived, bedraggled from a swift, desperate ride. Rhaegar had met Robert Baratheon on the banks of the Trident. The battle was fierce, casualties mounting on both sides. According to initial accounts, Rhaegar's skill with the sword was unmatched, but Robert wielded his warhammer with terrifying power, fueled by unyielding rage. The messenger spoke of how Rhaegar led a charge at the heart of the rebel forces, determined to break their lines. The water of the river allegedly ran red with blood. Ned held his breath, waiting for the final outcome of that fateful duel. The messenger's eyes flicked to the dragon hatchling perched on Ned's forearm. "My lord," he said in a shaky voice. "Prince Rhaegar, he's alive, but wounded. The loyalist forces have not yet broken. They say the prince fought Robert to a near standstill before Ser Barristan and intervened. Robert's forces are withdrawing for now, but they may regroup." Relief mingled with dread. Rhaegar lived, but the war was far from over. Ned glanced at the hatchling, which hissed softly. The significance of the creature settled upon him like a mantle of responsibility. This alliance, this hatchling, was meant to turn the tide if they could only bring it to the battlefield in time. Yet the dragon was just born, fragile. It would take weeks, months, possibly years to grow strong enough to be a force in war. Ricard, brow furrowed, pulled Ned aside. "We must send word to Rhaegar that the dragon is hatched. It might bolster the morale of his men, or even force a truce if Robert realizes we have a living dragon on our side." Ned nodded. "Agreed. But it's small, father, and cannot fight yet." Still, the knowledge alone might serve as a deterrent. They composed a letter immediately, sealed it with the dire wolf sigil, and entrusted it to the same messenger. Lyanna added her own words of encouragement for Rhaegar's swift recovery. Then the messenger departed, carrying with him the news that would spread across the realm like wildfire. Dragons had returned to Westeros, and the Starks were allied with them. Word traveled quickly, igniting both and fear. Some lords in the Crownlands pledged renewed loyalty to Rhaegar upon hearing it, convinced the Targaryen-Stark alliance was destined to prevail. Others in the rebel camp scoffed, calling it a hoax or a trick meant to demoralize them. Robert Baratheon, a man too stubborn to be easily shaken, reportedly swore he would smash any dragon that dared stand in his way, living or not. Inside King's Landing, the newly hatched dragon grew day by day, fed small morsels of meat. It bonded with Ned in a way no one had anticipated. The creature followed him, recognized his scent, and allowed him to handle it. Lyanna nicknamed it Frostfire, a reflection of its shimmering scales. Ned laughed at the name's fancy, but it soon stuck. Even the household staff began to speak of the creature with a mixture of reverence and caution. Late one evening, Ned stood on a balcony overlooking the city, Frostfire perched on the railing. Torchlight shimmered on the dragonling's scales. It gazed out at King's Landing with curious eyes, as though trying to understand the new world it had been born into. Ned couldn't help but feel the burden of destiny. He was no Targaryen, no dragon lord of old, but here he was, a Stark of the North, caretaker of a living dragon. When Rhaegar returned from the battlefield, would they raise the dragon together? Or was it destined to bond only with Ned, an unexpected twist of prophecy? Footsteps approached. Lyanna joined him, rubbing her arms against the cool night air. "He seems comfortable with you," she observed softly, nodding toward the dragonling. Ned reached out, scratching beneath the hatchling's chin. Frostfire let out a soft trill of contentment. "It's hard to believe, Lyanna. Sometimes I think I'll wake up back in Winterfell and all this will be a dream." She leaned on the railing beside him. "We've stepped into a story, haven't we? Something out of the old songs. A Stark with a dragon, who would have imagined?" He offered a faint smile. "We can only hope this story ends better than most songs do." The next weeks were a blur of tense preparation. Reports from the warfront trickled in. Rhaegar's army won some skirmishes, lost others, locked in a stalemate with the rebels. Both sides licked their wounds, searching for an advantage. Ravens flew daily between King's Landing and the Loyalist camp. Rhaegar's health improved, though he remained bruised from his confrontation with Robert. In each letter, he expressed eagerness to see the newborn dragon. Yet caution prevailed. The prince could not risk coming to King's Landing without leaving his forces vulnerable. If Robert's men discovered his absence, they might launch a swift assault on the capital. Amid the uncertainty, Ned developed a routine with Frostfire. He fed the hatchling, oversaw the construction of a warm enclosure that mimicked some of the environment described in the old Targaryen texts. The dragon was playful, snapping at shadows, occasionally breathing small jets of flame, enough to singe Ned's sleeve or the edges of a tapestry. With each passing day, it grew, its wingspan expanding, its body gaining lean muscle. While still nowhere near large enough to be ridden, it was undoubtedly a genuine dragon, a force of nature in miniature. One night, Ned dreamed of a snowy field where Frostfire soared overhead, now fully grown, its roar echoing across the frozen plains. In the dream, the northern banners clashed with those of foreign invaders. The dragon's flames set the battlefield alight, melting snow into rivers that carried away the bodies of the fallen. When Ned woke, he felt a chill that had little to do with the wind. Was this vision a foretelling or mere fancy? The realm's attention turned toward the next major confrontation, rumored to be near Harrenhal, a fortress steeped in grim history. Rhaegar hoped to lure Robert into a disadvantage, using the castle's labyrinthine ruins and the advantage of loyalist reinforcements arriving from Dorne. If the plan succeeded, the rebellion might be quashed swiftly. If it failed, Robert could march straight to the capital with unstoppable momentum. On the eve of what would be known as the Battle of Harrenhal, Ned stood once more with Lyanna and their father. Couriers brought last-minute pleas from Rhaegar for House Stark's moral support, though he also urged them to stay vigilant in King's Landing. A sense of foreboding gripped all three. Ricard paced the corridors, muttering that they should dispatch more men to aid the prince. But the city's defenses still needed to be manned in case of a surprise attack. That night, as Ned was about to retire, Frostfire grew restless. The dragon hissed, pacing in its enclosure. No matter what Ned tried, calming words, fresh meat, even letting it out to stretch its wings, the creature refused to settle. Finally, Ned led Frostfire to a high terrace in the Red Keep, letting the dragon look out over the dark city. The moon hung low, clouds scudding across its face. The stars glittered, cold and distant. Suddenly, the dragon screeched, releasing a burst of flame into the night sky. Ned's heart lurched. He looked northward, the direction Frostfire's head was pointing. Despite the darkness, it almost seemed the horizon flickered with a faint glow. Was it lightning, or something more sinister? Commotion stirred below. Guards rushed into the courtyard. Whispers spread of lights spotted beyond the city walls, of an approaching army. Panic twisted Ned's gut as he hurried down to investigate. The gates were sealed. Watchmen positioned on the battlements, scanning the darkness. A single rider approached under a banner of parley. By torchlight, Ned and Lyanna stood on the battlements, trying to identify the rider. When the figure came within earshot, they shouted, "We bear words of House Baratheon. Open your gates and hear them, or prepare for your doom." Stunned, Ned exchanged a glance with Lyanna. Had Robert's army somehow outmaneuvered Rhaegar? The guard at Ned's side looked pale. "My lord, what are your orders?" Ned hesitated, heart hammering. If Robert himself were outside, demanding entry, then Rhaegar's plan had failed. The possibility loomed that the capital might be under imminent siege. But a parley could offer a chance to spare lives, especially if Robert did not yet know about Frostfire. Taking a deep breath, Ned made a swift decision. "Open the gate for the envoy." "Just the envoy," he ordered. "Keep the portcullis down and an entire contingent of guards ready." Minutes later, the rider entered, flanked by armed guards. It was not Robert, but a knight bearing the stag sigil. He removed his helm, sweat beading on his forehead. His voice resonated in the torchlit courtyard. "We come on behalf of Lord Robert Baratheon, rightful protector of the realm. He demands the surrender of King's Landing in exchange for clemency. The war is all but won. Prince Rhaegar's forces have been routed near Harrenhal. Many fled, some have defected. The prince himself has retreated or is lost. None can confirm." Stunned silence spread through the courtyard. Ned's mind reeled. If Rhaegar's forces were truly broken, then King's Landing might be next in Robert's sights. Could it be a bluff? Or had disaster indeed struck on the battlefield? He struggled to compose himself. The envoy held out a parchment sealed with the Baratheon stag. "Your father, Lord Rickard, and your sister, Lady Lyanna, will be spared if you open the gates. House Stark need not fall with the Targaryens. Choose wisely, Lord Eddard." Lyanna gripped Ned's arm, her eyes shining with fear and defiance. The notion of betraying Rhaegar, her husband, gnawed at Ned's conscience. But if Rhaegar's cause was truly lost, what would become of House Stark if they held firm? War could spill into the city streets, innocents butchered, the city burned. Even the newly hatched Frostfire would be vulnerable. Ned's eyes flicked to the small shape perched above, the living embodiment of the alliance they had forged. Where was Rhaegar now? Before Ned could answer, another shout echoed from the gate. Another rider was arriving at a gallop, bearing Targaryen colors. The guards parted, letting the rider through. He tumbled from his horse, panting. "Prince Rhaegar. He survived the battle. He leads a remnant of his loyal knights back to the city. They'll arrive by dawn." The Baratheon envoy scowled. "It matters little. He comes battered and broken. The city cannot hold. Surrender now and spare yourselves." A swirl of chaos erupted. Guards and attendants shouted, uncertain whose word to heed. Ned realized this was a crossroads. They could open the gates to Robert's men, betraying Rhaegar and possibly securing House Stark's safety, or they could brace for a siege, hoping Rhaegar's return would offer some salvation. Frostfire hissed overhead, the faint glow of flames illuminating the courtyard. Ned felt torn in two. Yet his decision had already been made, in a sense, the moment he accepted the dragon egg. He recalled Rhaegar's earnest gaze, his willingness to share Targaryen power. He had sworn to protect Lyanna and to uphold the alliance. Robert was a friend once, but that man was gone, replaced by a rebel bent on destroying the Targaryens. Ned lifted his head, voice resonant with newfound authority. "King's Landing remains loyal to its rightful prince. We will not open the gates. If Robert seeks to spare the city, he can meet Prince Rhaegar at dawn as men of honor face to face." The envoy sneered but said nothing further. He was escorted out, returning to the rebel lines. The portcullis slammed shut behind him. The city braced for the possibility of an immediate assault. Messengers spread the word, mobilize defenders, prepare the walls, ignite signal fires. In the Red Keep, Rickard Stark commended Ned's choice, though the older man wore a grim expression. "We stand by the alliance. Let us hope Rhaegar can rally enough support to drive off Robert." Night passed in anxious vigil. Ned spent much of it with Frostfire, whose agitation seemed to mirror the mounting danger. Lyanna joined him briefly, her face set in a mixture of determination and fear. "No matter what happens," she whispered, "thank you for not abandoning me." At the first light of dawn, horns sounded from the city walls. Rhaegar approached with a ragged host, hundreds, maybe 1,000 men, far fewer than the mighty force he left with. Blood and dirt stained their armor. The prince himself rode at the head, bruised and battle-worn, yet still carrying an air of undeniable nobility. When the gates opened, the townsfolk saw him and whispered, some pitying, others hopeful. Ned and Rickard hurried to meet him in the courtyard. Rhaegar dismounted, breath-heaving. Barristan Selmy and a handful of knights flanked him, similarly exhausted. Lyanna rushed forward, concern etched across her face. Rhaegar pulled her into a tight embrace, wincing at the pain in his ribs. "I'm alive," he said softly, though the day was ill-fated. Swiftly, Ned informed Rhaegar of Robert's envoy. The prince listened grimly. "He'll not wait long before pressing the assault," Rhaegar said. "My men need rest, but Robert has the advantage of numbers and morale. We must find a way to keep him from breaching the walls until reinforcements can arrive from Dorne or the Reach." Ned could see the desperation in Rhaegar's eyes. The Targaryen had staked everything on forging a new era, but the realm's old hatreds were not easily quelled. "There is a chance the mere threat of a living dragon might force Robert to reconsider," Ned offered. At the mention of the hatchling, Rhaegar's gaze lit with renewed hope. "It hatched? Truly?" Ned nodded, beckoning the prince to follow. Inside the Red Keep's labyrinth of corridors, they reached the enclosure. Frostfire greeted them with a piercing cry, flicking its tail and exhaling a thin jet of flame. Rhaegar stared, awestruck. A shaky laugh escaped his lips. "The gods are merciful. We have a dragon once more." Yet even that wondrous sight did not erase the harsh reality. Frostfire was small, incapable of turning the tide of battle on its own. Rhaegar knelt before the dragon, hand trembling as he extended it. Frostfire regarded him, snorted a puff of smoke, then turned to nuzzle Ned as if to say, "This is my caretaker." A flicker of envy and uncertainty crossed Rhaegar's face, but it vanished quickly, replaced by gratitude. "A sign that House Stark and House Targaryen are truly united," he said quietly, looking at Ned. "Will you stand with me in the battle to come?" Ned answered without hesitation. "Yes, Prince Rhaegar." Until the end. The final confrontation loomed. Robert's army surrounded King's Landing, preparing siege engines, forming lines of archers. The city's defenders manned the walls, each soldier braced for a grim fight. Within the Red Keep, hastily convened war councils weighed their options. Rhaegar proposed a parley, hoping to show Robert the dragon hatchling, to convince him that continued conflict would spell his doom in the long run. Some doubted Robert would be moved by talk of future dragons, especially if he smelled Targaryen blood. Still, it might be the only chance to avoid a costly siege. Messengers arranged a meeting at midday. Under flags of truce, Robert Baratheon and Rhaegar Targaryen agreed to meet on a narrow plain outside the city gates, each accompanied by a small retinue. The tension was unbearable as Ned, Rickard, and Lyanna joined Rhaegar. Frostfire was left behind, for it could not travel without risking panic. But Ned wore the symbol of the dragon, an amulet Rhaegar had given him, fashioned from a shard of the eggshell. Outside the gates, Robert awaited them atop a massive warhorse, clad in steel plate that glinted in the sunlight. His broad shoulders and muscled arms looked built for that warhammer he carried. Beside him stood Jon Arryn, his face etched with concern, and a few other lords. The lines of soldiers behind them stretched across the plain. Ned's heart sank at the sheer numbers. The rebels clearly outmatched the battered loyalists inside the city. Rhaegar and Robert locked gazes, the memory of their duel at the trident burning between them. The hush was so deep that even the horses seemed to hold their breath. At last, Robert spoke, voice echoing with unwavering resolve. "You've lost, Targaryen. Your father is mad, and you're no better. Surrender, and perhaps I'll let your precious city live." Rhaegar stood tall, fighting a wince from his wounds. "We have a living dragon, Robert. If you press this assault, it will not be me you face, but the wrath of a creature from the old world." Robert spat. "A hatchling, they say. If it's even real. You think that will stop me? I'll smash it like an egg on a rock." Ned tensed at the venom in Robert's voice. The Robert he knew once was jovial, quick to laugh. Now that man was gone, replaced by bitterness and rage. He glanced at Jon Arryn, who looked troubled but resolute at his foster son's side. Rhaegar's gaze swept across the rebel lords. "Must the realm drown in blood? The Starks and Targaryens have united, why not join us? End the cycle of violence and we can reshape Westeros for the better." Robert barked a harsh laugh. "Reshape it under a Targaryen who claims dragons? I can see how that ends, fire and ash for all who oppose you." "No, Rhaegar. Your time is done." Ned felt Lyanna stiffen beside him. "Robert," she began, voice quavering, "listen to reason. We can find peace if we do." Her words went unfinished. Robert glowered, pain and anger twisting his features. "So this is the thanks I get for caring about you, Lyanna? For loving you? You marry the dragon prince and think all's forgiven?" He snorted. "I'll see the throne shattered before I let you serve his father's line." Seeing the futility, Rhaegar's shoulders sagged. The parley was failing. Robert was beyond reason, driven by heartbreak, vengeance, and perhaps the allure of the Iron Throne. Rhaegar gave a weary nod, turning his horse to ride back. The lines of rebels parted to let them pass, but the hostility in their gazes was unmistakable. Back within the city, the defenders readied themselves. Siege towers loomed on the horizon, catapults being assembled. Time was almost up. Ned wondered if they should attempt to smuggle Frostfire out of King's Landing to save the hatchling, preserving the future of dragons even if the city fell. Rhaegar, however, refused to abandon his people, clinging to hope that they might stand firm until reinforcements arrived. The next morning, the drums of war thundered. Robert's siege engines hurled boulders against the walls, archers loosed volleys of arrows, and loyalist soldiers returned fire. The battle for King's Landing began in earnest. Smoke and flames rose along the battlements. Civilians huddled in the streets, terrified. The Red Keep trembled from the force of catapult strikes. Rhaegar and Barristan Selmy led sorties to repel assaults on the gates. The city's defenders fought with the desperation of cornered beasts. From a vantage point atop the Red Keep, Ned watched chaos unfold, Frostfire perched anxiously beside him. The hatchling screeched at the sound of war, flapping its wings uselessly. Soldiers cried out in pain, the clang of steel on steel echoing across the city. For the first time, Ned questioned whether this alliance, this dream of uniting ice and fire, was destined to end in ruin. All at once, horns blared and Ned saw a swirl of banners to the south. A second army approached. At first, he feared it was yet another contingent of rebels. Then the sun caught bright green and gold, House Tyrell's sigil of a golden rose on a green field. Behind them marched banners of Dorne's son and spear. Reinforcements had arrived at last. Mace Tyrell led his knights with pomp, while Prince Doran Martell's men advanced methodically. Together, they crashed into Robert's flank, the rebel lines dissolving into confusion. A roar of hope rose from King's Landing's defenders. Robert's men, caught between the city walls and the new arrivals, faltered. From his vantage, Ned could see the tide turning. Now was the moment. He seized Frostfire, ignoring the hatchling's startled squawk, and raced down to the courtyard, shouting for Rhaegar. The prince, battered and bloody from directing the defense, looked up as Ned approached. "Your reinforcements have come, my prince," Ned yelled over the din. Robert's forces waver. Rhaegar's eyes blazed with renewed determination. Mustering whatever strength remained, he led a final sortie out of the city gates. Loyalist soldiers poured onto the field, the Tyrell and Martell banners converging with Targaryen ones in a pincer maneuver. Trapped, Robert and his generals realized they stood on the edge of defeat. Ned stayed back, but from the walls he watched Robert attempt one last, furious charge. Surrounded by men loyal to him, Robert swung his warhammer with deadly force, scattering foes like wheat. But the numbers were against him now. When Rhaegar appeared on the battlefield, accompanied by Barristan and Prince Oberyn Martell, Robert's final stand became a swirl of savage blows. In the end, it was Barristan Selmy who struck the warhammer from Robert's grip. Rhaegar, though wounded, managed to parry Robert's desperate lunges, driving him back. Weakened and unhorsed, Robert was finally subdued, forced to his knees, a ring of spears at his throat. Cheers erupted from the loyalists. Horns sounded triumph. Robert's men threw down their weapons or fled. The siege of King's Landing had ended, the rebellion crushed. Ned could scarcely believe it as he moved through the carnage-littered field. Burnt siege towers, shattered weapons, the groans of the injured. Yet the city still stood. Rhaegar Targaryen remained alive. House Tyrell and House Martell had arrived in time. Perhaps prophecy or sheer fate had guided events to this point. Amid the spoils of victory, Robert Baratheon was brought before Rhaegar in chains, his face contorted with hatred. Jon Arryn knelt beside him, silent in defeat. Rhaegar regarded them with weary compassion. "Let there be no more bloodshed today," he declared. "We have won, and the realm needs peace." Some loyalists muttered that Robert should be executed for treason. Others called for mercy. Rhaegar lifted his gaze to Ned, then to Lyanna, who had arrived at the scene. She stepped forward, voice trembling yet resolute. "Show him the mercy he would not have shown us." In a gesture that stunned the gathered lords, Rhaegar decreed that Robert be taken as a prisoner, stripped of titles until further judgment. He spared Jon Arryn and the other rebel lords, offering a chance for reconciliation. Most looked on in astonishment, some admired the prince's magnanimity, others saw it as naivety. But the realm had endured enough killing. Thus ended Robert's rebellion, or rather, it concluded on this battlefield outside King's Landing, where an alliance born of ice and fire had tipped the balance of power. As the dust settled, Ned felt a wash of relief and exhaustion. The city was scarred but unbroken. House Stark had upheld its honor and gained an unimaginable ally in the form of a dragonling that now chirped curiously at the scorched battlefield. In the weeks that followed, Rhaegar assumed rulership in all but name, with King Aerys fully deposed and confined to a tower. Regents and maesters convened to formalize a new treaty among the major houses. Many lords were wary of a Targaryen monarchy restored to strength by dragons, but the living proof of Frostfire, perched occasionally on Ned's shoulder, reminded them that times had changed. The presence of House Stark in this new governance offered a counterbalance, a promise that old ways of tyranny would not return. True to his word, Rhaegar extended knowledge of dragons to the Starks. Though the process of raising a dragon remained fraught with uncertainty, the bond between Ned and Frostfire deepened. New eggs, recovered from Dragonstone, were rumored to hold additional secrets. Some whispered that if they, too, could be awakened, a new age of dragons might begin, one guided by cautious alliances rather than raw conquest. Lyanna, now recognized officially as a Targaryen consort, carried herself with regal resolve. The realm gossiped endlessly about her role in shaping the outcome of the war. Some reviled her for betraying a prior betrothal, others praised her for preventing further bloodshed by forging a powerful alliance. Regardless, she stood beside Rhaegar, dedicating herself to a future where the North and the Crown cooperated. Amid the reconstruction of ravaged lands and the forging of new accords, Ned occasionally wondered if House Stark had traded one form of duty for another. Winterfell still beckoned, the seat of their ancestral power. One day he would return home, accompanied perhaps by a young dragon that carried the warmth of the South. And when winter inevitably came, maybe that flame would protect the North from the icy darkness all Starks feared. But for now, Ned stood on a balcony of the Red Keep, Frostfire perched at his side, gazing at a sunrise that bathed the city in soft gold. The sky was clear, as if cleansed by the storms of war. Somewhere below, people bustled about their lives, uncertain but hopeful. He thought of the impossible journey that had led him here, dragons shared by Targaryens and Starks, a rebellion stopped by last-minute alliances, a realm poised on the edge of a new era. A gentle breeze stirred Frostfire's small wings, and the dragon let out a contented rumble. Ned placed a hand on its scaled neck, feeling the beat of its heart. The Targaryens had shared their dragons with the Starks, and together they had reshaped the destiny of Westeros. The cost was high and the future still uncertain, but for this moment Ned allowed himself to hope. Perhaps at long last, the blood of the wolf and the flame of the dragon could unite to guide the realm toward a lasting peace, one forged by both ice and fire. A breeze drifted through the royal apartments of the Red Keep, carrying with it the mingled scents of charred wood and blooming flowers. King's Landing was a city of contrasts now, still bearing fresh scars from the siege, yet also quickening with the vibrancy of renewed life. Eddard Stark stood near a tall, arched window, gazing down into the courtyard where a line of supply wagons rolled through the gates. Laborers and carpenters hurried about, shouting orders to each other under the watchful eyes of armed guards. The outer walls had been battered, the gatehouse half-scorched, but the city still stood, and for the first time in what felt like ages, there was genuine hope among the people. Ned breathed deeply. Much had changed in only a handful of moons. The realm teetered between exhaustion and optimism. Despite the relief that followed Robert Baratheon's defeat, there were still rebellious mutterings in every tavern from Flea Bottom to the furthest corners of the Crownlands. Of course there would be, people had grown used to complaining under the Mad King, living in fear that one spark of his wrath might set them ablaze. Now his son, Prince Rhaegar, had stepped into the role of regent and true ruler, though technically Aerys still lived in guarded confinement. Many lords wondered if Rhaegar, newly wedded to Lyanna Stark, could truly hold the Seven Kingdoms together while wrestling with the legacy of Targaryen madness. Turning from the window, Ned rested his hand gently on the warm scale of Frostfire, the young dragon perched upon a wooden stand near the hearth. The dragonling had grown swiftly these past weeks, nearly the size of a large hunting dog. Its coloration remained a breathtaking blend of silver and gray, flecked with faint hints of white. Where once its flames had barely singed a scrap of cloth, the beast could now produce a brief but fierce burst of fire. The Red Keep's servants learned to give Frostfire a wide berth after a scullion lost his eyebrows and nearly his entire head of hair to the creature's startled belch. Frostfire let out a rumbling sound, somewhere between a purr and a growl. Ned scratched beneath the dragon's chin, feeling its rumbling contentment vibrate through his fingertips. He marveled anew at the bond they shared. Many times he had questioned why the hatchling chose him over Rhaegar or even Lyanna. Yet from the day it cracked the shell, Frostfire had seemed to latch onto Ned's scent, his presence, a living symbol that the unthinkable alliance between Targaryen and Stark was more than mere politics. It was, in some mysterious way, destiny. A knock sounded at the door. Sir Willem Darry pushed it open, his lined face conveying calm professionalism. "My Lord Stark," he said in a gravelly tone. "His Grace, the Prince, requests your presence in the council chamber. He wishes to discuss the next steps for everything." Ned's chest tightened. Being Lord Eddard Stark was burden enough, yet here in King's Landing he seemed to have taken on the role of Rhaegar's right-hand counselor and friend. The shift still felt strange. The North was his domain, his father Ricard's domain, and he never sought more influence than was absolutely required. But the realm would not heal on politeness alone. Ned nodded to Ser Willem, gave Frostfire one final scratch, and followed the knight into the corridor. The Red Keep was alive with footfalls and whispers. Guards in Targaryen livery stood stationed at every turn. The air, warmed by the coastal climate, held a faint tang of smoke still lingering from the recent fires. Tapestries and fine draperies had been hung over scorched walls to hide the blackened stone, but the underlying scars remained. They passed a pair of Myrish carpets that muffled their steps. As they approached the council chamber, an austere room lined with maps and references, Ned's mind flitted to the memory of Robert Baratheon, bound in chains, kneeling in the mud outside the city. He knew Robert's bitterness would only deepen in captivity. That worried him. But if Rhaegar allowed Robert to go free or exiled him outright, the big man would undoubtedly resume his rebellion. Ned had no easy answers. Inside the council chamber, Rhaegar sat at the head of a long, polished table. Though overshadowed by a crownless father locked away in a tower, he still wore princely finery, a doublet of black velvet embroidered with the three-headed dragon of Targaryen in crimson thread. His hair was neatly combed, but the lines of fatigue etched his handsome features. At his right side sat Elia Martell, composed and dignified. On his left, Lyanna Stark wore a modest gown of pale blue that complemented her dark hair. Her wedding band caught the light as she folded her hands in her lap. Maester Aemon, ancient and nearly blind, was also present, having traveled from the Wall at Rhaegar's invitation to advise on matters of lore. And there was Brandon Stark, too, leaning against a pillar and watching with wary eyes. Lord Ricard was absent today, busy conferring with northern lords who had trickled south after the war. Barristan Selmy, Ser Willem Darry, and a handful of other knights stood near enough to offer counsel on military matters. Ned inclined his head. "Your Grace." Rhaegar returned a thin smile. "Thank you for coming, Ned. We were just discussing the question of how to address my father's continued presence in the Red Keep." A tense silence weighed on the room. Everyone knew the Mad King remained a danger. Rumors spread that the old man, in his private tower, still ranted about wildfire and traitors. No one relished the idea of executing a Targaryen king in cold blood, especially not with half the realm watching for any sign that Rhaegar was unfit to rule. Yet leaving Aerys alive indefinitely risked undermining Rhaegar's authority. The realm needed clarity. Ned exchanged a glance with Lyanna. Her face tightened, but she gave a small nod as though signaling that caution was necessary. "What course do you propose, Your Grace?" Ned asked. Rhaegar rubbed his temples. "Maester Aemon suggests we keep my father under comfortable confinement for the remainder of his days, perhaps at Dragonstone or even the Maester's Citadel in Old Town where he can receive care. But I fear that as long as he remains alive, certain lords will question which Targaryen truly sits the throne. Legally speaking, my father has not abdicated, he was forced aside. That is a delicate truth, no matter how we phrase it in official records." Elia placed a gentle hand atop Rhaegar's. "He's your father, my prince, but I fear that many will exploit his madness if we do not make a firm decision soon." Brandon Stark's mouth pressed into a hard line. "Should have ended him the day he called for my father's and sister's heads," he muttered, though it was just loud enough for everyone to hear. "He's a plague on the realm, and we all know it." Rhaegar tensed. Ned couldn't blame Brandon for his anger. If it had been Ned's own father threatened with burning, he might well feel the same. But Rhaegar's moral hesitation was also understandable. To kill one's own father, even a mad tyrant, went against every fiber of duty and decency. Ned sighed inwardly, wishing they did not have to wrestle with such extremes. Maester Aemon, ancient hands trembling, spoke in a rasp. "The realm's peace depends on stability. King Aerys is beyond reason, beyond redemption. The Citadel can offer potions to keep him calm, but it will not make him well. For my part, I recommend you confine him somewhere far from the capital where he may no longer meddle. Whether you choose to call that exile or something else is for the crown to decide." Rhaegar's troubled gaze slid across the faces in the room until it settled on Lyanna. "What do you advise?" he asked softly. She paused before speaking, her tone measured. "I advise that if you truly wish to usher in a new age, you must show the realm that mercy and justice can coexist. If you kill him outright, some will call it kinslaying. Others will celebrate. But any celebrations will be brief. Soon enough, the realm will wonder if you might be as ruthless as your father, ready to snuff out any potential threat. Her eyes shone with conviction. A kinder path might be to send him to Old Town. Let him be cared for by the maesters, let the record show that you extended compassion even if he does not deserve it. Rhaegar exhaled, relief and sorrow mingling on his face. I will take that advice. My father is dangerous, but I cannot spill his blood. It would stain my reign forever. Let the world know we are different. We will do as Maester Aemon suggests, transfer him to Old Town under heavy guard. He will live out his days in confinement there. Brandon let out a huff but said nothing more, aware that pressing for Aerys' execution would only widen the rift between the Starks and Rhaegar. A quiet acceptance fell over the chamber, a strange mix of relief and tension. Even with Aerys removed, they still had the matter of Robert Baratheon's fate, the question of the great house's loyalties and the future of the newly hatched dragons to contend with. The meeting turned to other crucial issues, the northern lords who awaited Rickard Stark's guidance, the Tyrells now occupying Harrenhal to keep it from falling back into rebellious hands, and the Martells demanding formal recognition of their help in routing Robert's forces outside King's Landing. Above all hovered the question of how Rhaegar would secure his claim to the throne in a realm that had tasted the possibility of overthrowing Targaryen rule. When the discussion finally ended, the group dispersed to see to their tasks. Lyanna lingered at Rhaegar's side, the two speaking in hushed tones. Brandon departed swiftly, no doubt to meet with their father. Ned stepped into the hallway, feeling a deep weariness tug at his limbs. The endless swirl of politics was more draining than any winter campaign in the north. Even as a child, he had never cared for intrigues. All he wanted was to see his family safe and the realm at peace. He made for the private tower where Frostfire waited, weaving through corridors that had once seemed foreboding but now felt almost familiar. As he entered the tower chamber, he heard the faint sound of wings flapping, a new sound, stronger than before. Frostfire was practicing flight, lifting itself from the wooden perch and landing awkwardly on the floor. The dragonling hissed in annoyance as it scrambled for balance on the polished stone. Ned watched for a moment, a faint smile tugging at his lips. You'll get there, he said, quietly amused at the dragon's frustration. He brought over a small bowl of fresh meat scraps kept warm over a brazier and watched Frostfire feed with relish. Hunger seemed constant in young dragons. Everything he read suggested they needed ample heat and steady nourishment to grow strong, so he took pains to keep the chamber well heated, the braziers well fed, even though the southern climate already felt to Ned like a mild summer all year round. Still, a part of him longed for the snow-laden forests of the north. Winterfell's great stone walls might be austere, but they were home. The murmur of the weirwood trees, the crisp bite of the wind, the hush of the wolfswood, he missed it all. Perhaps once matters stabilized, he could journey back. But not yet. He was too deeply entwined in Rhaegar's new rule and too bound by his unique role as caretaker of a living dragon. Over the next few days, preparations for King Aerys' departure to Old Town began in earnest. The Old King was to be accompanied by a carefully selected group of guards loyal to Rhaegar, along with 1 or 2 maesters and an escort of knights from houses Tyrell and Martell. The idea was to ensure that no one house could claim sole custody of the exiled king, thereby preventing any cunning attempts to reinstate him. The High Septon in Old Town, though not precisely a puppet for House Targaryen, was sympathetic to preserving peace and had agreed to supervise Aerys' living arrangements. Ned stood with the onlookers one morning as a closed carriage drew up to the courtyard. Soldiers formed a solemn line. Aerys, chained at the wrists but dressed in an unassuming gray cloak, was led out. His once regal hair was dirty and tangled, his eyes darted around, full of madness and suspicion. He muttered as he walked, spitting curses at those around him. Ned found it eerie to look upon the dethroned monarch. The realm had suffered so much under his reign, yet he seemed frail, almost pathetic in his broken state. When Rhaegar stepped forward, his expression a careful mask, Aerys recoiled, baring yellowed teeth. For an instant, Ned thought Aerys might lunge at his son, but the guards restrained him gently yet firmly. You, usurper, traitor to the blood. Aerys snarled, his voice thin and ragged. Burn them all, I said, but you wouldn't listen. Wouldn't let me have my fires? Rhaegar flinched at the venom in his father's words. But he merely nodded at the escort commander who guided Aerys into the carriage. Then the entourage departed the Red Keep, the heavy gates clanging shut behind them. A hush fell over the courtyard. This, more than anything else, signaled the end of an era. The Mad King was gone, no longer a looming presence in the throne room, no longer able to bark out orders for pyres and punishments. Yet as the days turned to weeks, it became clear that removing Aerys was only the first in many necessary steps toward healing the realm. Lords from all over the 7 kingdoms sent ravens offering cautious congratulations mixed with demands or requests. Some wanted to reaffirm their loyalty to the new regime. Others sought new privileges or rewards for not joining Robert's cause. The Lannisters, who had remained oddly quiet during the rebellion, now tested the waters by dispatching Kevan Lannister as an envoy. Lord Tywin Lannister himself sent no direct missive, which unnerved Rhaegar more than a hostile letter might have. The new Prince Regent was no fool. He knew Tywin's cunning and wealth were forces that could not be ignored. Ned was not present for all these negotiations, but he heard enough from Rhaegar's counselors to realize that the Lannisters were treading carefully, waiting to see if they could profit from the new order. For the moment, Tywin Lannister had chosen neutrality. If not for the timely arrival of Tyrell and Martell forces, that neutrality might have doomed Rhaegar entirely. It was a lesson in realpolitik that Ned found disturbing. Neutrality, in Tywin's hands, was as lethal a weapon as any army. Meanwhile, Robert Baratheon remained imprisoned in the Red Keep, though the conditions of his confinement were not brutal. He was permitted visitors, mostly to show the realm that Rhaegar was not a tyrant, but also because attempts to isolate Robert entirely might stir further dissent. Jon Arryn had tried to gain audience with Robert, but the man refused to speak to his old mentor except to demand freedom. Stannis Baratheon, Robert's stern younger brother, had barricaded himself at Dragonstone, ironically the place where Targaryens had once reigned in exile, proclaiming that if Robert remained captive, House Baratheon needed a new head. Tensions flared there as well, though no open conflict erupted. It was as though the entire realm lay under a precariously balanced sword. Late one afternoon, Ned found Lyanna alone in a small courtyard garden, kneeling beside a bed of winter roses transplanted from the north. Her eyes were distant, face veiled in a quiet sadness. She seemed so far from the spirited girl who had once raced across the snowy fields of Winterfell, or who, rumor had it, had laughed in the face of any suitor who boasted too loudly. Yet her determination remained. He knelt beside her, the crisp fragrance of the roses reminding him acutely of home. "How fares your marriage?" he asked gently, though he already knew the answer was complicated. She managed a half-smile. "Rhaegar is kind to me. Gentle. He respects that I do not want to be caged. But sometimes I sense a distance and unease. He has Elia to think of. She is gracious, yet the arrangement is no small burden for her either." Ned nodded. The realm had grown accustomed to Targaryen traditions of polygamy from generations past, but it was still a scandal to many. Elia Martell might accept it in principle, particularly as it was couched in prophecy and necessity, but that did not make the emotional toll any lighter. And Lyanna was caught between worlds. She was a Stark of the North, yet also now tied irrevocably to House Targaryen. Her presence alone caused tension among certain courtiers who once believed Robert Baratheon was her rightful betrothed. "Are you truly happy, Lya?" Ned asked, his voice quieter. She touched a rose petal, eyes flicking with faint sorrow. "I'm content that we've avoided a bloodbath on the scale Robert threatened. I'm content that Father and Brandon are safe, that Winterfell stands unthreatened. But there's a difference between contentment and joy. What about you, Ned? You look so tired these days." He exhaled, letting the weight of everything rest unspoken between them. "I don't mind serving as counselor. If it secures the North's future and fosters peace, then I'm grateful. But I miss the quiet, the honest air, the freedom from all the scheming. We never asked for these crowns or dragons. Yet here we are." She reached out and squeezed his hand. "Remember what they say about us Starks. Winter is always coming, so we endure. One day, perhaps, we'll see these troubles pass and we can return to Winterfell, at least for a time." He offered a small, true smile. "I'd like that." In the following weeks, the tension in the city did not abate. Indeed, new problems arose, such as how to deal with the faith of the Seven. The High Septon arrived from Old Town ostensibly to bless Rhaegar's new rule in King's Landing. But he also came prepared to question the polygamous nature of Rhaegar's unions. Under Targaryen tradition, it was permissible though frowned upon by many, and the faith had once gone to war over such matters generations ago. Everyone wondered if they might do so again, especially with the realm in a fragile state. On a crisp morning, the High Septon led a solemn procession to the Great September of Baelor, demanding an audience with Rhaegar, Elia, and Lyanna. Word spread that he intended to question the legitimacy of the second marriage before a public gathering of Septons and noble witnesses. If he declared it heretical, it could undermine Rhaegar's standing with a huge swath of the faithful population. Ned and a host of courtiers accompanied the royal family to the Great September. The structure rose in gleaming marble, its ornate dome shining beneath the sun. Within, hundreds of candles flickered in a grand, echoing space lined with statues of the Seven. The High Septon stood by the altar, resplendent in white and gold vestments, staff in hand. His face was plump, his expression stern. Rhaegar advanced with regal grace, wearing a simple circlet instead of the full Targaryen crown. At his side was Elia in a modest gown of deep burgundy. Lyanna followed, cloaked in silver and gray. As they knelt, Rhaegar at the front, the two women slightly behind, murmurs rippled through the gathered faithful. A sense of significance, of history in the making, hung in the still air. Prince Rhaegar, intoned the High Septon, voice carrying easily in the hush, you have taken 2 wives, openly and without subterfuge. Do you deny it? Rhaegar's clear voice rang out, I do not, your holiness. As with my ancestor Aegon the Conqueror, I believe the times demand a union that serves the realm. Our houses were joined for peace and prophecy to avert a ruinous war. The High Septon's lined brow furrowed. Prophecy, you say? Men have twisted prophecy to justify many sins. The faith has not sanctioned such a union in centuries. Are we to believe you hold yourself above the laws of gods and men alike, simply because you claim Targaryen blood? A current of unease zipped through the crowd. In the front rows, Ned could see various lords and ladies shifting uncomfortably. Some might agree with the High Septon, others might fear speaking against Rhaegar. Lyanna's face remained composed, but he could see the tension in her posture. Elia Martell spoke next, her tone measured and serene. Our union is not a whim, your holiness. We ask that the faith consider the greater good. There has been enough bloodshed. Enough strife. Let us not tear the realm apart again with disputes over a marriage that all parties consent to. The High Septon's gaze passed over her, then settled on Lyanna. And you, Lady Lyanna Stark, do you consent freely, or are you here under pressure? Lyanna swallowed but spoke clearly. I consent freely. There is more at stake in these times than mere personal wants. We stand together to ensure the realm's peace and to face whatever dangers may come, whether from without or from beyond. Many in the crowd exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain what she meant by beyond. Yet some, particularly those who knew of Rhaegar's obsession with old prophecies, nodded knowingly. The High Septon paused as if weighing matters. Then he surveyed the congregation. I have listened to your pleas. The faith calls for fidelity and truth in marriage, but it also acknowledges mercy and the well-being of the realm. This union remains irregular in our eyes, yet the faith will refrain from denouncing it if certain conditions are met, namely that no further multiple marriages occur and that each consort is afforded respect and legal recognition. Furthermore, any child born to Lady Lyanna must be baptized in the Seven's light and recognized as legitimate in the eyes of gods and men, as with Princess Elia's children. A hushed murmur spread, a wave of relief mingled with shock. This was effectively a grudging acceptance from the faith, a compromise that might maintain unity among the masses. Rhaegar inclined his head. You have our word. There will be no more such marriages, and the children of my wives will be recognized equally under the law of the realm. With that, the High Septon stepped forward, placed a hand on Rhaegar's head, and offered a perfunctory blessing. The tension in the hall eased visibly. Ned saw the flicker of relief in Lyanna's eyes. They had survived another challenge. But at the same time, the High Septon's final condition hinted at a future shaped by Targaryen heirs. Stark Targaryen heirs, Martell Targaryen heirs, children who might one day sit the throne. That was an immense shift in the political landscape. Ned felt the silent ripple of consequences. Loyalists would cheer, rebels might sharpen their daggers, and the entire realm would watch warily to see how these children, if born, might reshape power. As the retinue left the Great September, warm daylight hit them. Criers announced to the milling crowds that the faith had acknowledged the marriage, albeit with reservations. A few scattered cheers broke out, though Ned also heard mutters of discontent. The city was brimming with tension, and it would take more than a single blessing to calm every heart. That evening, Rhaegar called another gathering in the Red Keep, smaller and more private than before. House Stark, House Martell, a representative of House Tyrell, and a handful of other key lords attended. Robert Baratheon was conspicuously absent, still locked away. But to Ned's surprise, Jon Arryn stood at the periphery, looking grave and determined. Rhaegar invited him to speak first. Jon Arryn, gray-haired and dignified, cleared his throat. Your Grace, I have spent my life trying to preserve peace. It pains me that my foster son, Robert, defied you. But it is done. I must consider the future of the Vale and the realm. I seek a resolution that spares Robert's life yet also prevents further rebellions. Rhaegar nodded somberly. I welcome your counsel, Lord Arryn. Jon exhaled slowly. I propose exile for Robert, a conditional exile. He could go to the free cities, perhaps to Lys or Pentos. There, he would have no power base. In exchange, the Vale and Stormlands would pledge fealty to you, provided Robert is not executed or otherwise mistreated. If he sets foot in Westeros again, with ill intent, you would have just cause to move against him. Ned understood the logic. Sending Robert to the free cities would remove him from the board. But would Robert accept such terms without howling for blood? Then again, he had little choice. He was no longer in a position to negotiate. Perhaps it was the kindest outcome possible. Rhaegar took a moment to consider. It is a generous offer, but I must ensure the safety of my house and the stability of this new regime. If Robert's presence in the free cities becomes a rallying point for mercenaries or exiled lords, we could be fighting a war on multiple fronts. Furthermore, the Stormlands need governance. Stannis holds Dragonstone, and Renly is but a child. Who would rule Storm's End in Robert's absence? Jon Arryn bowed his head. That is for you to decide, Your Grace. You might appoint a regent for Renly until he comes of age, or even confirm Stannis if you can come to an accord with him. The Baratheon name still holds weight among the Stormlords. Better to keep them loyal in some fashion than to crush them altogether. Lyanna spoke up, her voice subdued. I know Robert. He will not take exile graciously, but perhaps he will realize he cannot prevail against a united realm. His pride may drive him to accept exile over a humiliating death in your dungeons. Rhaegar's eyes flicked to Ned. What say you, Ned? Ned weighed his words. Robert was once like a brother to me. But that Robert is gone, consumed by hatred and betrayal, at least where he perceives it. I prefer exile to execution. Let him stew in his bitterness across the narrow sea. If he threatens the realm again, we will face him then. Rhaegar gave a weary nod. So be it. I will have terms drawn up by my council. Lord Arryn, I trust you will see to it that Robert understands this is the only mercy he will receive. If he refuses, the alternative is regrettable. Jon inclined his head. I will do all I can, Your Grace. With that, the matter was provisionally decided. It would take time for the official documents to be prepared for Robert to hear and either accept or reject the terms. But a path to resolution was forming. The North, the Vale, Dorne, and the Reach had rallied around Rhaegar. The Riverlands were still in flux. Hoster Tully had been wounded in the fighting around the Trident, and his heirs were uncertain of their stance. The Iron Islands remained a wild card, hardly touched by the war and known to raid if they smelled weakness. The Westerlands under Tywin Lannister remained aloof, a silent fortress of gold and cunning. But the core of the realm was taking shape under Targaryen Stark Martell Tyrell unity. That night, Ned found himself wandering the Red Keep's expansive corridors, mind churning with all the changes. Eventually, he returned to Frostfire's chamber. The dragon seemed restless, pacing on its newly constructed platform. Candlelight glistened along its scales. Ned sensed the creature's mounting energy. It wanted more space, more freedom. It wanted to fly further than the modest courtyard allowed. You need the sky, Ned murmured, sliding a hand along the dragon's flank. But these walls won't let you have it, not yet. Soon, perhaps? Frostfire let out a querulous croon and Ned smiled. He felt a strange kinship with the young dragon, both of them caught in a capital city that was never truly their own. His gaze fell upon a thick stack of scrolls piled in a corner, texts about dragon rearing, old Targaryen rituals, and accounts from the days of Aegon the Conqueror. He had begun reading them in earnest, aided by Maester Luwin and sometimes Rhaegar himself. Yet so many secrets about dragons were lost or contradictory. Some claimed dragons grew according to the space they were given, others insisted they grew to monstrous sizes regardless. Some insisted on the importance of bonding with a single rider. Others said dragons were independent, forging alliances with humans only by convenience. The only indisputable fact was that dragons thrived on heat and a diet heavy in meat. Everything else was guesswork. As Ned settled onto a wooden stool reading a passage about the complexities of Dracarys, the command to unleash flame, Frostfire snorted a small jet of fire at his feet as though annoyed. Ned laughed softly. I'm reading, not ignoring you, he said. The dragon's gaze flickered, seemingly unconvinced. Chuckling, Ned tossed it another piece of meat. Frostfire snapped it from the air, swallowing with a satisfied gulp. The moon rose high above King's Landing, bathing the city in silver light, but Ned's reading continued into the small hours. At times he dozed only to jerk awake with a start. Each time he blinked, the memory of that final battlefield outside the city came rushing back. Robert, battered and kneeling, the Tyrell cavalry driving the rebels into disarray, Rhaegar's exhaustion etched into every line of his face. So much bloodshed had been narrowly contained. There was no guarantee the realm would not bleed again if they misstepped. Eventually, exhaustion overtook Ned, and he drifted into a fitful sleep, head resting on the open page of a tome describing how Aegon's dragons once scorched Harrenhal's towering spires. His dreams were filled with visions of frostfire grown immense, flying over a snowy landscape as spears of ice rose from the ground, threatening to pierce the beast from below. In the dream, Ned shouted warnings, but his voice made no sound. He woke in a cold sweat, the first hints of dawn's light creeping through the window. Frostfire was perched at the ledge, staring out over the city, tail lashing impatiently. Ned sighed, rubbing his bleary eyes, wondering whether the dream was prophecy or just the product of an overtaxed mind. Within days, final word came from Robert Baratheon. Through gritted teeth, he accepted exile. Jon Arryn persuaded him that the alternative was a public execution or a lifetime in the darkest cells, neither of which appealed to Robert's sense of pride. A ship was readied at the harbor, flying Baratheon colors under Targaryen guard. The day of his departure dawned crisp and bright. A hush fell over the docks as Robert, still clad in chain and escorted by a dozen swords, descended from the Red Keep to the waiting vessel. The city guard kept watchful eyes on the small crowd that had gathered to witness his downfall. Ned accompanied Rhaegar along with Barrist and Selmy and a handful of knights. They formed a solemn retinue, ensuring Robert's compliance. The big man looked thinner, angrier. His once boisterous humor was long gone. At the gangplank, Robert paused, turning to glare at Rhaegar. "You think you've won," he spat. "Keep your dragons and your fancy illusions. One day they'll turn to ash, same as you." Rhaegar's jaw tightened, but he kept his voice measured. "I wish you no harm, Lord Baratheon, so long as you do not return to threaten the realm. I remember the man you were, once. I regret that we stand as enemies." Robert nearly laughed, the sound devoid of mirth. "Enemies? You took Lyanna from me, you Targaryen bastard. Do you honestly think I would ever be at peace with that? Enjoy your hollow victory, Rhaegar. It'll be dust in your mouth soon enough." Before Rhaegar could reply, Robert turned and trudged up the gangplank, chains rattling. The sailors, hired from Bravos, cast anxious looks at the knightly escort. When Robert was below deck, the knights followed to remove his chains once the ship was well away from port. A hush lingered as the vessel began to pull away from the dock. The Baratheon stag insignia flapped overhead, ironically overshadowed by Targaryen banners on the city walls. Ned stood by Rhaegar's side, both men silent. Then, slowly, the watchers on the dock dispersed. The tension eased. Robert Baratheon was gone. Off to a foreign shore, out of immediate harm's way, but not out of mind. A piece of Ned's heart felt wounded watching him sail off. He recalled the days of youth, how Robert's booming laughter and broad grin could fill any hall with merriment. Now that man was a broken shade, lost to bitterness. War changed everyone. "We must move forward," Rhaegar said softly, as if sensing Ned's thoughts. "The realm has to heal." Ned nodded, though he said nothing. Perhaps time would soothe the wounds of betrayal on both sides. For now, the best they could do was secure the foundations of the new order. And so the weeks passed. Word spread that Robert Baratheon had arrived in Bravos, unchained but closely watched by local cells, words in Targaryen employ to ensure he did not raise trouble. Stannis remained at Dragonstone, but Rhaegar opened negotiations for a formal recognition of Stannis's lordship over the Stormlands, a precarious plan as Stannis was famously stiff-necked and suspicious. Yet if it succeeded, the Storm Lords might rally behind Stannis, thereby reinforcing Rhaegar's hold on the region. Meanwhile, the North's lords began returning home. Rickard Stark, after weeks in King's Landing, made clear his desire to re-establish normalcy at Winterfell. The realm might need House Stark's presence in the capital, but the North needed its lord on his own seat, ensuring law and order held there as well. Brandon seemed torn. He distrusted Targaryens, but also had grown protective of Lyanna and suspicious of leaving her alone in the south. Yet Lyanna insisted she was safe and that Brandon would serve the family better in Winterfell, helping Rickard quell any unrest and gather resources in case the realm's fragile peace shattered. On the day Rickard and Brandon prepared to depart, Ned accompanied them to the courtyard. Frostfire, by now the size of a small pony, trailed behind, eliciting gasps from the Northmen who had never seen a dragon up close. The creature's wings were broad, half-translucent in the daylight, veins of silver shot through with faint lines of white. It moved with a graceful, serpentine gait, though it was still somewhat gangly, as though uncertain of its own growing body. Ricard regarded the dragon with a mix of wonder and concern. "What power you hold in that beast, Ned," he said quietly, resting a hand on Ned's shoulder. "May the old gods grant you wisdom to use it well." Brandon shook his head, eyes narrowed. "A dragon in House Stark's company. There was a time I would have called it madness. I still wonder if we're dancing on the edge of a blade. Targaryens are not friends to the north, historically." Ned exhaled. "Perhaps not historically, but times are changing. We can either cling to old distrust or try to forge something new." Brandon let out a grunt, not fully convinced, but unwilling to pick a fight on the eve of his journey. He gave Lyanna a fierce hug, whispered something into her ear that made her eyes gleam with fondness, then mounted his horse. Ricard clasped Ned in a firm embrace. "Look after your sister," he said. "And yourself. You bear the weight of an alliance that could shape the next 100 years." They rode out, their banners fluttering, dire wolves on a field of white. The northern retinue followed, wagons laden with supplies for the long journey. Lyanna and Ned watched them until they disappeared through the gates, dwarfed by King's Landing's walls. Suddenly Ned felt a pang of homesickness so strong it took his breath away. The next few days found Ned at Rhaegar's side more often than not. With King Aerys out of the picture and Robert exiled, the greatest external threats had been defused, but daily governance demanded constant attention. Taxes needed revising, especially with so many lands ravaged by war. Rebellious pockets in the Riverlands had to be coaxed or forced back under the crown's authority. The Lannisters remained an enigma, more present in the capital now. Kevin Lannister had established a cordial relationship with Rhaegar, but Tywin himself stayed at Casterly Rock, silent. Some whispered that Tywin was biding his time to see if Rhaegar would fail, swooping in only when the realm was desperate. Late one evening, after a harrowing round of debates over trade routes, Rhaegar turned to Ned with a weary smile. "I want to show you something," he said, voice low. "Come to my private chambers." Though Ned trusted Rhaegar, the request held a certain gravity. He followed the prince through winding corridors, up a short flight of spiral stairs, until they reached a modest antechamber guarded by 2 Targaryen knights. They stepped aside, letting Rhaegar and Ned enter. Inside, to Ned's surprise, were 2 other dragon eggs resting on velvet cushions atop a stout table. One was deep green with bronze flecks, and the other a rich onyx with swirls of gold. Ned caught his breath. "You never mentioned you had more eggs here." Rhaegar stepped closer to the table, running his fingers gingerly across the shell of the green egg. "I hope to hatch all 3. The first one responded best to the methods I'd found in the old texts, and you know the outcome. Frostfire bonded with you." He paused, a note of longing in his voice. "I have been trying those same methods on these remaining eggs, but thus far they remain dormant." Ned regarded the eggs. He could sense a faint warmth to them, but not the vibrant pulse that had preceded Frostfire's birth. "Why show them to me now?" Rhaegar's gaze flicked up. "Because I'm wondering if you might succeed where I have not. You have a bond with Frostfire that seems natural, almost fated. Perhaps that same bond or affinity might kindle life within one of these eggs." Ned's brow furrowed. "I'm no Targaryen. The old tales say dragons bond with Valyrian blood." Perhaps, Rhaegar conceded. "But your presence awakened the first egg. Or so I suspect. I was there too, yes, but it was in your care that it finally hatched. Blood alone can't explain that. Will you try?" Ned hesitated. The prospect of another dragon hatching under his watch felt daunting. Already, the realm bristled at the existence of Frostfire, some in wonder, others in fear. Another dragon could tip the balance further, perhaps incite new tensions. And yet, an alliance truly anchored by multiple dragons might also solidify Rhaegar's reign beyond question. No rebel or foreign power would dare challenge a triumvirate of living dragons. "All right," Ned said at last, quietly. "I'll do what I can." Rhaegar exhaled, relief softening his features. He handed Ned a slim volume scrawled with the same ancient glyphs used in the texts that had helped hatch Frostfire. "Everything I've tried is in here, along with some earlier Targaryen rituals. Study them. If you feel it's hopeless, then we'll leave the eggs in stasis. But if you see a path, let me know." With that, Rhaegar excused himself, leaving Ned alone with the eggs. Ned touched their shells, feeling nothing but the faint warmth of the brazier. It felt oddly anticlimactic. Did he expect them to tremble at his touch or glow with hidden fire? Shaking his head at the strangeness of his life, he carefully wrapped them in protective cloth and carried them to the tower where Frostfire resided. In the ensuing days, Ned pored over the volume, attempting to replicate any steps that might coax the eggs to quicken. He stoked the heat in the brazier, ensuring it burned fiercely. He set the eggs near the flames, turning them daily, sprinkling them with salt and sulfurous herbs as one passage suggested. He even spoke softly to them, though he felt ridiculous, some old Valyrian incantation scrawled in the margins. Frostfire watched him with curious eyes as though sensing the significance. One night he dreamed again. He stood in a massive hall of ice, torchlight reflecting off crystalline walls. Echoing footsteps resounded as he advanced toward a dais where two more dragons perched, one green, one black, each staring down at him. Their eyes gleamed in a challenge as though waiting for him to prove his worth. Frostfire circled overhead, filling the hall with swirling embers of silver flame that bounced eerily off the ice walls. Something about the dream felt less frightening and more like an invitation, as if the dragons were deciding whether to open their hearts to him. When he woke, he found himself kneeling on the cold floor near the brazier. The tower room was quiet except for Frostfire's slumbering breaths. He peered at the two eggs. No cracks, no movement. But something within him whispered that the dream meant he should persist, that perhaps these eggs needed more than just heat and ritual. They needed conviction. He continued his efforts, even asked Lyanna to come into the tower and speak to the eggs. She was Targaryen by marriage, after all, bound to Rhaegar. But the eggs showed no sign of stirring. Rhaegar visited occasionally, always with a hopeful expression that dimmed when he saw no progress. Meanwhile, daily life in King's Landing rolled on: feast days, festivals, trade negotiations. The city's impetus for normalcy was strong, as though the people wanted to forget the war ever happened. One bright afternoon, Ned was summoned to a rooftop garden in the Red Keep. There he found Elia Martell tending to a row of golden sunflowers. Despite the friction that might arise from polygamy, Elia and Lyanna had formed a cordial relationship, both understanding the precarious position they shared. Elia greeted Ned with a warm but slightly sad smile. "It's good to see you, Lord Eddard," she said, kneeling to prune a wilted leaf. "Rhaegar tells me you have been attempting to hatch the other eggs." Ned inclined his head. "Trying. No luck so far." Elia set aside her shears and stood, delicate hands brushing soil from her gown. "Dragons are creatures of mystery, more so than we can understand, I think. Rhaegar sees them as the key to saving the realm from some great darkness he believes might come again. I wonder if that darkness is not so literal, but rather the darkness in men's hearts." Ned studied her graceful features. She was softer spoken than Lyanna, but no less intelligent. "If it's the darkness in men's hearts, then we've always had that to fear." She nodded, turning to gaze at the city sprawled below. "Indeed. But perhaps having dragons, creatures of fire, symbolizes our will to banish that darkness. Or so Rhaegar believes. I wish to see the realm flourish under him. But I fear any further sign of Targaryen might will cause the Lannisters, or the Ironborn, or any others to bristle. Peace is so fragile, Ned." He said nothing at first, reflecting on her words. Then he quietly said, "I think what Rhaegar craves is not merely power, but the idea that dragons can unify. Yet they can also destroy, as we've seen before. It's a blade with two edges." Elia sighed, sadness creeping into her voice. "Yes. And you, of all people, hold that blade in your hands. Both with Frostfire and your attempts at hatching the others. I only hope it doesn't cut you." They parted with polite words, leaving Ned uneasy. The day wore on. He joined Rhaegar for a council session discussing the Iron Islands, who had begun raiding the western coasts again. Tywin Lannister had sent a terse note indicating readiness to protect his coastline, but no further comment about supporting the crown. Rhaegar responded with careful diplomacy, dispatching a small fleet to assist in defending the northern stretch of the coasts near Bear Island. Ned felt a flash of concern for House Mormont, who had long faced Ironborn aggression. Another burden the realm carried, this constant vigilance. That evening, returning to the tower, Ned discovered Frostfire perched on the window ledge, half its body hanging outside. Alarmed, he rushed forward. The dragon was testing its wings in the open air, letting the breeze catch the membranes. For a moment, Ned feared Frostfire might leap into the sky, untrained. But the dragon only beat its wings a few times and hopped back onto the stone ledge inside, letting out a disgruntled hiss. Ned let out a breath. "You want to fly," he murmured. "And I'm keeping you caged." Frostfire gazed at him, as though to say, "Is that so wrong?" A sudden resolve formed in Ned's mind. It was time to give the dragon some freedom. The courtyards were too cramped, the tower too confining. If Frostfire couldn't learn to fly in King's Landing, they might have to bring it somewhere else. Perhaps the fields beyond the city walls, or a secluded spot near Blackwater Bay. Yes, that might do. Rhaegar could have the city guard secure a perimeter. Then Frostfire could stretch its wings without risking havoc. He brought the idea to Rhaegar the next day. The prince listened with genuine interest. "I've been so consumed with politics, I haven't given Frostfire the attention it deserves," Rhaegar admitted. Yes, let's arrange a controlled space outside the city. We'll do it at dawn tomorrow before the roads become crowded. So it was decided. Early the next morning, with the sky tinted a pale gray, Ned, Rhaegar, Lyanna, Barristan and Selmy and a few mounted guards departed the city through the King's Gate. Frostfire trotted alongside them, harnessed loosely for safety, drawing wide-eyed stares from the few peasants awake at that hour. They traveled southward along the Rose Road for half a league, then veered onto a rolling plain dotted with low shrubs. A ring of the city watch stood guard in a wide radius, ensuring no one approached unexpectedly. Frostfire jerked eagerly on the harness. Ned, astride a sturdy mare, dismounted. "All right," he murmured, loosening the straps. "Go on. See the sky." With a fierce, jubilant screech, Frostfire spread its wings. For a few moments it flapped ineffectively, stirring dust and bits of grass. Then it leaped, bounding across the field in great strides. The watchers laughed as the dragon tried again and again, each time lifting a bit higher. Finally, on the fifth or sixth attempt, Frostfire caught the breeze. Its wings cupped the air, and it rose into the sky. Ned's heart seized at the sight, a young dragon, shimmering in the dawn light, soaring above the plain with a wild, triumphant cry. The watchers gasped. Even Rhaegar, for all his Targaryen heritage, looked awestruck. The dragon wheeled in a wide arc, beating its wings steadily, though it wobbled occasionally, dipping precariously before righting itself. Ned stood rooted, chest tight with a mixture of pride and fear. In the distance, the city's walls glowed with the first pink rays of sunrise. It was a sight from the old songs, a dragon flight, one that had not been witnessed in generations. Frostfire circled overhead, exhaling a trail of flame that flickered orange against the pale sky. Then the young dragon descended, landing heavily in a swirl of grass clods. Ned rushed forward, calling softly. Frostfire folded its wings, looking entirely too pleased with itself, tail lashing excitedly. Ned placed a hand on its shoulder and felt the pounding of its heart as though it had run miles on adrenaline. Rhaegar approached, stepping gingerly. "A wondrous sight," the prince breathed, voice hushed. He raised a hand and Frostfire, after a moment's hesitation, let him stroke its neck. Ned detected no hostility, only a mild aloofness. Frostfire clearly recognized Rhaegar as an ally but not its chosen handler. Lyanna, dismounting and coming closer, whispered, "I never truly believed I'd see a living dragon in flight." She smiled, her eyes shining. "We truly are in a new age." Yet that same day, a raven arrived with news that reminded them how fragile this new age was. The message came from Bear Island. An Iron-born raid had struck the western shores. The Mormonts had fought them off, but they suspected a larger attack might be planned. Rhaegar had already dispatched some ships, but the request was urgent. Reinforcements were needed lest the Ironborn escalate. Immediately, a war council convened in a camp tent that the guards had hastily erected on the plain. Rhaegar, Ned, and Barristan pored over a map. "The north is vast," Rhaegar said, "but Mormont's region is vulnerable. The Ironborn count on their naval superiority." Ned's jaw tightened. "Bear Island is tough. The Mormonts are famed for their prowess, but they can't withstand an entire Ironborn fleet alone. If the Ironborn sense weakness from the crown, they'll keep escalating." Rhaegar drummed his fingers on the table. "We can't dispatch the entire royal fleet. We still need to keep watch in the south, especially with possible threats from Essos. But we must send enough force to deter the Ironborn. Ned, I want you to go north to Bear Island. Represent the crown, help the Mormonts organize a defense. Take Frostfire with you." Ned's eyes widened. "Me?" Rhaegar nodded, gaze earnest. "Your presence will rally the north. Word will spread that a dragon fights alongside them. That alone might make the Ironborn think twice about attacking. And you're stark-blooded, Ned. The people there will accept you more readily than they would some southern lord." A swirl of emotions churned in Ned's gut. Returning north would ease his homesickness, but it was under dire circumstances. Taking Frostfire so far from the capital was a bold move. And what if he left Rhaegar vulnerable here, with only 2 dormant eggs? Could the realm hold if new threats arose? Yet Rhaegar's logic was sound. A show of force, dragon force, could quell the Ironborn quickly, preventing a full-scale war. "I'll do it," Ned said, feeling both the weight and the relief of the decision. "We'll need a sturdy ship to transport Frostfire. She's grown too large to keep caged for the entire voyage." Barristan nodded. "We can modify the deck of a war galley to accommodate the dragon. We'll have to plan carefully. I've never transported a dragon by sea. Rhaegar offered a thin smile. Then we'll be forging new ground again. Let us do this swiftly. So the plan took shape. By mid-afternoon, the group rowed back to King's Landing, where Rhaegar summoned shipwrights and captains. Word spread that Lord Eddard Stark, Dragonkeeper of Frostfire, would lead an expedition north to aid House Mormont. Many onlookers marveled at the notion of a Stark sailing with a dragon. Some wondered if the beast might freeze in the northern climate. But Ned assured them that the old tales said dragons thrived on heat from within, not just from their environment. Lyanna found him in the tower that evening, watching Frostfire eat. "So you're leaving again, this time for Bear Island," she said softly. He nodded, feeling a pang of regret. "It seems so. If all goes well, I'll return after subduing the Ironborn threat. But you know how these things go. War is unpredictable." She took his hand, brow creased with concern. "Be careful. Dragons may inspire awe, but the Ironborn are cunning. They might attempt to kill or capture Frostfire." Ned squeezed her hand. "I won't let that happen. And I won't let them sow chaos in our homeland either. The North must not become a battleground again." Lyanna's gaze flicked to Frostfire. "I'll look after Rhaegar while you're gone. The realm is stable, but many undercurrents swirl." Kevin Lannister remains in the city, quietly assessing. The Tyrells and Martells still expect boons for their support. "We'll be juggling 1,000 demands." Ned leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to her temple. "Thank you, Lya. Sometimes I feel we're all players in a game too large for us, but we must do our part." She smiled, though it was tinged with sadness. "Come back soon. The realm needs you, and so do I." The next few days were a flurry of preparations. A stout war galley named the Sea Wolf was refitted with a broad deck section for Frostfire, along with special harnesses to secure the dragon in rough seas. The Crown assigned a detachment of archers and men-at-arms to accompany Ned, along with a few knights loyal to Rhaegar. Lyanna and Elia both came to see them off at the docks, along with a crowd of curious citizens. Frostfire, now more accustomed to the public eye, perched on the dock with a swishing tail, occasionally letting out a low rumble that made onlookers step back. Before he boarded, Ned clasped arms with Rhaegar. The prince wore a solemn expression. "When you face the Ironborn, remember that a show of dragon fire might be all it takes to deter them from a drawn-out conflict. But do not hesitate to use that power if they insist on war. Better to end it swiftly than let it fester." Ned nodded. "Understood. I'll do my best." Rhaegar stepped back, allowing Lyanna to approach. She embraced Ned fiercely, something unspoken passing between them, a promise of safe return, a bond stronger than any vow. When she released him, Ned guided Frostfire aboard with the help of the crew. The dragon hissed at the unfamiliar rocking of the ship, but Ned calmed it with a steady hand and a calm voice. As the Seawolf pulled away from the dock, sails catching the brisk wind, Ned stood on the stern, watching King's Landing shrink behind them. He had left that city before, but never with such a sense of weight. Frostfire clung to the deck, wings folded, glaring at the heaving waters. Step by step, the vessel navigated the Blackwater Bay, heading northward along the coast toward the Sunset Sea and eventually the rocky shores near Bear Island. The journey north was not without incident. Frostfire's presence made some sailors nervous. At first, the dragon refused to eat, unsettled by the constant motion. Ned tried to coax it with fresh fish, but Frostfire growled, unsatisfied. Eventually, Ned resorted to salted venison from the stores, which the dragon accepted grudgingly. Storms battered the ship near Crack Claw Point, forcing them to shelter in a cove for 2 days. Frostfire snarled whenever thunder boomed overhead, occasionally spouting small bursts of flame. Yet as the storms subsided, the crew pushed on, guided by the fearless ship's master, a weathered man named Corin who had sailed the narrow sea countless times. At last, they rounded the southwestern tip of Westeros and navigated the rough waters that led to the north's western coast. The seas grew colder. Fog clung to the waves. Frostfire frequently perched at the prow, sniffing the crisp air, letting out calls that echoed across the mist. Many aboard whispered that the dragon could sense they were nearing the land of ice, even if no one understood what that meant for the creature's well-being. Then, on a chill morning, Bear Island came into view. A rugged land of tall pines and rocky shores ringed by fierce seas. The Mormont banner, a black bear on a green field, flew from a small keep near the water's edge. Smoke rose from watchfires, and the people on shore gathered warily at the sight of the approaching galley with the dragon perched on deck. As the Sea Wolf dropped anchor, Ned surveyed the land. It was bleak yet beautiful, very much like the north itself. A small group of Mormont warriors approached the shoreline, arms at the ready in case of treachery. Ned disembarked onto a rowboat accompanied by a handful of guards. Frostfire shrieked, unwilling to be left behind, so Ned signaled the crew to let the dragon follow cautiously in case it decided to try swimming or flying to shore. The rowboat scraped against the stony beach, and Ned stepped onto northern soil for the first time in what felt like an age. Lady Meege Mormont, a tall, broad-shouldered woman with gray streaks in her hair, stood at the forefront. She wore a mail coat and gripped an axe in one hand. Her piercing eyes took in the Targaryen liveried guards, the half-frozen sailors, and finally the dragon that landed with a heavy thud in the surf behind Ned. "Gods," she muttered, lifting an eyebrow. "A dragon in the north. Now I've seen everything." Ned gave a respectful nod. "My Lady Meege. I come on behalf of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen with reinforcements to help defend Bear Island. We've heard of the Ironborn raids." One of the Mormont men cursed softly, stepping back as Frostfire shook itself, scattering water droplets. Meege set her axe head against the ground. "We've repelled 2 raids so far. Lost some good men. The Ironborn keep testing our shores. If they launch a full-scale invasion, we can't hold them alone. And who do we get? A southern prince's guards and a big lizard." A wry smile tugged at Ned's lips. "I'm still Ned Stark, my lady. And this big lizard breathes fire. I think you'll find it a valuable ally." Meege snorted, but her expression softened with grudging respect. "A Stark with a dragon, now that is a story. Word was you'd allied with them Targaryens." "I guess the rumors were true." Behind them, Frostfire prowled up the beach, sniffing at seaweed and letting out a curious rumble. The Mormont warriors kept a wary distance, weapons half-raised. Ned gestured for them to stand down, explaining that Frostfire wouldn't attack unprovoked. Meege's hardened features revealed a flicker of fascination. She reached out a hand, still holding her axe, as if to test the beast's reaction. Frostfire hissed but did not advance. Ned gently placed a hand on the dragon's side, calming it. "Let's move inland," Ned said. "We can speak of strategy in your hall. Then we'll see how best to deal with the Ironborn threat." Meege nodded. "Very well. Bring your men. As for the dragon, well, I'll have to stow it in the courtyard, I suppose." She turned, barking orders at her warriors. "Clear a space by the palisade. Keep the watchers at a distance. I don't want any fools losing their heads because they decided to poke the damn thing." And so the unlikely retinue made their way to the Mormont keep. The hall was modest by southern standards but sturdy, built of thick logs and stone. Bear carvings lined the walls, signifying the proud resilience of House Mormont. Frostfire, unable to fit easily inside, settled in the courtyard. The Mormonts stared from a safe distance, muttering prayers or curses under their breath. Ned felt a surge of protective pride. This was his dragon, in a sense. He had never asked for such a gift, but now he would wield its presence to safeguard his northern kin. Inside the hall, a fire roared in a broad hearth. Meege sat heavily at the head table, gesturing for Ned to do likewise. Servants brought wooden cups of ale and plates of roasted fish. Though Ned had grown used to King's Landing's southern delicacies, this simple fare warmed his heart with its northern honesty. He explained the Crown's intentions to help Bear Island repel the Ironborn with reinforcements, to use the dragon as a deterrent, and if necessary to meet the Ironborn at sea or shore with fire and steel. Meege listened, occasionally exchanging glances with her captains. "We appreciate your willingness to help, Lord Stark," she said finally. "But many of our people are uneasy about Targaryens, especially after the old king's madness. Still, if you stand for them, truly stand for them, maybe that's enough." Ned nodded. "I do. I've not forgotten who I am, Lady Meege. The Crown can be more than a distant threat. We can be allies in times of need." She eyed him a moment longer, then grinned, showing a missing tooth. "Well, if the Ironborn come, let's see how they fancy Dragonfire. That might be enough to keep them off our shores for a generation." Plans were laid out. Watchtowers would be erected along the western coast, manned day and night. Signal fires would alert the keep if a large Ironborn fleet appeared. Ned's men-at-arms would patrol the beaches, and the Sea-Wolf would remain moored, ready to intercept. Should the Ironborn attempt a landing, Frostfire would be unleashed. Ned intended to keep the dragon just inland, hidden among the trees until it could swoop out in a surprise strike, if needed. A dangerous plan, but one that might break the enemy's morale. The next few days saw a flurry of preparation. The Mormonts adapted swiftly, used to harsh realities on Bear Island. The terrain was rocky, the climate cold, but the warriors were hardy. Ned spent much of his time training with them, forging camaraderie. In the courtyard, he also worked with Frostfire, encouraging short flights above the keep. Children peeked from doorways, gaping in astonishment at the creature's gleaming wings. One small boy, no older than 5, actually tried to offer the dragon a piece of fish from his tiny hand. Frostfire blinked, then accepted it delicately, a moment that made the boy squeal with delight. Each evening, Ned penned a report to Rhaegar, describing their progress and the island's readiness. Ravens carried these messages south. In return, he received updates about the realm. No major rebellions had arisen. The Lannisters still held aloof. White Harbor and the other northern houses remained quiet but watchful. Lyanna wrote once, a short letter filled with warmth and the hope that Ned was well. She mentioned Rhaegar's ongoing attempts to hatch the other 2 eggs, still fruitless. He read her words by torchlight in the Mormont Hall, feeling a pang of longing for home and for the family scattered across the land. Days turned to a week, then 10 days with no sign of the Ironborn. Meej began to suspect they had been frightened off or delayed. Then, one dark and windy afternoon, a scout burst into the courtyard, shouting that sails were sighted on the western horizon. Everyone sprang into motion. Ned donned his armor, sturdy, practical mail reinforced at the shoulders and chest, then strode into the courtyard where Frostfire waited. The dragon sensed the tension, snorting small bursts of flame. Mormont warriors grab spears and axes hurrying toward the watchtowers. Through the swirling wind, Ned could smell the tang of salt and see the roiling slate-gray sea beyond the pines. Meej met him near the palisade gate, her axe slung across her back. Scouts report at least 10 longships, possibly more behind them. They're heading toward the cove just south of the main beach. Could be a raiding party or a full assault. Ned nodded, heart-pounding. We'll prepare to meet them. If they land, we'll attack from the treeline. I'll keep Frostfire in reserve until we see how many there are. Soldiers formed ranks, quietly hustling through the forest toward the cove. The wind lashed the pines, sending needles dancing across the ground. Dusk settled, painting the sky a bruised purple. The Ironborn might choose the low light for cover, hoping to ambush. But Bear Island watchers were sharp-eyed. Ned crouched behind a large rock formation overlooking the beach, peering through the gloom. Sure enough, the shapes of longships emerged, slicing through the choppy water. Ned counted 10, then realized more hovered in the distance, a second wave. The first wave landed with a scraping crunch. Ironborn warriors leaped into the surf, axes and spears ready. Their war cries mixed with the crash of waves and the eerie shriek of seabirds. Ned signaled the Mormonts to hold, heart hammering. He could sense Frostfire's agitation behind him, the dragon's claws scraping the soil. They waited, letting the Ironborn move further onto the beach. Waves of them came, at least 200 men. Far too many for the smaller Mormont force to overwhelm in a direct clash. Ned took a steadying breath. This was the moment. He turned to Frostfire, resting a hand on the dragon's flank. Targaryens, he whispered, the old Valyrian command. Frostfire's throat rumbled. The beast launched itself forward, crashing through the line of trees. Mormont warriors followed, roaring their own battle cries. The Ironborn froze in shock at the sight of a dragon bursting onto the beach. Frostfire inhaled, chest expanding, then unleashed a torrent of flame that swept across the sand, turning it into glass in places. Men screamed, dropping weapons to flee the blaze. Others scrambled back into the water. Ned could hardly believe the raw power. Where the flame struck, the sand glowed red-hot. The stench of burnt hair and flesh assaulted his nostrils. Still, not all the Ironborn were cowed. Some raised crossbows, loosing bolts at Frostfire. Ned bellowed, shields up. Mormont spearmen rushed forward, blocking or deflecting the bolts. Frostfire twisted in the air, spitting another blaze that scattered the Ironborn ranks. Amid the chaos, Meej led a flank attack on the unburned portion of the beach, her warriors hacking into the disoriented raiders. Their ferocity, coupled with the looming terror of the dragon overhead, shattered Ironborn morale. The second wave of longships, seeing the firestorm on the beach, began to turn away. Ned spotted them through the haze, at least 5 more ships retreating. He signaled archers to unleash a volley, but the distance was too great. Arrows fell short or clattered against hulls. Frustration gnawed at him. If they could capture or sink those ships, the Ironborn might never return. Still, the main threat on the beach was crumbling fast. Moments later, a horn blast from the Mormont side signaled victory. The surviving Ironborn either surrendered or fled into the surf, some drowning in the attempt. Smoke clung to the shoreline, the remains of the fires glowing in the twilight. Frostfire landed heavily on a patch of beach not yet scorched, letting out a triumphant roar that echoed up the cliffs. Midge, breathing hard, approached Ned. Blood splattered her face, and her eyes were wild with the adrenaline of battle. "We've driven them off," she panted. "Gods be good. A dragon's worth an entire army. They never stood a chance." Ned nodded, relief mingling with the horror of what he had seen. "We'll make sure they think twice before returning." He ran a hand along Frostfire's neck, feeling the creature's exhilaration. A new worry sprang up in him. The dragon had tasted blood, experienced the carnage of war. Would it remain under his control in future battles, or become too enamored with destruction? They spent the next hours consolidating the victory, gathering prisoners, tending to the wounded. The stench of burnt wood and flesh lingered, turning the once pristine beach into a grim tableau of twisted wreckage. Ned coordinated with Midge to send a blunt message to the Ironborn. Any further raids on Bear Island would be met with dragonfire. Some prisoners were released to carry that message back to their lords. Others, more stubborn or savage, were executed on the spot after refusing to yield. Ned disliked the brutality, but war rarely afforded gentleness, especially not with Ironborn reavers who prided themselves on rapine and pillage. By the time the sun peaked over the horizon, Bear Island was secure. The second wave of Ironborn ships had vanished into the open sea. Ned's men buried the dead, both Ironborn and Mormont, and the beach was quiet save for the lapping waves. Frostfire dozed near the treeline, exhausted from the expenditure of flame. At dawn, Ned stood on a rocky outcropping, gazing at the carnage below. He felt relieved that they had triumphed, but uneasy about the unleashed horror. Fire was a great deterrent, yes, but also a great destroyer. Midge Mormont climbed up behind him. "The Ironborn won't be back soon," she said gruffly. "Not after that. You've done us a great service, Lord Stark. The North won't forget it." Ned turned to her, offering a faint smile. "It was worth it, to protect the people of Bear Island. I only hope we haven't sown seeds of vengeance." She spat over the edge. "The Ironborn thrive on vengeance anyway. At least now they'll be too frightened to make a landing here again." He nodded, rubbing his weary eyes. "I'll remain a few more days to ensure everything is secure. Then I must return to King's Landing and report our success to Prince Rhaegar." Midge nodded. "You'll find your welcome in the north far warmer than it used to be, Ned. Word will spread about the dragon. They'll see it as proof that House Stark stands strong, even if allied with Targaryens." Her words soothed him more than she likely realized. They parted, heading back to the keep to rest and regroup. Over the next days, Ned arranged a small garrison to remain at Bear Island. 30 men from his retinue, plus a few archers and a maester assigned by the crown. He made sure Frostfire had sufficient time to recover, feeding it a hearty mix of smoked fish and some local game. By the time the ship was ready to sail again, the island stood fortified and defiant against any further Ironborn intrusion. The voyage back south was less eventful, though the air weighed with fatigue. Frostfire seemed calmer, occasionally eyeing the horizon as though longing for the open sky rather than a swaying deck. Sailors murmured about the power they had witnessed, some reverent, some fearful. When at last they rounded the coast toward the Blackwater Bay, Ned felt a strange twinge of anticipation. King's Landing, for better or worse, had become a second home. He wondered how Rhaegar, Lyanna, and Elia would greet news of the victory. Would the realm truly be more stable now, or had they simply rattled another hornet's nest? The Sea Wolf docked at the harbor in the early morning light. A small crowd, alerted by the watch, gathered to see the returning dragon. The city guard parted to let Ned disembark. Frostfire hopped onto the pier, shaking out its wings, sending onlookers scurrying back. Ned chuckled quietly. Even now, the people of King's Landing marveled at the creature's presence. He motioned for Frostfire to follow, leading it up toward the Red Keep. Within the castle walls, Rhaegar and Lyanna awaited them in a courtyard that had been cleared of foot traffic. The moment Ned entered with Frostfire at his heels, a ripple of relief and excitement ran through the onlookers. Rhaegar approached, eyes bright. You made it back safely? And triumphant, I hope? Ned inclined his head. The Ironborn were driven off. Bear Island stands. Frostfire proved decisive. Lyanna gave Ned a quick embrace, then stepped back, inspecting him for injuries. You look worn out, but unhurt. Thank the gods. Elia Martell emerged from behind a column, offering a gentle smile. Welcome home, Lord Eddard. Your success in the north is all people can speak of. They say a single roar from the dragon scattered the Ironborn like leaves. Ned gave a weary grin. They might be exaggerating a little, but it was an impressive sight. How fare things here? Rhaegar's expression turned serious. Better, overall. The realm has grown calmer hearing that we aided Bear Island. It shows we protect all corners, not just the south. But there is new tension with the Lannisters. Tywin has been courting alliances with certain lords paramount, undermining our authority in subtle ways. Nothing overt yet, but enough to cause concern. Ned sighed. It never ends. Rhaegar clasped his shoulder. No, it doesn't. But with Frostfire's display of might, we've sent another message. The crown wields real power in unity with the north. Perhaps that will give Tywin pause. Lyanna slid her hand into Rhaegar's, the gesture signaling the solidarity of their union. Ned felt a swell of pride and responsibility. His sister, now a royal consort, stood by Rhaegar's side as an emblem of ice and fire united. The realm was changing, and House Stark was at the heart of that change. Frostfire let out a low purr, pressing gently against Ned as though it sensed his conflicting emotions. They ascended into the Red Keep, the retinue trailing behind, and soon a more official debrief began. Ned recounted the battle on Bear Island in detail, how the Ironborn had fled or surrendered. Rhaegar nodded thoughtfully, praising the swift resolution. Immediately, he dictated letters to be sent across Westeros, proclaiming the crown's decisive victory. Every lord in Westeros should know that we protect our realm from invaders, old or new, he said, his voice firm. The conversation turned to deeper matters, the new respect for House Stark among northern vassals, the possibility of forging lasting treaties with the Iron Islands if such a thing were feasible, the ongoing hush from Tywin Lannister. Ned found himself once again in the thick of political maneuverings. Yet this time he carried with him a certain confidence. They had tested the alliance of ice and fire, and it had held. But as the day wore on, talk shifted to the other two eggs. Rhaegar's face grew more guarded. Still no sign of life from them, he admitted. I've tried everything, repeated the rituals, stoked the flames. They remained stubbornly inert. Ned pondered. Perhaps it's for the best. One dragon might be enough for now. Another two might provoke more fear than cooperation. Rhaegar's eyes flicked with an unspoken yearning. True. But the prophecy speaks of 3 heads of the dragon. I can't shake the feeling that we need them all. Lyanna interjected gently, we have time, Rhaegar. Frostfire is still young and growing. Let's not rush the realm headlong into more fear and speculation. Rhaegar exhaled. Yes, you're right. We have time. And we have plenty of challenges without seeking more. For a brief moment, they all stood together in silent agreement. The realm was not fixed, not yet whole, but piece by piece, they were forging a new tapestry from the ashes of war. The Mad King was gone, Robert Baratheon exiled, the Ironborn deterred, and a living dragon soared in the sky over Westeros for the first time in generations under the care of a Stark, no less. Yet Ned knew too well that the 7 kingdoms were as vast as the North's winter horizon, filled with hidden storms and cunning lords. The Lannisters' silence. The uncertain allegiances of the Riverlands and the Vale. The potential for foreign threats across the narrow sea where Robert might brood and plot. And the grandest unknown of all, what lay beyond the wall, in the far north, where the old gods watched and waited. He remembered Maester Aemon's quiet warnings about the long night, about the cyclical nature of history. Perhaps that was the true test yet to come. Still, for this moment, standing in the Red Keep solar, Ned allowed himself a sliver of hope. He thought of the dream in the Hall of Ice with the 2 unborn dragons perched on the dais. Maybe they would hatch in time, or maybe they would remain forever dormant. Either way, he had seen that uniting ice and fire could bring a measure of peace and safety to the realm. The king in all but name, Rhaegar, led with a gentler hand than his father, tempered by the pragmatic counsel of northerners like Ned, the bravery of Dornish blood in Elia, and the fierce independence of Lyanna Stark. It was a balance no one could have imagined a year ago. Frostfire's curious rumble from the courtyard reached them through the open window. Ned glanced out, smiling as he caught sight of the silver-gray dragon sniffing at a fountain, steam rising where drops of water touched its hot scales. The The future was uncertain, but they were making it day by day, forging a tapestry of alliances held together by mutual necessity and perhaps genuine respect. As the last light of evening streaked the sky in soft gold, the four of them, Ned, Lyanna, Rhaegar, and Elia, moved to the window, gazing out at King's Landing. Torches glimmered along the walls and distant bells chimed the hour. Down below, a city once on the brink of ruin stirred with new life, vibrant and bustling. Hope shone even in the roughest corners, for war had not consumed them. Perhaps, in time, the common folk might believe in a Targaryen regency that was neither cruel nor oppressive. Perhaps the realm's lords might learn that dragons were not solely instruments of fear, but guardians of unity when guided by measured hands. Perhaps the distant north, with its old gods and quiet honor, could join its fate to the fiery south to create something more enduring than a single generation's rule. Ned held fast to that hope, tempered by all he had seen. The forces that once tore the realm apart were subdued but never truly gone. Ambition, hatred, the echo of old feuds, these lurked beneath the surface. For now, the realm breathed easier. For now, a dragon soared above Westeros once more, guided not by madness but by a Stark's even hand. The tapestry of ice and fire continued to weave itself forward, thread by thread, day by day. Turning from the window, Ned met the gazes of Rhaegar, Lyanna, and Elia, each reflecting resolve in their own way. Then he lifted his chin and spoke quietly, a promise that carried the weight of all they had fought for. "We will see this realm whole, or die trying. We stand together, in peace and in war, come what may. Ice and fire, bound by duty." Outside, the dragon roared into the reddening sky, as if calling the realm to heed this fragile unity. And so the sun descended over King's Landing, illuminating a future that, while uncertain, was filled with the promise of transformation. The Targaryens, having shared their dragons with the Starks, had lit a beacon of potential that might guide the Seven Kingdoms away from endless cycles of rebellion and bloodshed. It would not be easy, nor would it be without sacrifice. Yet in that final glow of twilight, an unspoken vow resonated in the hearts of those who stood at the crossroads of history. They would not falter no matter what darkness rose from the shadows, for in Dragonfire and the steadfast honor of the North, they had found a bond that could withstand even the harshest winter and perhaps, in the fullness of time, bring forth a spring unlike any Westeros had ever known. Night settled over King's Landing with a hush that felt almost reverent, as though the city itself had paused to take stock of a fragile peace. Standing on a narrow balcony high within the Red Keep, Eddard Stark rested his arms on the stone balustrade and gazed at the torchlit streets below. Behind him, in the tower chamber he had claimed since returning from Bear Island, Frostfire dozed, curled up on a thick bed of straw and furs. The young dragon's sides rose and fell with a rhythmic calm that belied the ferocious fire it could unleash. The day's talks with Rhaegar, Lyanna, and Elia had stretched late into the evening, consumed by questions about the realm's next steps. Barely a moon had passed since his return from the north, yet the urgent demands of governance already pressed from all sides. The Lannisters stirred uneasily in the west, the Tyrells expected certain concessions to repay their aid, the Martells quietly demanded the crown hold to every promised courtesy and right for Princess Elia and her children, and behind it all, two dormant dragon eggs still sat in a locked chamber, refusing to stir despite Rhaegar's repeated attempts. Ned closed his eyes for a moment, letting the mild breeze drift across his face. He could almost smell the pine forests of Winterfell, the crisp tang of northern air. But he was reminded only by a faint whiff of salt from Blackwater Bay, carrying the city's odors of smoke, tanneries, and human life. This was not the north, and perhaps never would feel like home. Yet here he was, interwoven with House Targaryen's destiny. His kin, Lyanna, was Rhaegar's second wife and carried the weight of being a Targaryen consort, though the faith had only grudgingly recognized it. And Ned himself was caretaker to a living dragon. The soft scrape of boots on stone drew Ned's attention. He turned to see Ser Barristan and Selmy stepping onto the balcony, the knight's face full of cautious respect. Gray streaked Barristan's hair at the temples, but he moved with the quiet assurance of one who had faced death 100 times on the battlefield and in the royal court. "My Lord Stark," Ser Barristan greeted, voice gentle. "The prince has asked if you might speak with him in private, unless you wish to rest." Ned shook his head. "No. I'll come." Any sense of what weighs on his mind tonight? A slight shrug of Barristan's broad shoulders. "I know only that a letter arrived from Casterly Rock at twilight bearing Lord Tywin's seal. It must concern the realm's finances or alliances. I suspect Prince Rhaegar would have your counsel on the matter." Indeed. Tywin Lannister had remained unsettlingly quiet for some time, and each new message from the Lion of the West carried the potential of cunning, advantage, or carefully veiled threats. With a last glance at the sleeping Frostfire, Ned followed Barrist and through torchlit corridors to a small council room near the royal library. There, he found Rhaegar seated at a heavy wooden table strewn with scrolls, a single lamp casting flickers of golden light across his pale features. Rhaegar lifted his gaze as Ned entered, exhaustion visible in the fine lines around his violet eyes. "Thank you for coming," the prince said quietly. "My apologies for the late hour. I could not rest until I decided on a course." Ned inclined his head in greeting, then took a seat across from Rhaegar. "No apology needed. I'm here to help." He glanced at the half-unrolled parchment on the table. The wax seal of House Lannister was broken, leaving Tywin's golden lion split in two. "So it's Tywin again?" "Yes." Rhaegar's voice was laden with tension. He expresses formal congratulations on the crown's small triumphs. Then he outlines a concern that the realm's finances are suffering under the cost of rebuilding from the siege and that any taxes might be necessary. He suggests that House Lannister could, if asked, lend the crown the gold to stabilize the coffers, naturally at a generous interest. Ned frowned. A crown indebted to House Lannister was a precarious path. That would bind the throne's fortunes to Tywin's good graces. Rhaegar let out a humorless laugh. "Precisely. I'd be trading one chain for another. Yet the truth remains. The Mad King drained our treasury with his obsessions, and the recent war has done further damage. The coffers are not yet empty, but we cannot ignore the problem." Tywin clearly sensed an opportunity. Grim silence settled between them for a time. Rhaegar's father, King Aerys, now confined to Old Town, had for years demanded lavish projects, hoarded wildfire, and alienated potential allies. Even with Rhaegar's new leadership and the realm's cautious peace, the cost of rebuilding, hiring new city guards, and sending aid to battered regions was steep. Ned tapped his fingers on the table. "Could we not approach the Iron Bank of Bravos or another free city for a loan, rather than tie ourselves to Lannister gold?" "That is one possibility," Rhaegar said. "But I'm wary of the Iron Bank. They care little for titles or tradition. If we fail to repay, they finance our enemies. Tywin's terms might actually be less lethal. The question is whether I trust Tywin's broader intentions more than the Iron Bank's. I do not relish that choice." Ned understood. Tywin Lannister was famed for turning debts into webs that ensnared his political foes. The Iron Bank was reputed to be coldly neutral but relentless. Neither path looked appealing. Perhaps a lesser sum could be borrowed from a consortium of minor houses or wealthy merchants, distributing the risk, Ned suggested. Rhaegar steepled his fingers, thinking, "Yes, a fraction from each so none hold an overwhelming advantage. Though it might be complicated to coordinate." He paused, glancing at the parchment again. Tywin also mentions his son Jaime, who still serves in the Kingsguard but remains discontented by the changes in the capital. Tywin hints that if we release Jaime from the oath, House Lannister might be more flexible in matters of gold. Ned's eyes narrowed. Jaime Lannister had been one of the youngest ever to join the Kingsguard, originally to serve under Aerys. Now, Rhaegar was effectively king in all but name, and Jaime had shown no sign of wanting to leave his white cloak. But if Tywin was suggesting that returning Jaime to Casterly Rock's inheritance line could sweeten their finances, it hinted at a father's desire to gather his family's power tightly. "Do you have any intention of releasing Jaime?" Ned asked. Rhaegar's brow furrowed. "Not at present. Jaime swore a sacred vow, and while many doubt his loyalty, given how his father parted ways with the crown, he has done nothing outwardly disloyal. I won't force him to break that oath for gold. That seems unworthy." Ned found himself agreeing. "But if Jaime himself requests release?" "He hasn't," Rhaegar said. "I asked him privately once if the new order troubled him enough to leave. He claimed he would remain loyal to the Kingsguard as long as I ruled with honor. So Tywin's attempt to trade on this is purely speculation. Or manipulation." A breeze whispered through the open window, stirring a stack of scrolls. Rhaegar gently pressed them down, then gave Ned a tired smile. "Ah, you see the dilemmas that plague me. I can't risk offending Tywin so gravely that he stirs open rebellion in the West, but I can't let him entrap me. If I had my father's old wealth from the days before madness, this would be no concern. Instead, I weigh every coin, every handshake, worried that it might tip the balance. Ned leaned forward. You're not alone. We have houses who support you, the Tyrells, the Martells, and the North through House Stark. White Harbor is wealthy, though not so much as the Lannisters, but it could help. If we can unify these powers, we might not need Tywin's gold. We would need a more formal approach, Rhaegar mused. A treaty of mutual interest so the Tyrells, Martells, and even some river lords might invest in the crown. But forging that unity is no simple matter. Each will demand something in return. Ned's mind flicked to Dorne's long-standing friction with the crown, the Tyrells' pride in being Highgarden's guardians of chivalry, the Riverlands still licking their wounds from the war. It will be a delicate dance, he acknowledged. But better we dance with many partners than find ourselves shackled to Tywin alone. Rhaegar nodded, relief creeping into his eyes. Then let's proceed that way. I'll have letters drafted, requesting private talks with Mace Tyrell, Dor and Martell, and those river lords who remain loyal. If we can coax some coin from White Harbor or the Arbor, we may patch the holes enough to rebuild without Tywin's hooks in us. The prince drew a fresh sheet of parchment closer, writing carefully. I'll lay out terms. Thank you, Ned. Your counsel remains invaluable. Ned allowed a small smile. I'm only doing what I can. Rising from his seat, he prepared to leave Rhaegar to his letters. I'll look in on the other matters tomorrow, though I suspect none are so urgent as your finances. Rhaegar waved him off with a friendly gesture. Rest well. We've plenty to do come morning. Ned departed, the corridors dim and mostly deserted at such a late hour. In his own tower, he found Frostfire awake, apparently roused by the faint moonlight. The dragon snaked its head toward him, letting out a sound that might have been a greeting or a complaint at his absence. Chuckling softly, Ned knelt to rub the scaly ridges behind its jaw. Rest, old friend, he murmured, not caring that the dragon was still quite young in fact. Frostfire exhaled a short flare of warm breath as though in response. Ned settled on his bed, lulled to sleep by the beast's comforting presence. Yet night offered little solace in the shape of dreams. Visions troubled him, a vast snowfield stretching endlessly, a swirl of shadows forming monstrous shapes. Frostfire soared overhead, trying to scatter the darkness with flame, but the gloom resisted, creeping closer. Then the dream shifted to a different tension, a hall of mirrors where each reflection showed Ned wearing the Targaryen crown or Rhaegar brandishing a Stark sigil. He jolted awake just before dawn, heart pounding, the images fading to little more than unease. He dressed quickly and made his way to the courtyard, where he found an unexpected but welcome sight, Lyanna and Elia Martell speaking softly, both cloaked against the early morning chill. Their expressions were cordial, even friendly. Seeing them together reassured Ned that, at least for now, the tensions of a polygamous marriage were contained. Both women had found a kind of understanding, for Rhaegar's sake and for the realm's. They greeted Ned with warmth. Lyanna asked how he'd slept. He shrugged, not wishing to reveal his disturbing dreams. Elia offered him a faint smile. You look as though you need strong tea. Ned nodded. That would be welcome. Though I fear no tea will fix the realm's troubles. Elia's lips quirked. No, but it might steady your hands to face them. The three strolled across the courtyard to the great hall where servants had begun setting up for a light breakfast. Frostfire remained behind in the tower, dozing. As they passed guards and courtiers, Ned noticed that many bowed or dipped their heads to him with respect. Once, a Stark in King's Landing might have been an outsider. Now, people whispered that he was the Dragon's Keeper, integral to Rhaegar's rule. The weight of that recognition felt heavier than any crown. Inside, over cups of strong tea and bread with honey, Lyanna briefly recounted her plan to ride north soon to visit Winterfell. She wished to see their father, Rickard, and check on the fortifications. I've asked Rhaegar, she added, but he thinks it's unwise for me to leave so soon. Too many southern lords might read it as a slight or a sign that I don't take my new role seriously. Or they might simply see an opportunity to gossip, Elia noted dryly. The capital thrives on gossip like fleas on a dog. Lyanna's mouth tightened. Still, I miss home. I might at least go part of the way, perhaps to Moat Cailin, meet father there. Then return. I can't remain caged. Ned rested a reassuring hand on hers. You should do what your heart demands, but be cautious. The realm is in transition. Any perceived division in House Targaryen's alliances might embolden the likes of Tywin or stoke talk among those who resent the polygamy. Elia nodded in gentle agreement, but offered a thoughtful smile. Perhaps if your journey is framed as an official mission, an envoy of the crown to the north, checking on matters of resource gathering and security, it might quell the rumors. Lyanna's eyes lit up at the idea. Yes, that's a good plan. I'll speak to Rhaegar about it. Thank you, Elia. Ned watched Elia. She carried herself with a quiet dignity that belied any jealousy she might have felt about Lyanna's presence. In truth, Elia seemed more concerned with the realm's stability and with ensuring her own children, Rhaenys and Aegon, grew up in a world free of the madness that had plagued their grandfather. Ned found himself unexpectedly grateful for her poise. After they finished breakfast, they parted ways. Ned, fulfilling his role as counselor, headed to the throne room where a short session of royal justice was scheduled. King Aerys' old seat of power, a twisted mass of blades and iron, loomed at the far end of the hall, overshadowed now by a slight dais upon which Rhaegar sat. He held no official crown, only a circlet of Valyrian steel, but everyone recognized him as the realm's leader. A line of petitioners stretched forward, small folk and minor lords hoping for redress of grievances. Ned stood at Rhaegar's side, along with Barristan and Selmy and a few other close advisors. The first petitioner was a merchant who complained about tolls on the Rose Road. The next a knight who claimed his family's land was wrongly seized during the rebellion. Then came a group of peasants from the Crownlands, lamenting the bandits that still haunted the countryside, remnants of Robert's or Aerys' scattered supporters. Rhaegar listened attentively, rendering judgments with a measured tone. At one point, he asked Ned to speak on a matter of northern justice, given that a traveling merchant had been robbed near Moat Cailin. Ned explained the North's traditional approach to dealing with bandits and pledged that House Stark would look into improving safety on the King's Road. More notes were taken by the royal scribes. Through it all, Ned felt the restless pulse of the city, people lining up to see justice done, to witness the Dragon's Court as some had begun to call it, even though only one living dragon existed. Then a hush fell when a final petitioner stepped forward, a messenger wearing the badge of House Brax, a lesser vassal to the Lannisters in the Westerlands. He knelt, voice echoing in the throne room as he relayed greetings from Lord Tywin. Rhaegar's jaw tightened a fraction. Lord Tywin requests the crown's consideration of a proposed match between a Lannister cousin and a minor Targaryen cousin, the messenger announced. He believes it would solidify goodwill. A ripple of surprise passed through the assembled court. Rhaegar's brows furrowed. A Targaryen cousin? The Targaryen line had precious few living members beyond himself, Aerys, Viserys, who was a mere boy, kept away from court madness, and baby Daenerys, who was still in the cradle. This rumored cousin was likely some distant relation or a bastard branch. Tywin was fishing for a marital tie that would further ensnare the monarchy. Rhaegar thanked the messenger, promised to send a written response. The man retreated hastily. Silence reigned for a few beats before the herald ended the session. People dispersed, murmuring speculation. Ned exchanged a knowing look with Barristan. Tywin was prodding again, seeing how far the crown would bend in forging alliances with the West. The game continued. When the throng departed, Rhaegar stood, beckoning Ned to walk with him. They navigated a side corridor, eventually stepping into a small courtyard garden. Bougainvillea vines clung to the stone walls, bright blossoms swaying in the breeze. Rhaegar paused beneath an arbor. You see, Ned, how Tywin tries every angle. A marriage tie here, a financial bond there. He's testing me. Ned inclined his head. He wants to ensure that House Lannister remains indispensable to the crown, or that it can overshadow you if you reject his enticements. Rhaegar ran a hand over his face, weariness evident. I must find a balance. I don't want to provoke the Westerlands into an outright challenge. They still have the largest gold reserves in the realm and no small number of knights. But I'll not become Tywin's puppet. A marriage between some remote Targaryen cousin, someone I barely know, and a Lannister scion. I doubt that helps us more than it helps him. Ned thought carefully. It might placate Tywin, but at a cost. Perhaps you can stall, claiming you need time to investigate the lineage. Meanwhile, we push forward with your plan to gather funding from other houses. Once we are less vulnerable financially, we can politely refuse or propose terms so high that Tywin balks. Rhaegar nodded slowly. Yes, stalling might be the best approach. That was always my father's method, but he did it in bad faith. I intend to be more honest. I'll simply say we cannot make a marital alliance until we confirm the family lines. In the meantime, we gather resources and alliances. By the time Tywin realizes we're not biting, it may be too late for him to leverage much. They spoke a while longer, discussing the next steps. Then Rhaegar clasped Ned's shoulder in gratitude and left to consult the scribes. Ned lingered in the garden, breathing in the floral scents. This endless dance of negotiations, half-truths, and strategies felt foreign to his northern sensibilities. Yet he had to admit he was growing better at it, shaped by necessity. He eventually made his way back to the tower to check on Frostfire, who seemed restless again, pacing the floor and occasionally scraping the walls with its claws. The dragon was approaching the size of a small warhorse now, and the tower chamber grew cramped. That spurred Ned's memory of something else Rhaegar had mentioned. The old Targaryen dragon pit on the Hill of Rhaenys had been in ruins for generations. Might it be rebuilt for Frostfire's use? Or perhaps an open courtyard with high walls near the Red Keep could serve as a better enclosure. Ned mulled the possibilities. If Frostfire needed truly open skies, it might be wise to let the dragon roost somewhere on the outskirts of the city. But that also posed risks. Thieves, zealots, or saboteurs might try to harm or steal the beast. And the small folk might panic if Frostfire roamed too freely. That left him with no simple solution. For now, he'd keep the dragon in the tower but would request a new, larger enclosure. Just as Ned was scratching behind Frostfire's horned crest, footsteps sounded in the corridor. Ser Barristan returned, bearing a parchment sealed with purple wax. "Another letter for you, my lord. It arrived just now by Raven." Ned's curiosity stirred. He broke the seal and recognized the handwriting immediately. Brandon's. He read quickly, brow knitting in concern. "Father is ill," Brandon wrote in broad strokes. "He's had trouble sleeping and eats little. The maester says it may be a winter fever. The winter is not here yet. Father grows weaker each day, but he won't speak of it. He's demanded I continue overseeing the castle. I write to ask if you can come north or at least send word. A visit from you or Lyanna might lift his spirits." A pang shot through Ned's chest. Rickard Stark had always been a strong man, formidable in bearing and mind. The notion of him ill, perhaps fading, felt like a blow. Yet there were duties here that held Ned pinned. Could he simply leave Rhaegar's side with the realm in such precarious shape? On the other hand, Rickard was Lord of Winterfell, father to them all. If his health was truly failing, Ned might regret not going north. He pressed a hand to his brow. Barristan waited politely. "I take it the news is not good," the knight offered. "No," Ned murmured. "My father's unwell. Brandon hopes one of us can come. Lyanna also yearns to visit the north." An idea formed. This might align with her plan to travel under official auspices. If so, perhaps I can arrange to accompany her. Or go in her stead. Barristan nodded. Prince Rhaegar may permit it, especially if the crown can frame it as a journey to secure northern support, perhaps to finalize the new alliances or to raise men if needed. Ned sighed, mindful that each trip was fraught with risk. Yet the pull of family was stronger than any hesitation. He gave Barristan a firm nod. "I'll speak with Rhaegar, see what can be done." He found the prince in his private solar, finishing a discussion with an advisor over trade matters. When Ned mentioned Rickard's illness, Rhaegar's expression fell into sympathetic lines. "I'm sorry to hear it. Lord Rickard did much to help me secure the throne, or what passes for a throne now." He paused, tapping the desk. "Yes, you and Lyanna should go if you wish. But I hope at least one of you returns soon. The realm needs the stability of the Stark-Targaryen bond here in the capital." Ned inclined his head. "Understood. If Lyanna decides to stay in Winterfell, I'll make my way back after ensuring father is well or He swallowed the lump in his throat, not wishing to speak of darker outcomes. After ensuring that Winterfell's leadership is settled, Rhaegar rose from the desk, stepping closer. "Take an escort of Targaryen guards if you like. It will show the realm that our bond extends to the north. And take the dragon too if you deem it wise." Ned blinked. Frostfire? In Winterfell? A faint smile crossed Rhaegar's face. "The north is as much a part of this realm as any other region. A dragon's presence might reassure your bannermen that the crown values them. Or it might cause fear. I leave the choice to you. But if your father is ill, perhaps seeing the living proof of our alliance would give him peace." Ned considered. The practical challenges were immense. Traveling by land or sea with a dragon the size of a horse, the possibility of frightening half the countryside. But perhaps it would also be a powerful symbol. And if he truly wanted to bring Frostfire out of the cramped tower, the wide plains and forests of the north might be better for the creature's growth. A wry grin tugged at Ned's lips. "I never thought I'd see a dragon perched atop Winterfell's walls. But maybe you're right. If father can manage the shock, it might hearten him. Let me speak with Lyanna. Then we'll decide." Rhaegar placed a hand on Ned's shoulder. "Do what you must, my friend. This realm endures because of men and women who act on behalf of family and duty." They parted ways. Ned found Lyanna in the library, reading an account of some ancient Targaryen campaign. She smiled wearily at him. "Do you have time to help me decipher these old family trees? Rhaegar wants to verify which Targaryen cousins remain, so he can stall Tywin's proposal." It's maddening. So many lines died out or vanished. Ned gave her the news of their father's illness. Her reaction was immediate alarm. She shut the book with a snap. We have to go to High. I've been wanting to return north anyway. But this changes everything. Ned nodded. Rhaegar consents. We can leave soon with a small escort. He even suggested we bring Frostfire. Lyanna's eyes widened. A dragon in Winterfell? The old lords will spin in their graves. But perhaps that's exactly what the realm needs to see, that the North and Targaryens truly stand side by side. They spent the rest of the day making arrangements, selecting a guard of 50 men, half Stark soldiers, half Targaryen loyalists, along with 2 maesters, some wagons of supplies, and a specialized cart for transporting Frostfire if necessary. The plan was to travel overland up the King's Road, a journey that would take several weeks. Frostfire could fly segments, but it would tire quickly. They'd need to manage stops carefully, ensuring the beast had enough food and rest. That evening they dined with Rhaegar, Elia, and a handful of close allies. The mood was subdued but supportive. Elia expressed her hope that Lord Rickard would recover. Rhaegar reiterated that Ned or Lyanna should return south once matters were settled. Over cups of mulled wine, they hammered out details of how to communicate by raven. One raven to be stationed at Moat Cailin, another at Winterfell, ensuring swift exchange of messages. At dawn, the small caravan assembled in the outer courtyard. Lyanna wore a warm riding cloak of grey wool trimmed with white fur, the Stark sigil pinned at her shoulder. Ned had swapped his southern doublet for more practical northern leathers. The Targaryen guards wore black and red tabards, Stark men in grey and white. The sight was striking, an emblem of the alliance in motion. Frostfire prowled among the horses, causing them to shy, but Ned calmed the dragon with a firm grip on the harness, murmuring quiet words. Rhaegar and Elia came to see them off. Barristan Selmy, too, bowed graciously. Lyanna embraced her husband briefly, exchanging soft words Ned couldn't hear. Then Rhaegar turned to Ned, clasping his forearm. Send word when you reach Moat Cailin. May the gods watch over your journey. Ned bowed. And may the realm remain at peace in our absence. Frostfire let out a shrill cry that reverberated off the castle walls, as though impatient to depart. The gates opened, and the caravan filed out onto the main road. Townspeople stopped to gawk at the dragon, mothers pulling children close, while some men removed their caps in silent wonder. Soldiers at the gate saluted. Ned took a deep breath, adjusting to the weight of chainmail under his cloak. The morning sun cast long shadows on the cobblestones as they headed north. Once they left the city behind, the dust of the King's Road swirled underfoot. Spring's warmth lingered, though here and there leaves had begun to turn, hinting that autumn might not be far. Frostfire alternated between flying short distances overhead and trudging on foot. When it soared, villagers in the fields froze, then rushed inside barns or houses, uncertain if the dragon had come to burn them. Ned took pains to show no aggression, ordering the knights to wave friendly banners. Lyanna rode beside him, her expression alive with anticipation. It's been so long since I felt the northern breeze. I can hardly wait. Ned smiled. We must pace ourselves. The roads aren't in the best condition after the war. Some villages are still recovering from Robert's rebels marching through. She sighed. Yes, but let's pray the next night passes without incident. The journey's first few days proved relatively peaceful. They passed small hamlets where folk watched warily, but no open hostility arose. At night, they camped off the road, erecting large tents for the guards and a sturdy enclosure for Frostfire with portable wooden stakes. The dragon seemed subdued, perhaps unsettled by the unfamiliar traveling routine. Ned tried to hunt fresh game when possible, supplementing the salted meat they carried. Midway through the second week, they reached a modest town near the border of the Riverlands. There, they discovered tension. A local lord complained that marauders, likely remnants of Robert's broken forces, had robbed merchant wagons. Sensing a chance to show the crown's protection, Ned dispatched a patrol of Targaryen guards and Stark archers to flush out the bandits. Within hours, the patrol returned, having scattered a small group of ragged men. The local folk offered thanks, and Ned used the opportunity to reassure them of Rhaegar's benevolent rule. Lyanna, meanwhile, spent time with local women who had lost family in the war. Her presence, as a Stark lady and Targaryen consort, made an impression. Later, Ned overheard villagers praising the crown for sending help. This heartened him, reaffirming the idea that the realm's unity was stronger than cynics claimed. Yet trouble soon found them. 2 nights later, as they made camp in a clearing close to a winding river, the watchmen spotted torches moving in the distance. Ned and Lyanna climbed a low ridge to see what might be approaching. The moon cast pale light over a scattering of riders, perhaps 24, who advanced quickly along the King's Road. Ned gave orders. Half the camp to stand ready, the other half to continue normal duties so as not to provoke immediate alarm. Frostfire was tethered, lightly, to a thick post, but the dragon began hissing at the scent of unfamiliar horses. When the riders drew closer, Ned could see they bore the sigils of House Bracken, a Riverlands house known for long-standing feuds and shifting loyalties. A middle-aged man at the forefront raised a banner. In the name of House Bracken, we seek audience with the Targaryen envoy. Ned and Lyanna exchanged glances. He mounted his horse, instructing Lyanna to remain behind, but she refused. "If you won't let me fight, at least let me stand by your side," she insisted. He relented, the 2 of them riding out with a small contingent of knights. Frostfire let out a low rumble, but Ned signaled the guards to keep the dragon back unless needed. They met on the road, tension thick in the air. The Bracken representative introduced himself as Ser Hobart Bracken. "We heard rumors that a Targaryen Stark party traveled north with a dragon in tow," he said, voice carrying a note of hostility. "We wanted to see for ourselves." Ned gave a curt nod. "You see, it's true. We travel in peace. Why do you approach by night with torches? Like an ambush?" Hobart snorted. "We've reason to worry about roving forces. The realm might be calmer, but not safe. We also question why a dragon passes through Riverlands territory unannounced." Lyanna's tone iced over. "House Bracken does not rule the Riverlands. The Tullus remain lords paramount. We have no obligation to beg your leave." Murmurs of discontent rose among the Bracken riders. Hobart tightened his grip on his reins. "We've sworn no love to Tully. He's feeble since the war. Our house can stand for itself." His eyes flicked to Ned. "And you, Ned Stark, if the rumors are true. The man who helped Rhaegar depose King Aerys." Ned reined his horse to a deliberate stop. "We did what was necessary to end a destructive rule. The realm is better for it. Now, if your business is only to confirm rumors, you have your answer. Let us pass." Hobart's lips twitched. "We might, but perhaps you'd share some coin or supplies for safe passage through what are effectively our lands." A muscle in Ned's jaw ticked. This smacked of extortion. "These roads belong to the crown," he said evenly, "and the crown does not pay tribute to vassals. If you intend to impede us, you'll be making a grave mistake." He gave a subtle hand signal, prompting the Targaryen knights to edge forward. From behind, a single roar from Frostfire raked the night air. The Bracken's horses whinnied, unsettled by the draconic cry. Hobart's men shifted anxiously. The flickering torchlight revealed their faces, uncertain now that they truly believed a dragon was near. Hobart Bracken's scowl deepened, but caution flitted in his eyes. "We've no wish for a fight, merely courtesy." "Very well, pass on then. But remember that House Bracken does not yield to Tully or Targaryen demands lightly." Lyanna's gaze hardened. "We'll remember," she said, voice dripping warning. The Bracken riders withdrew, though slowly, as though reluctant to appear cowed. Ned felt the tension in his shoulders only ease when they disappeared into the darkness. He and Lyanna returned to the camp, the men on edge. Frostfire snorted, annoyed that it hadn't been let loose. Ned patted the dragon's flank. "Easy. We'll save your flame for true enemies, not posturing fools." He worried that a small incident like this hinted at deeper fissures in the Riverlands. House Bracken and House Blackwood were infamous for feuding, and the recent war might have amplified those grudges. All these small alliances or grudges could erupt if the realm's leadership seemed weak. Another reason for Ned to proceed quickly north, see his father, and then return to King's Landing to support Rhaegar's consolidations. They continued the journey without further harassment, though they stayed wary in the Riverlands. Past Harrenhal's ruined spires in the distance, they skirted the massive fortress that had once hosted that ill-fated tourney. Finally, they crossed the neck, navigating the bogs near Moat Cailin. There, the chill in the air increased noticeably. Lyanna breathed in the northern wind, eyes shining with a mix of relief and longing. A day's ride beyond brought them to Moat Cailin itself, a crumbling ruin but still a strategic checkpoint. Stark soldiers manned the towers. They hailed Ned and Lyanna with astonished cheers, marveling at the sight of Frostfire. Some recognized it from the earlier rumor that House Stark possessed a dragon, but seeing it in the flesh, grown larger, was an entirely different matter. One older soldier actually fell to his knees when Frostfire landed in the courtyard, muttering prayers to the old gods. Ned gently assured the man that the dragon was under his command. Through the swirl of excitement, Lyanna asked for news of their father. The local commander, Ser Roderick Castle, relayed that Ricard had been largely confined to bed in Winterfell for weeks, though no word suggested immediate death. Even so, a hush of worry hung in the air. Determined to push on, they spent only one night at Moat Cailin. The next morning, they rode north again through the high moors and rolling hills that led toward Winterfell. Each league felt more familiar to Ned, each breeze carrying the scent of pine and damp earth that recalled his boyhood. Frostfire seemed uneasy in the cooler climate, occasionally puffing out small bursts of steam when exhaling in the morning cold. But it adapted, especially once Ned fed it a fresh kill, some unlucky deer from the woods near the road. Finally, as dusk approached on the 14th day since leaving King's Landing, the walls of Winterfell rose before them. Ned's heart thudded at the sight of the ancient gray ramparts, the banners of the dire wolf rippling gently in the wind. Torchlight flared along the battlements and the great gates swung open. They entered amid hushed astonishment from the guards. Ned recognized many faces, some from the old days, some new recruits. Word of their arrival raced through the courtyards like wildfire. By the time they dismounted, Brandon emerged with a handful of men. He embraced Ned and Lyanna, then stared wide-eyed at Frostfire, which flapped its wings as it touched down on the hard-packed earth. The stories didn't do it justice, Brandon breathed, stepping back warily. It's monstrous. Ned laid a calming hand on the dragon's flank. Easy, Brandon. It's friend, not foe. Brandon snorted. If you say so. He led them deeper into the courtyard, stable hands rushing to tend the horses while others cowered away from Frostfire. Let's get you inside. Father's been asking for you both. The keep's familiar corridors greeted them, dimly lit by sconces. Winterfell's chill felt sharper indoors, but for Ned it was the comforting cold of home. Passing the main hall, they ascended a flight of stone steps to Lord Ricard's private chambers. The door opened onto a room warmed by a large hearth. Ricard Stark lay propped against pillows on a sturdy bed, his frame thinner than Ned remembered, silver hair stark against his lined face. A maester hovered near the foot of the bed and a handmaid stirred herbs in a simmering pot. The old lord's eyes flicked open at their entrance. Lyanna hurried forward, kneeling at his bedside. Father, she murmured, tears threatening to spill. Ned followed, gently taking Ricard's hand. The lord's grip felt weak, but he managed a faint smile. Lya. Ned, Ricard whispered, voice rasping. You came. Lyanna nodded, eyes glistening. We came as soon as we heard you were ill. A quiet moment passed while Ricard's gaze drifted between them. He coughed, a low rattling sound. The maester says it's a flux of the lungs. Could pass in time or not. His attempt at humor fell flat, overshadowed by the reality of his condition. Ned's throat constricted. Don't talk like that. We brought help if you need it. Targaryen maesters, new medicines, anything. Ricard shook his head, wincing slightly. I've lived through too many wars, too many tragedies. My body grows tired. But I'm proud of what you've done. Keeping the North safe, forging alliances. The realm stands thanks to your choices. Lyanna blinked back tears. I only wish it didn't cost us so much. I'll stay by your side as long as you need. Ricard's gaze softened. Stay a while, yes. But remember your duties to your new station. The North must remain strong, allied with Rhaegar if he proves worthy. And Brandon, he's done his best. But he's not the leader you are, Ned. I fear for how he might fare if left alone. Ned exchanged a glance with Lyanna. So Ricard, even in illness, worried about the future of the North. We'll manage, Ned assured him, voice trembling slightly. For now, just focus on resting. Let us handle matters of state. The old lord nodded, his head sinking back against the pillows. The maester gently shooed them, suggesting Ricard needed quiet. They left the chamber with heavy hearts, though Ricard's face had brightened briefly at the sight of them. Brandon, waiting in the hall, rubbed the back of his neck, expression grim. He perked up more than he has in days when you arrived, Brandon said. But the maester's uncertain. Could be he recovers, or he might slip away any moment. Lyanna closed her eyes, pressing a hand to her lips. Ned set a comforting hand on her shoulder. We'll do what we can. In the meantime, let's see to the men and the dragon. Brandon led them back down, explaining that he'd had a large pen hastily prepared in the outer courtyard for Frostfire, ringed with sturdy timbers. A roaring fire in a stone pit helped warm the enclosure. When they approached, they found stable hands looking on in awe as the dragon curled up near the fire, seemingly enjoying the radiant heat. Ned gave instructions on feeding and the need for caution. No one should approach Frostfire unless Ned or one of the trained Targaryen guards was present. He also assigned watch shifts to ensure no panic or sabotage occurred. The last thing Winterfell needed was a frightened stable hand accidentally spooking a dragon. That night, they dined in the great hall with Brandon and the household, though it was more subdued than the old feasts. Many eyes lingered on Lyanna, curious or anxious about her Targaryen ties. Ned did his best to assure everyone that the North's interests remained central, that House Stark had not forsaken them. Yet tension rippled among some of the older bannermen. They remembered the rumors, King Aerys' cruelty, Rhaegar's abduction of Lyanna, the near war that Robert Baratheon had launched. Reconciling the present with the past took time. Still, the presence of the direwolf banners overhead and the hearty northern fare, hot soups, roasted boar, dark bread, felt like a balm. Lyanna ate little, her worry for their father evident, but she managed to greet each lord or lady who approached. Brandon recounted some local disputes he'd settled while overseeing Winterfell. He was brash, quick to argue, yet he'd kept the North stable enough. Ned sensed a mix of relief and frustration in his older brother. Brandon had always expected to be the next Lord of Winterfell, but he had not anticipated the political complexities that came with the Targaryen alliance. After supper, Ned asked to speak privately with Brandon. The two withdrew to the godwood, where the red leaves of the weirwood rustled in a faint breeze. Moonlight silvered the ancient trunk's face. Brandon stood with arms folded, posture tight. Father's not the man he was, Brandon began, voice subdued. He tries to give orders, but the slightest exertion leaves him coughing. The maester has done what he can, herbs, tonics, but father's health keeps declining. Ned stared at the reflecting pool, remembering how they had once played as children here. If the worst happens, you'll become Lord Stark. We need to ensure you have the North firmly behind you. Brandon's jaw tightened. I can lead men in battle, but father's tasks, tax collection, dealing with lesser lords, forging alliances, none of that suits me. He cast Ned a sidelong glance. You're the one who's always had a steady head for these things. Perhaps father always expected you to stand behind me. Ned hesitated. The truth was complicated. Ricard had trained Brandon to be Lord, but had also taught Ned about duty, cunning, and negotiations, lessons that served him well in King's Landing. We'll figure it out, Ned said softly. You won't be alone. But you must remain open to counsel. Father told me he worries about your temper. Brandon exhaled sharply. I've learned some restraint, though not as much as you perhaps. I'll do what's needed if father passes. But let's hope the old wolf still has some years left. They fell silent, hearing the rustle of wind in the weirwood branches. Night creatures chirped softly. Ned found some measure of calm in the presence of the old gods. After a time, he bid Brandon good night, returning to the keep. Lyanna was with Ricard again, so Ned checked on Frostfire. The dragon dozed near the fire, apparently content in the pen. Northern air curled about them, but the heat of the flames and the dragon's internal fire kept the cold at bay. When Ned finally climbed into his old bedchamber, memories flooded him. The last time he had truly lived in Winterfell, the realm had been stable under Targaryen rule, though cracks in Aerys' sanity were beginning to show. Now so much had changed. But the bed's familiar smell, straw and wool, lulled him, and for once he slept without nightmares. In the morning, a swirl of activity greeted him. One of the first tasks was to address the curiosity swirling around Frostfire. The castle staff and local families wanted to see the dragon from a safe distance. Ned organized a brief demonstration in the courtyard, letting Frostfire spread its wings and exhale a gentle flame at a wooden target. Gasps and murmurs rose from the onlookers, who seemed both awed and cautious. Word spread across Winterfell and beyond. The Stark Lord had returned with a dragon at his side. Amid that excitement, Ned attended to Winterfell's day-to-day affairs, meeting minor lords who sought the Stark overlord's approval on matters, settling disputes about grazing lands, ensuring the harvest would feed the coming winter. The routine felt strangely comforting, far from the intrigues of King's Landing, though no less critical to the realm's well-being. Lyanna spent much of her time at Ricard's bedside, sometimes reading to him, sometimes just holding his hand as he drifted in and out of sleep. Days passed in a pattern of watchful waiting. Each morning, they woke hoping for improvement. Some mornings, Ricard seemed more alert, able to speak a few sentences about the North's future, about the grandchildren he might one day see. Other mornings, he was too weak to sit up. During this lull, ravens arrived from King's Landing with updates from Rhaegar. A small council was to be convened there soon, bringing together the Tyrells, Martells, and certain river lords to discuss mutual financial support. Rhaegar wrote that he expected Ned's presence, or at least a confirmation that the North stood with him. Ned replied that he was needed in Winterfell a while longer but reaffirmed House Stark's loyalty. He also learned from the letters that Tywin Lannister continued to push for a marital alliance, but Rhaegar was stalling skillfully. A second raven came with a surprising note from White Harbor. Lord Wyman Mandoli offered to host a meeting with Rhaegar's envoys to discuss a loan to the crown, exactly the sort of arrangement Ned had urged Rhaegar to pursue. If successful, it would reduce the monarchy's dependence on Lannister gold. Ned penned an encouraging reply, praising Lord Wyman's generosity and promising that House Stark would support such a plan. On the 8th day after their arrival in Winterfell, a gloom hovered over the castle. Ricard's breathing had grown ragged in the night, and the maester warned that the end might be near. Ned and Lyanna stood vigil in the Lord's chambers, joined by Brandon when word reached him. The 3 Stark children, though grown, circled their father's bed, remembering a lifetime of lessons, scoldings, and quiet praises. Ricard stirred, opening his eyes, gaze passing across them. For a moment, clarity shone in his expression. He beckoned Ned closer, voice barely above a whisper. "Ned, you must hold the North together. Brandon will lead, but your guidance, he'll need it." Ned's throat tightened. "I swear it, father. I'll not abandon him or the North." Ricard's grip on Ned's sleeve weakened. He turned his eyes to Lyanna, a faint smile on his cracked lips. "My wild daughter, be at peace with your choices. The realm sees your worth. Serve it well." Tears shimmered in Lyanna's eyes. "I will, father." Ricard's gaze shifted to Brandon, who stood grim-faced. The old lord's lips moved, but no clear words came out. Brandon bowed his head, tears slipping free. They watched as Ricard's breathing slowed, each breath shallower than the last. The maester stood by solemnly, quietly checking for a pulse or sign of life. Then, with a final exhale, Ricard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, was gone. For a moment, all was still. A hush enveloped the room. Then Brandon sank to his knees, face contorted in grief. Lyanna wept softly, holding their father's cooling hand. Ned felt numbness wash over him. He had known this might come, yet the finality struck like a blow to the chest. Lord Ricard Stark, the man who had guided them through so many storms, had departed the mortal realm. The next hours blurred. Word spread across the castle and beyond. A hush of mourning fell over Winterfell. The old tradition demanded Ricard's body be taken to the crypts beneath the castle where Stark ancestors lay. Preparations began for a funeral vigil. The household donned black and gray garb, and a quiet sadness permeated every hall. Ned oversaw many details, determined to shield Brandon, who was now Lord Stark, from being overwhelmed by all tasks. The new Lord Stark needed to stand strong at the funeral rites, greet bannermen, and formally assume his father's seat. Lyanna assisted where she could, though her own grief was raw. In the courtyard, Frostfire seemed unsettled by the shift in mood, picking up on the tension. Ned took a moment to reassure the dragon, patting its side. "We've lost our father. The pack must carry on," he murmured, not sure if the creature could sense the weight of his sorrow. Frostfire responded by nuzzling him gently, its warm breath a strange comfort. 2 days later, at dusk, they laid Ricard Stark to rest in the crypts. A somber procession descended the torchlit steps. Brandon led, followed by Ned, Lyanna, the maester, and the senior household members. Mourners carried Ricard's body on a wooden bier draped in gray cloth bearing the direwolf sigil. Down into the cool darkness. The flicker of torches revealed the stone effigies of past Stark lords, each with a direwolf at his feet, a sword across his lap. Brandon stood at the front as the bier was set upon a stone slab. He placed a sword in his father's hands, forging a final link in the chain of tradition. Then, with trembling voice, he recited words of farewell. Ned and Lyanna joined in. Sobs echoed from some behind them, but mostly there was silence, the hush of centuries enveloping them. When they emerged into the courtyard, Brandon stepped aside with Ned. The older brother's face was streaked with tears, but a new resolve burned in his eyes. "I am Lord Stark now," Brandon said, as though testing the words. "The North looks to me for guidance. Will you remain a while, Ned? Help me set things in order." Ned gripped Brandon's arm. "Of course. I promised Father I'd stand by you. I only fear I can't linger indefinitely. Rhaegar needs me in the south too. But let's get you settled in your seat of power first." Brandon accepted that with a curt nod. "We'll see you recognized as the king's envoy in the north. Then, after some weeks, if you must return to King's Landing, I'll manage. So long as you keep in contact." They parted to speak with others. Ned found Lyanna near the hall's entrance, eyes distant. She glanced at him, voice low. "I plan to remain a while too. Rhaegar will understand. We just lost Father. Brandon needs me." Ned nodded, though part of him worried. If Lyanna stayed in Winterfell long enough, rumors might swirl that she was deserting Rhaegar. But her father had just died. No one could begrudge her a period of mourning and family matters. "You're right," Ned said. "Write to Rhaegar, let him know. I'll hold the lines in court if I must return south soon." That evening Ned took a solitary walk around Winterfell's ramparts. The night sky was clear, stars sharp against the black. He recalled how in his youth he'd sometimes climb these walls to watch for the first hint of dawn. Now he saw not a hint of sunrise but a realm cloaked in darkness, literal and metaphorical. The north was stable yet grieving. King's Landing faced cunning threats from Tywin. The Ironborn might still brood after their defeat at Bear Island. Everywhere, people tested the new Targaryen-Stark alliance. Frostfire soared briefly overhead, a shadow against the moon, then landed near the Great Keep with a shake of its wings. A hush fell in the courtyard below. That living dragon was the most powerful symbol of the realm's shift, potentially the key to uniting the Seven Kingdoms or plunging them into fear. Watching it, Ned felt both a surge of pride and a stab of unease. Power could be virtue or vice depending on the one who wielded it. Days turned to weeks in Winterfell. Brandon settled into his role, meeting with bannermen from houses large and small who came to swear fealty to the new Lord Stark. Ned stayed at his brother's side, advising on letters to White Harbor, to the Manderleys, the Glovers, the Boltons, the Umbers. Some families, like the Boltons, required careful handling, for their reputation was grim and cunning. Yet even they recognized Brandon's claim. The North had always prized unity, especially under adversity. Meanwhile, Lyanna tried to serve as a bridge between Northern custom and her position as Rhaegar's consort. She ensured the Northern lords that House Targaryen wouldn't trample their traditions, merely sought cooperation. Many seemed mollified, especially seeing how sincerely Lyanna mourned her father, how she pledged to protect their interests. Ned used the interval to train with Frostfire in the open fields beyond Winterfell's walls. The dragon grew more comfortable in the cooler climate, though it often sought out hot springs near the castle's foundations, basking in their warmth. At times, children from the keep watched from a safe distance as Ned guided Frostfire in short flights, practicing controlled bursts of flame at wooden targets. A hush of awe followed each demonstration. Some men joked that the old ballads would have to add stanzas about the dire wolf and the dragon standing side by side. At last, a raven arrived from King's Landing. The seal was Rhaegar's, the words urgent. Allies gather soon in the capital to discuss the realm's finances and the formal recognition of my regency as king. I need you here to represent the North's voice. Tywin Lannister may come in person or send envoys of high rank. Mace Tyrell, Doran Martell, and possibly others from the Vale or Riverlands will attend. This could define the next age for the Seven Kingdoms. I ask you to return as soon as you are able. Lyanna, too, if she wishes, but I understand her grief. Come quickly. Ned felt the weight of the summons. If Rhaegar intended to be officially crowned, truly King Rhaegar, not just regent, then the realm would watch with keen eyes. That moment could unify or fracture the kingdoms anew, depending on how smoothly it was handled. He convened a small council in Winterfell, Brandon, Lyanna, and the senior advisors. They debated who should go south. Brandon refused to leave so soon after becoming Lord Stark. The North needed him. Lyanna admitted she felt torn. Rhaegar was her husband, but she still mourned their father and worried about leaving Brandon. Ultimately, it was decided that Ned would depart promptly, bringing Frostfire once more. Its presence would symbolically tie House Stark to House Targaryen at the coronation. Lyanna took Ned's hands in hers after the council meeting. Tell Rhaegar. I'll join him soon, but I need a few more moons to settle father's affairs and help Brandon. I'll do my duty, she whispered, face anguished, but not yet. Ned understood. I will tell him. He'll understand. So the final day in Winterfell arrived for Ned again. The memory of burying their father still felt raw. He visited Ricard's crypt, paying quiet respects. Then he said his farewells to Brandon, who clasped him in a tight embrace. "Don't let those southern vipers trap you in their petty games," Brandon muttered. "Speak true and protect the North's interest." "I will," Ned promised. "Lead well, brother. The North stands behind you." They parted and Ned gathered the Targaryen guards, the wagons, and most importantly, Frostfire. The beast had grown comfortable in the castle's courtyard, but it obeyed Ned's call, ambling out through the gates to the open field where the party assembled. People lined the ramparts, watching the departure with a blend of pride and trepidation. House Stark's vow to the Targaryens would continue to shape the realm, for better or for worse. The journey south took a similar route, though they made slightly better time with the roads drier in late summer. Again, villagers and townspeople gawked at the dragon. But now none confronted them as the Brackens had. The rumor of a dragon forging an alliance with the North and having scorched Iron-born raiders had spread. Hostile parties thought twice about challenging Ned's caravan. Still, the trip stretched on. Over a month passed before the red walls of King's Landing rose on the horizon. By the time Ned arrived, autumn's crispness had touched the air and talk of winter crept into conversation. He led Frostfire through the city gates under heavy guard, prompting a crowd of curious onlookers who parted in awe. In the Red Keep, Rhaegar awaited him in the courtyard. The prince wore a deep black tunic embroidered with subtle red dragons, his silver-gold hair tied back. His face lit with relief and genuine warmth at the sight of Ned and Frostfire. "Welcome back," he said, offering a quick embrace that took Ned by surprise. "I was worried. Word came that your father passed." "I'm sorry." Ned inclined his head. "Thank you. We gave him a proper farewell. Brandon is now Lord of Winterfell. Lyanna remains for a time to support him." Rhaegar nodded, face reflecting empathy. Then his gaze moved to Frostfire, which rustled its wings in the courtyard, letting out a low growl of greeting. "You both look well. The realm is abuzz with rumors of your feats in the North. Driving off the Ironborn, uniting with your brother. People are calling you the Wolf of Dragons now." Ned grimaced at the moniker. "They can call me what they like. I only do my duty." A small laugh escaped Rhaegar. "And that is why they admire you. Come, let us speak at length. We have much to discuss before the council meets." He led Ned into a private solar, while the guards took Frostfire to the newly constructed enclosure, a walled courtyard with a heated brazier, improved from the cramped tower. Rhaegar explained that he had pressed the royal architects to create a safer space for the dragon. Ned was silently grateful. Once inside, Rhaegar poured them each a cup of spiced wine. "Our guests begin arriving soon. Mace Tyrell is already here, Doran Martell is en route. The lords paramount from the Vale and the Riverlands may send representatives. Even some from the Iron Islands, though that is uncertain. And yes, Tywin Lannister has hinted he might come himself." Ned sipped the wine, bracing for the swirl of politics. "So you mean to be crowned king? Not just in practice, but in title?" Rhaegar's eyes flickered. "Yes, the High Septon has finally consented under certain conditions, chief among them that I do not resurrect polygamous traditions beyond what has already been done. Elia and Lyanna remain recognized, but I won't take more wives." I assured him I had no intention of doing so. After all, the realm is unsettled enough. If all goes well, the coronation will solidify my reign. We can move on from the memory of my father's madness. Ned sat back, contemplating the far-reaching consequences. And if Tywin tries to disrupt it? Rhaegar's mouth quirked. He'd have to be subtle. An open attempt to disrupt a coronation, especially in the presence of the other great lords, would spark a war he can't win alone. But he might use the event to wrest favors or concessions, perhaps push for that marriage alliance again, or for a seat on the small council with extraordinary powers. We'll have to be vigilant. Ned nodded grimly. When do the negotiations begin? Within a fortnight, Rhaegar said. In the meantime, we'll hold feasts and smaller gatherings to lay the groundwork. Your presence and Frostfire's will be crucial. A reminder that Targaryen power isn't just a claim but real. Yet also that the North is part of this new order, not a subject to be bullied. They strategized deep into the evening, discussing how to greet each lord, what stances to adopt on critical issues like taxes, the crown's debt, and the question of the Targaryen line of succession. Rhaegar wanted to name Aegon, his son by Elia, as heir, but also ensure that any child Lyanna might bear would be recognized. The faith demanded clear lines. Ned recognized the potential for friction if more children arrived, each with their own claim. The memory of the Dance of the Dragons in ancient history rose uncomfortably in his mind, civil war wrought by competing Targaryen claims. He prayed they could avoid that path. Over the next days, the capital bustled with arrivals. Banners of the Rose for House Tyrell, the Spear and Sun for House Martell, and the Falcon for House Arryn fluttered along the city's main thoroughfares. Sailors reported that a Lannister fleet approached from Lannisport, though it was not certain if Tywin was aboard or if he'd travel by land. Taverns filled with knights, merchants, and curious travelers, each wanting a glimpse of the impending coronation. Meanwhile, Ned's return with Frostfire caused a stir among the common folk, many of whom had only glimpsed the dragon as a smaller creature. Now it was broad in the chest, formidable in wingspan, a living symbol of Targaryen might, yet always tethered, so as not to spread panic by flying over the city unannounced. Rhaegar's carefully managed messages emphasized that the dragon was a guardian, not a threat, but city rumor was unstoppable. Some insisted the dragon thirsted for flesh and would devour any who displeased the crown. Others fantasized that it might be the first of many new dragons returning to the world. Early one morning, a procession of highborn lords entered the Red Keep with fanfare. Mace Tyrell led the way, resplendent in green and gold. The huge, bluff man wore an ornate doublet embroidered with golden roses, sporting a wide grin that suggested he believed he was the realm's greatest ally. Next came Doran Martell, carried in a palanquin because of the gout that pained his legs. He bore the grace and reserve typical of Dornish princes, though lines of worry creased his forehead. Finally, came a group of Vale lords under the banner of House Royce, representing Jon Arryn, who was apparently ill and not able to travel. The Riverlands contingent arrived soon after, including Lord Hoster Tully's heir Edmure, a young man just learning the ropes of leadership. On the second day of these arrivals, horns sounded at the city gates. Whispers raced that Tywin Lannister had come in person. True enough, a column of Lannister knights in polished armor bearing the Golden Lion banner paraded through King's Landing, the citizenry craning their necks to catch sight of Lord Tywin. Ned stood on a balcony with Rhaegar watching as the Lannisters climbed the hill to the Red Keep. Tywin Lannister rode at the head, clad in resplendent armor gilded at the edges, a long cloak of crimson trailing behind him. His pale green eyes swept the city with imperious calm. A hush seemed to follow him. Behind him rode Kevan Lannister and other high-ranked cousins. It was a show of wealth and power, a potent reminder that the gold of Casterly Rock could shift the balance of the realm if it chose. Rhaegar exhaled, tension in his posture. Let's greet him properly. If we deny him courtesy, it might provoke him. Ned nodded. They descended to the outer courtyard where the Targaryen household guards formed a line. Rhaegar stood ready with Elia Martell at his side. Ned took position nearby, wearing his stark cloak pinned with a dire wolf clasp, and behind him loomed Frostfire in its enclosure, visible through the open gate so that no one missed the hint of draconic strength. Tywin dismounted, handing his reins to a servant. He approached with measured steps, Kevan and a few others trailing. When he reached Rhaegar, Tywin inclined his head in a gesture that was polite but devoid of warmth. Prince Rhaegar, Tywin said, voice smooth. I come to attend your coronation and offer what support House Lannister can if the realm's prosperity is ensured. Rhaegar returned the courtesy with regal composure. Lord Tywin, we welcome you to King's Landing in peace. I trust your journey was uneventful. A ghost of a smile touched Tywin's lips. We encountered no trouble. The roads have improved thanks to your leadership, I'm sure. Ned sensed the subtle barbs. Tywin was praising the roads, but also reminding them that the realm's infrastructure had once flourished under his tenure as Aerys' hand before the Mad King's paranoia drove them apart. Elia Martell stepped forward, offering a SM. All bow of greeting. Tywin acknowledged her curtly, then let his gaze slide to Ned. Lord Eddard Stark, he said in a measured tone. I understand you bear a dragon on your shoulder these days, or so rumor says. Ned met Tywin's gaze coolly. Frostfire is in that enclosure if you wish to see for yourself. Yes, I care for it. The north stands with Rhaegar. Tywin's eyes flicked past Ned, settling briefly on the huge, scaled shape behind the gate. I have no need to stand too close to savage beasts. But I trust it's well-trained. A pointed remark leaving open whether he meant the dragon or Ned himself. Rhaegar smoothed over any tension by inviting Tywin to rest and refresh himself. Tywin accepted with stiff politeness, and soon the Lannisters were escorted to their quarters. Ned exhaled. This was only the start. Over the coming days, negotiations and feasts would test everyone's resolve. Sure enough, the Grand Hall became the stage for a series of polite dinners and receptions, each brimming with undercurrents of ambition. Mace Tyrell boasted about the Reach's bountiful harvest, alluding that the crown might rely on them for grain in lean times. Doran Martell, with the quiet poise of a thinker, asked about the status of any new Targaryen children, gently nudging the question of succession. The Vale Lords pressed for relief on certain taxes. And Tywin Lannister hovered at the edges, watching everything, a hawk among the lesser birds. Ned spent much of his time at Rhaegar's side, offering calm counsel. Occasionally, they took a break from the swirl of courtiers to speak privately. One evening, after a lengthy feast, Ned joined Rhaegar in the solar. The prince leaned against a table, tension visible in the set of his jaw. Mace Tyrell demands a seat on my small council for his son, Loras, once the boy comes of age, Rhaegar said. Doran Martell insists on certain trade routes for Dorne. The Vale wants more autonomy. And Tywin, he's silent so far, but I can sense he's waiting for a perfect moment to strike. Ned offered a wry smile. Better to handle each request in measured increments. Reward them just enough that they stay cooperative, but not so much that they overshadow your authority. As for Tywin, we watch and wait. Rhaegar sighed. Yes, that's what we must do. I only wish this were simpler. The prophecy speaks of a promised prince, of 3 heads of the dragon, but the daily grind is all about coin and titles. Ned laid a hand on Rhaegar's shoulder. If the realm descends into chaos, no prophecy will matter. We must keep it stable so that any true danger, be it an invasion from beyond the sea or the creeping shadows of winter, can be met. Rhaegar nodded, seeming comforted. Agreed. Tomorrow, I plan to host a small gathering in the courtyard. We'll show the lords our dragon, demonstrate it as a controlled guardian, not a rampaging beast. That might quell some fear. Thus, on the morrow, a select group of highborn guests, Tywin, Mace Tyrell, Doran Martell, the Vale Lords, and others gathered in the Red Keep's largest courtyard. Frostfire, perched near a blazing brazier, looked almost regal, silver-gray scales gleaming in the sun. Rhaegar introduced the dragon formally, calling it a living testament to our realm's unity of ice and fire. Ned stepped forward, coaxing Frostfire to exhale a controlled stream of flame at a practice dummy. The watching lords gasped or murmured. Mace Tyrell let out a nervous laugh, Doran Martell watched with cool fascination, and Tywin's face remained unreadable. When the demonstration ended, Rhaegar invited the lords to approach at a safe distance. Mace Tyrell and a few others came closer, exclaiming over the beast's size, while Tywin remained aloof. Ned noticed the quiet conversation Tywin held with Kevan, eyes never leaving the dragon. It was impossible to read Tywin's thoughts, but Ned suspected the Lion of Casterly Rock was calculating the best ways to counter or exploit such a creature. Over the following nights, feasts escalated in grandeur. Musicians played, jugglers performed, and the city's populace sensed the excitement building toward Rhaegar's coronation. Street vendors sold icons shaped like dragons, or carved dire wolves, or even small figurines of the new soon-to-be king. The faith declared the date of the coronation to be within a 7-day. All seemed to be proceeding smoothly until a rumor took root. Someone whispered that a plot existed to kill or capture Frostfire, perhaps sabotage the Targaryens' claim of power. The rumor spread through back alleys and noble corridors alike, leaving tension in its wake. Ned learned of it from a guard who overheard a drunk knight bragging that someone well-paid might handle that dragon problem. Alarmed, Ned took the information to Rhaegar and Barristan Selmy. Rhaegar's expression darkened. We can't dismiss it. The dragon is a prime target for those who want to undermine my rule. If Frostfire were killed, it would cripple our image of strength. Barristan placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. We should double the guard around the enclosure, inspect anyone who enters or leaves. Keep watch from the battlements at night. I'll see to it personally. Ned concurred. I'll move my lodging closer to the courtyard. Frostfire responds best to me. If there's an alarm in the night, I can calm the dragon or defend it. Rhaegar nodded. Do whatever you must. The coronation is near. We can't afford a catastrophic incident. So the next day saw heightened security around Frostfire's enclosure. Nightly patrols with torches scanned the Red Keep's walls while Ned slept in a room adjacent to the courtyard. Targaryen guards questioned any who lingered near the enclosure. The mood among the visiting lords turned wary. Some resented the suspicion, but Rhaegar politely explained the threat. Tywin Lannister feigned ignorance, claiming he found such rumors distasteful but unsurprising, given how many enemies the Targaryens accumulate. The coronation day dawned bright and fair. Bells tolled across King's Landing, calling nobles and commoners alike to gather. The great September of Baelor shone in the morning sun, its marble dome brilliant against the sky. Inside, the high septon and ranks of devout septons prepared for the ceremony. Rhaegar, clad in a flowing robe of black and red, arrived with Elia Martell and a retinue of Targaryen knights. Ned accompanied them, wearing stark gray with the silver pin shaped like a direwolf's head, signifying his high rank. Frostfire was not part of the sept ceremony, too large and potentially disruptive, but Ned made sure the dragon remained well guarded in the Red Keep. Barristan Selmy stayed behind, commanding a detachment of knights to ensure no sabotage occurred. The sept's interior was packed with high lords, ladies, and envoys. A hush fell as Rhaegar approached the altar, where the high septon stood with the ancient crown of the Targaryen kings. The ceremony began with prayers to the Seven, calling for wisdom, mercy, and strength in the new king's reign. Then came the vow-taking. Rhaegar pledged to serve the realm justly, protect the innocent, and uphold the laws. The high septon raised the crown high, intoning, "In the light of the Seven, I anoint thee Rhaegar of House Targaryen, the second of his name, king of the Undulls and the Rhoynar and the First Men, lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm." He placed the crown upon Rhaegar's head. A tremor of emotion coursed through the gathered crowd. Mace Tyrell clapped vigorously. Doran Martell inclined his head in solemn acceptance. The Vale Lords shifted, and Tywin Lannister watched with an unreadable gaze. Elia Martell stood near, tears in her eyes, while Ned, standing behind Rhaegar, felt the magnitude of this moment. The realm had a new king, not just in practicality but officially, crowned by the faith's highest authority. Rhaegar rose, turning to face the assembly. They knelt in unison, or at least most did. Tywin hesitated a half-second before sinking to one knee, a sign of acknowledgement if not enthusiasm. Ned followed suit, along with the other lords. Bells pealed outside, echoing across the city. A roar of the crowd drifted through the open doors of the September King Rhaegar Targaryen, a father of two, and possibly more in the future, now stood as the realm's rightful monarch. When the ceremony concluded, the newly crowned king led the procession back to the Red Keep. There, in the throne room, the courtiers formed lines to pay homage. One by one, lords stepped forward, knelt, and offered fealty. Mace Tyrell did so with a grin, presenting a gilded rose. Doran Martell followed, though with a calm, thoughtful statement of loyalty on behalf of Dorne. Various river lords and Vale envoys repeated the gesture. Finally, Tywin Lannister approached, cloak trailing. He inclined his head slowly. "Your Grace," he said, voice carrying. "House Lannister acknowledges your rule. May your reign bring prosperity." Rhaegar's expression remained composed. "I'm pleased to have House Lannister's support. Let us build a peaceful future together, my lord." Tywin's mouth twitched in a faint smile that did not reach his eyes. Indeed, with that the homage was complete. A grand feast followed, full of music, dancing, and polite conversation. Wine flowed, courses of roast swan and spiced boar were served, and the courtiers spoke in hushed speculation about the new king's first major acts. Ned sat near Rhaegar at the high table, exchanging pleasantries with Doran Martell and a boisterous Mace Tyrell. He scanned the hall for any sign of suspicious behavior but found only the usual intrigues. At the feast's height, Rhaegar stood, raising a jeweled goblet. The hall fell silent. "I am honored by your presence," Rhaegar said in a clear voice. "This coronation signals a new chapter for our realm. In memory of those lost to war and tyranny, we pledge ourselves to peace, to justice, and to the unity of ice and fire. Let the Seven Kingdoms flourish together." A roar of applause greeted his toast. Ned joined in, heart pounding with cautious hope. Indeed, they stood on the cusp of a new era. That night, as the festivities wound down, Ned slipped away to check on Frostfire. The city's revelry rang through the walls, but the dragon courtyard was quiet. Lanterns illuminated Frostfire, who looked up at Ned's approach, letting out a soft growl that spoke of both recognition and mild boredom. Ned laughed softly. "You'd have hated the noise anyway. He patted the dragon's flank. The realm has a new king. Let's see if we can keep it from unraveling. The next day, the major negotiations began in earnest. King Rhaegar convened a private council in the Royal Solar, inviting Mace Tyrell, Doran Martell, the Vale representative, Edmure Tully for the Riverlands, and Tywin Lannister. Ned sat at Rhaegar's right hand while Elia hovered at the periphery, a silent observer. Scribes stood ready to record agreements. Rhaegar opened by thanking them for their homage, then laid out the realm's pressing concerns. We have debts from the war, the city's defenses need modernization, roads must be repaired, and some rebellious pockets remain. We must unify our resources if we hope to thrive. I propose each major region contribute a portion to the crown's coffers in exchange for a voice on a new small council. This council would advise me on matters of law, finance, and foreign policy. He waited and Mace Tyrell spoke first, puffing out his chest. The Reach has abundant harvests and gold enough to spare, provided we secure certain privileges. We want more trade flow into Old Town, reduced tariffs along the Mandar River, and a seat for my son or myself on that small council. Rhaegar gave a polite nod, taking mental note. Next, Doran Martell cleared his throat softly. Dorne has always prized its autonomy. We can contribute gold from the spice and silk trade, but we'd ask for assurance that the Prince's Pass is fortified with crown help. Also, recognition of our differences in law. Dorne keeps certain traditions that the rest of the realm does not. Rhaegar inclined his head in understanding. Then the Vale envoy requested lower taxes on mountain clans and an expanded presence of the king's peace along the Vale's roads. Edmure Tully, looking somewhat overwhelmed, demanded help rebuilding farmland ravaged by the war. Finally, all eyes turned to Tywin Lannister. The Lion of the West sat with fingers steepled and unreadable expression. At length, Tywin spoke, voice smooth as silk. House Lannister stands ready to assist. We can lend a substantial sum to the crown to cover immediate debts. Naturally, we'd expect the usual interest plus certain considerations such as a formal confirmation that our powers in the Westerlands remain absolute and that no new taxes will be placed on Lannister trade without our consent. He paused, letting the words sink in. Additionally, he continued, we remain interested in forging a deeper bond with the crown through marriage should a suitable match be found. Your father, the late King Aerys, once spurned my daughter Cersei for Prince Rhaegar. Times have changed. If there is a Targaryen cousin or half-sibling who might unite our houses, that might be beneficial, or a match with another line close to the throne. A hush fell. Ned tensed, remembering the scheme Tywin had floated about releasing Jaime from the King's Guard. Now he pivoted to his daughter's future. Rhaegar's face was impassive. He clearly had no intention of wedding another wife, nor was Viserys old enough to marry yet, and Daenerys was still a babe. The Targaryen cousins Tywin alluded to were uncertain at best. Still, Tywin was planting seeds. Rhaegar remained polite. I appreciate your generosity, Lord Tywin. I am reluctant to place the crown in debt to any single house on such a scale. Perhaps a broader agreement with multiple lords would spread the burden. As for marriage alliances, we can revisit that once we confirm the lines of our extended family. Currently, I see no immediate candidate. Tywin's eyes flickered. As you say, Your Grace. I simply state our openness to the concept. The meeting continued, with each lord bargaining for what they wanted. Rhaegar navigated the requests skillfully, leaning on Ned for confirmations about the North stance. Ned assured them House Stark would uphold the crown's decisions that served the greater good. Eventually, a preliminary arrangement took shape. The Tyrells would invest in the crown's road building, the Martells would do the same for port expansions, the Vale might send more knights to quell bandits, and the Riverlands would share their harvest once their fields recovered, in exchange for a guaranteed bridging of the crown's coffers from multiple sources, not just Lannisters. Tywin remained watchful, occasionally pressing on the notion that a single lender, House Lannister, could swiftly resolve the crown's debt. But Rhaegar deflected, emphasizing a coalition approach. In the end, Tywin offered no open opposition, though his thinly veiled disappointment was clear. He had hoped to tie the new monarchy to Casterly Rock with golden chains. A few sessions later, the broad strokes of an agreement were set. Each region would contribute gold, men, or resources. In exchange, Rhaegar promised a restructured small council with seats for representatives from each major region. To ensure fairness, as he put it. Tywin Lannister accepted a seat for himself or a trusted delegate. Mace Tyrell insisted on a seat, Doran Martell nominated a cousin, and the Vale and Riverlands would rotate membership until their lords stabilized. Ned, representing the North, would remain as the king's hand in all but title, though Rhaegar had not yet formally named him. With the negotiations nearing completion, a sense of progress permeated the capital. The coronation had passed without disaster. The alliances seemed to hold. Even the rumor of a plot against Frostfire quieted. Knights found Ned able to rest slightly easier, though he still insisted on heavy guard for the dragon. One evening, after a final meeting with Rhaegar, Ned returned to the courtyard to check on Frostfire. The dragon was awake, gazing at the stars. A stable boy hesitantly offered a chunk of raw goat's meat, which Frostfire accepted with a snort of satisfaction. Ned patted the boy's shoulder in thanks, noticing the awe in his eyes. Then Ned felt a presence behind him. Turning, he saw Tywin Lannister stepping into the courtyard, alone, wearing a plain but finely cut doublet. The guards eyed him, uncertain, but Tywin lifted a hand to show he meant no harm. Ned's pulse quickened. "Lord Lannister," Ned greeted, keeping his tone neutral. "It's unusual to see you here at this hour." Tywin studied Frostfire, the lamplight reflecting off his cold green eyes. "Curiosity brought me," he said quietly. "I wanted to see the beast up close, away from the crowds. Impressive and dangerous, as all dragons are." Ned stood firm, suspecting some hidden motive. "Indeed, we keep it well guarded." Tywin nodded, stepping a few paces closer but still out of reach of the dragon's tail. "When I was hand to King Aerys, I often thought Targaryen power might fade without dragons. Seems I was half right. But your presence changed that, Lord Stark. You've returned a living dragon to their cause. And the North stands with them." Ned inclined his head slightly. "The realm needed stability after your abrupt departure from the Hand's seat and the king's descent into madness." Tywin's gaze flicked to Ned's face. "You must know I hold no love for the Targaryens, but I serve the realm's interest, or at least House Lannister's place within it. If Rhaegar had not proven so moderate, I might have raised the West in revolt. Perhaps I still could if conditions demanded." Ned's jaw tightened. "That would lead to more bloodshed. The realm's had enough war." Tywin's mouth curled in a slight smirk. "We shall see. For now, we have an accord. Rhaegar rejects my single-lender approach but fosters these alliances with other houses. That's not the choice I'd have made, but it suffices. As for you," he paused, glancing back at Frostfire. "You hold a unique position. A Stark bonded to a dragon. Many wonder if you will overshadow even your new king in time. A man who wields such a creature is not easily controlled." Ned's heart pounded. "Was that a threat?" "I've no ambition for the throne, if that's your insinuation. My loyalty to Rhaegar is sincere." Tywin shrugged. "Loyalty can shift like the wind when power and gold enter the mix." He turned to face Ned fully, his voice dropping. "A piece of counsel: if you ever sense the Targaryens repeating their old madness, do not hesitate to sever ties. House Lannister would welcome an alliance with House Stark under different circumstances, if necessary." Ned stared, anger flaring. "I have no interest in betraying the king or playing your intrigues, my lord. We stand for peace." Tywin studied him for a moment, then gave a faint nod. "Spoken like a true Stark. Duty and honor above all. Well, let us hope you never face a test so dire that your convictions falter." He cast a final glance at Frostfire. "Good night, Lord Stark." With that, he turned and departed into the shadows. Ned let out a slow breath, adrenaline spiking in his veins. Tywin's words were a subtle warning, or maybe an invitation. Either way, the lines were drawn. The Lannister lord might abide by Rhaegar's rule for now, but if conditions soured, he'd pivot quickly. Ned stroked Frostfire's neck, the dragon letting out a soft rumble. He whispered, "We must be vigilant, old friend. The realm stands on a knife's edge, no matter the coronation's triumph." The dragon's eyes glimmered, reflecting Ned's resolve. Over the next weeks, the council hammered out final details of the alliances. Documents were drafted, sealed, and co-signed. Rhaegar arranged for the small council's official formation. He named Ned Hand of the King, a formal title that surprised few but carried immense responsibility. Mace Tyrell, Tywin Lannister, Doran Martell's cousin, and a rotating seat for the Vale and Riverlands completed the membership. Elia Martell and Barristan Selmy, representing the Kingsguard, would attend as observers when needed. Feasts and ceremonies marked the conclusion of the negotiations. One crisp morning, Tywin Lannister announced he was departing King's Landing for Casterly Rock. He paid his respects to King Rhaegar in the throne room, expressing polite words that rang hollow. Rhaegar responded with equal formality. After Tywin left, Ned saw the relief in Rhaegar's posture. One major threat was leaving the city, though it was hardly gone from the realm's tapestry. Mace Tyrell lingered a few more days, reveling in the new significance of his seat on the small council. Doran Martell's entourage departed soon after, heading back to Dorne, presumably satisfied that his house held influence under the new monarchy. Meanwhile, the Vale Lords and Edmure Tully also returned home, leaving behind their designated council members. With the realm's powers having pledged support, at least publicly, Rhaegar turned his focus to a series of domestic reforms. Reorganizing the City Watch, distributing funds for rebuilding war-damaged roads, and encouraging trade between the major ports. Ned, as Hand, found himself buried in parchment, verifying supply allocations and issuing orders. He spent early mornings with Frostfire and late nights with quills and ink. Through it all, he missed the simplicity of Winterfell's direct duties, but recognized he stood in a pivotal place now, helping shape a monarchy that might avoid the horrors of the past. Occasionally, letters arrived from Lyanna in Winterfell, informing him that Brandon was settling well into lordship, though occasionally his temper flared. She wrote that the North slowly accepted the Targaryen alliance, especially after hearing tales of Frostfire's presence at Rickard's funeral. She herself planned to journey south soon, possibly within a few moons, to rejoin Rhaegar's court if all remained stable. Ned's heart lifted at the thought of seeing his sister again, the last link to their childhood memories. One day, as Ned was finishing a report on the City Watch, Rhaegar burst into his study with a bright smile. "Ned, I have news. You must come at once." Alarmed, Ned stood, thinking of some new threat. But Rhaegar's expression was joyous, not fearful. Elia just felt movement in her belly. The maester confirmed. "She's with child again." Ned's tension eased, replaced by relief. "That's wonderful." "Congratulations, Your Grace. If all went well, House Targaryen would have another heir." Rhaegar's face glowed with paternal pride. "Yes, another sign that the line endures. Though I must be mindful not to stoke fear in the faith. They barely accepted that I have 2 wives, no need for more controversy. But for now, I'm simply happy that Elia is well. This child, I feel it in my bones, Ned. Something grand is at work." Ned nodded, though the mention of prophecy stirred his caution. He knew Rhaegar believed fervently in ancient texts about a prince that was promised. A new child might feed Rhaegar's sense of destiny. But Ned valued the practical reality first, a healthy mother, a stable realm in which a child could be born safely. The months that followed saw a relative calm in the 7 kingdoms. The new small council met regularly, navigating daily governance. Ned oversaw the City Watch, ensuring no hidden threats. The rumor of a plot against Frostfire never fully vanished, but no attempt materialized, possibly because the dragon was heavily guarded or because potential conspirators found it too dangerous. Word came that the Iron Islands remained quiet, though the Ironborn never truly accepted any rule but their own. In the north, Brandon maintained order, and White Harbor's initial negotiations about a loan to the crown bore fruit, slowly reducing the monarchy's need to rely on Lannister gold. Amid that backdrop, the small folks' mood improved. Crowds in King's Landing breathed easier, not living under the shadow of a mad king. They glimpsed a young dragon circling the skies on occasional flights, a sign that the Targaryens were strong yet so far not tyrannical. Soldiers no longer patrolled the streets with fearful brutality. Instead, a sense of possibility settled over the capital. But Ned had learned enough of Westeros's history to know peace seldom lasted forever. Threats could arise from within or beyond the continent. One bleak dawn, as Ned sparred in the training yard, Ser Barristan and approached with a sealed raven message. "From Castle Black, my lord," the knight said gravely. Ned's heart lurched. The Wall, home to the Night's Watcher, rarely sent urgent missives south unless something dire happened. He tore it open, scanning the scrawled words from the Lord Commander. They spoke of increased sightings of strange, pale figures beyond the Wall, glimpses of cold blue eyes in the forest depths, entire wildling villages found empty. "We suspect a dark power stirs," the message concluded. "We beg the realm's attention lest we face a threat beyond what we have known." Ned's skin crawled. The old tales of the Long Night, the White Walkers, myths to many, but the Night's Watch took them seriously. He read the letter twice, trying to glean facts from rumor. The Lord Commander was no fool. If he wrote this, it meant genuine alarm. He embarrassed and hurried to Rhaegar, who read the letter with growing concern. "I've heard the legends," the king murmured, "but few in the south give them credence. Could it be a wildling trick? Or something else?" Ned recalled his own dreams, the swirling darkness, the sense that something loomed beyond the horizon. "We can't ignore it. At the very least, we should send men or supplies to the watch, ensure they're well armed. Winter is coming eventually. The watch must remain vigilant." Rhaegar nodded. "Yes. And perhaps we can dispatch a small party of loyal knights or rangers to investigate. But we must tread carefully. Some lords might balk at sending forces that far. They'll see it as a waste." Ned exhaled. "Then let me handle it. I know the North's ways. The Night's Watch will welcome help from a Stark. If we confirm it's just wildling mischief, all well and good. If it's more, we need to be prepared." Rhaegar placed a hand on Ned's shoulder. "Yes, my friend. You have my blessing. But not just yet. Elias' child is due in a few moons and the realm needs stability. If you vanish now, others might see it as desertion. Let's settle affairs a bit more, then I'll send you north with a royal directive to investigate." "Agreed." Ned hesitated, torn between duty to the realm in the capital and the creeping dread about threats beyond the wall. But Rhaegar was right. If he left abruptly, it might sow confusion. "Agreed," Ned said, though the unease coiled in his stomach. So the wheels of power kept turning. The new king consolidated alliances, eased finances, and oversaw the slow reconstruction of a battered kingdom. The days shortened as autumn deepened. People whispered about whether winter would come soon or hold off another year. The unstoppable turning of seasons matched the unstoppable turning of fate in Westeros. Lyanna wrote that she planned to journey south after the harvest was fully gathered, ready to take her place beside Rhaegar again. Ned welcomed the news. He missed his sister's fire in court. Rhaegar missed his second wife's presence, too, even though he rarely admitted such personal longing publicly. Meanwhile, Elia's pregnancy progressed, watched over by maesters. If a second child of Elia and Rhaegar was born healthy, it would further cement the Targaryen lineage, although it might also raise more questions about how Lyanna's potential offspring would rank in succession. Amid all these domestic concerns, Ned kept a wary eye on the realm's fringes. Reports from the Iron Islands remained quiet, though quiet for the Ironborn meant only sporadic raids on distant shores. Tywin Lannister retreated into the west, building fortifications. Mace Tyrell seemed pleased with his seat on the small council and frequently boasted in session, but posed no real threat for the moment. The Martells withdrew back to Dorne, content that their seat on the council was secure. Months slipped by. Elia gave birth to a healthy daughter named Daenerys. An echo of the name given to Rhaegar's half-sister, which some saw as a sign of the Targaryens' cherishing tradition. The city celebrated discreetly, though not as lavishly as for the coronation. Elia recovered well, Rhaegar beamed with pride, and the faith graciously offered blessings. Through it all, Rhaegar remained mindful of the prophecy that the dragon must have 3 heads, fueling quiet speculation about how Lyanna fit into the puzzle. At last, a crisp morning brought Ned a letter from Lyanna. She would arrive within the fortnight, traveling with a small retinue from Winterfell. The day of her arrival dawned gray and overcast, a chill wind sweeping through King's Landing. Ned and Rhaegar waited at the city gates, accompanied by a small guard of knights and a throng of onlookers. Word of the queen consort's journey had spread, fueling gossip, particularly about how Rhaegar would balance 2 wives at court. The procession appeared on the horizon, Stark banners fluttering. Lyanna rode at the front, wrapped in a heavy gray cloak. She looked older, Ned noted as she drew closer. Grief and duty had chiseled her features. But her eyes still sparkled with that fierce independence. Beside her rode a cluster of loyal Stark men and Maester Luwin. They reached the gates and the city erupted in curious murmurs. Rhaegar stepped forward, offering his hand in greeting. Lyanna dismounted, gazing up at him with a small smile. "Your Grace," she said, more formal than one might expect. Then, with a quick glance at the crowd, she stepped into his arms for a brief but warm embrace. Applause, cheers, and a few murmurs of scandal rippled through the watchers. Ned embraced his sister, relief flooding him. "Welcome back, Lya." She nodded, her expression mixing longing and resolve. "I missed you, Ned. And I have news. Brandon is well, the North holds strong. Winterfell stands. Now I do my duty here." Rhaegar introduced her to some city officials, then led her party up the hill to the Red Keep. There, Elia Martell awaited with the new baby Daenerys Targaryen in her arms. Tension flickered. 2 wives of the king, each with separate claims. But Elia, gracious as ever, offered a polite greeting, letting Lyanna see the newborn. Lyanna admired the child, stroking the baby's dark hair softly, an odd sadness crossing her features. Perhaps she reflected that she had no child of her own yet, a fact that might stir speculation at court. And so the uneasy dance resumed, with King Rhaegar, Queen Elia, and Queen Consort Lyanna sharing the Red Keep. Ned watched from his vantage's hand, doing his best to ensure civility reigned. The realm remained stable, but those faint warnings from beyond the wall gnawed at him. The Night's Watch had sent another raven, cryptically describing an unnatural chill and the disappearance of entire wildling clans. The letter concluded with a plea for more men, more weapons, lest the shadows close in. Each day, Ned pressed Rhaegar about a northern expedition. Rhaegar, mindful of domestic politics, told Ned to wait just a bit longer. He was finalizing new tax laws, dealing with more resettlement issues in the Riverlands, and ensuring Lannister and Tyrell influences were balanced. Once that's settled, Rhaegar would say, "We'll send you north with a force and Frostfire if you deem it wise. Then you can see to the Night's Watch." Ned chafed at the delay but understood. Rushing off alone wouldn't help if the watch needed real manpower. So he spent his evenings making quiet preparations, instructing the Master-at-Arms to craft more dragonglass weapons if possible. An old rumor claimed obsidian was effective against the fabled others. He also ordered extra supplies for the watch, stowed away in King's Landing, waiting for the final go-ahead. Winter nights grew longer. The realm's farmers finished harvesting, storing crops for the cold season. King Rhaegar, newly crowned, oversaw his blossoming monarchy with cautious optimism. The noble houses had mostly accepted his rule, if not embraced it. The single living dragon soared occasionally over the city to remind everyone of House Targaryen's fire. Yet Ned felt the slow drumbeat of ominous portents. The realm had lulled itself into believing that the greatest dangers were the battles among themselves, Targaryen versus Lannister, Tully versus Bracken, Stormlands versus Crown. But if the legends were true, an even darker power stirred in the far north. No crown, no alliance, no cunning lord from the west could bargain with that. And so Eddard Stark lay awake at night, haunted by visions of endless snowfields, by glimpses of unnatural eyes glimmering in the darkness, by the sense that everything they'd built, this fragile new order of ice and fire, might be tested in ways they could scarcely imagine. Frostfire, curled outside his window, would lift its head as if sensing Ned's unrest. The dragon offered warmth, a promise of fiery defense. But would one dragon, or even three, should the dormant eggs ever hatch, truly be enough against the nameless horror that once almost consumed the world? Ned could not say. All he could do was remain vigilant, bide his time, and protect the realm that had pinned so many hopes upon a Targaryen crown and a Stark caretaker of dragons. For the moment, they enjoyed a lull, a golden hush before the next storm. And Ned, as both wolf and steward of flame, stood ready for the day that hush broke, ready to answer the call of duty with a blazing sword in hand and a dragon's roar at his command, determined that this time, the realm would not be caught unprepared in the face of gathering shadows.